Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Arkansas Rome program. I'm very honored to start this very important and promising conference, Jews in the Frankish Orbit. And on behalf of our director, Francesco Bedeschi, who is not in the town at the moment, I want, first of all, thank Linda Kuhn, and Dean of the Honors College, University of Arkansas, for trusting us and having curated and organized this conference, and David Appleby from Thomas Aquinas University. Thank you very much. Welcome you all, colleagues and friends. I will be back with more information, but now I want to leave the floor to Barbara Spaccini, our Assistant Director for Academics.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Arkansas Rome Center. We are honored to host you over the next few days in this historic location, which for over 35 years has served as a cultural and academic bridge between the United States and Italy. A special thank you to the Honors College of the University of Arkansas for organizing this important conference. The Honors College is a crucial part of our institution dedicated to fostering student excellence, and we are proud to support their work. We are also deeply grateful to Professor Consuelo Lollobrigida, our coordinator for all matters related to the Fulbright College of Arts and Science and the honors students at the Rome Center. Consuelo has been instrumental in supporting the organization of this conference, working closely with our colleagues at the Honors College, and we sincerely thank her for her efforts. The Rome Center is thrilled to be a part of this initiative, and we look forward to strengthening our collaboration in the years to come. We hope that this will be the first of the many initiatives that will continue in the future, using the Rome Center as a cultural hub for the University of Arkansas at the European level. Thank you all for being here, and we wish you a fruitful and insightful conference. And now I leave the floor to Consuelo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Yes, I'm very honored to serve for this conference. And just before turning the stage to this morning's speakers and chairs, I want just to give you a few information about the venue where we are. So here, this Palazzo Taverna is one of the oldest uphold in the city. It was constructed. Something technically was okay. Okay. Thank you, Fabio. It is said to be constructed on top of the ruins of the amphitheater of Satilio Taurus, but it is pretty much a legend than history. And by the way, that was the uphold for the Orsini families very early in the Middle Ages. So that shows this location has a crucial and strategical point between the Vatican, which is right over the seas, as many of you probably have seen because you're staying in Prati, and the other side, the Capitol Hill, so the local government of the city since the Roman times. The Orsini had been owning the palace for until the beginning of the 1600s. Then it was turned down into the hands of the Gabrielli family, and the Gabrielli period was very fruitful, as of course the Orsini ones. And after it passed down into the Taverna and the actual owners, the Famiglia Dobrandini family. The Orsini period has been still around here. Probably you have seen a ramping bears nearby the fountain in the courtyard. You can see some medieval structures just getting into the courtyard on the left-hand side. And they have, the palace, of course, back then it was completely different, and the entrance was on Via dei Coronari, so just facing, looking out Vatican. The palace has been also the birth venue plays of Clarice Orsini in the 1400, who unfortunately is still more famous for being the wife of Lawrence the Magnificent. So she was a very educated, high educated, intelligent woman. She owned an incredible, beautiful library that when she went to Florence was given to the Pope, and is the very seminal part of the Vatican Library. So I think that this is not better place to have this conference than this palace. During just before the Gabrielli times, this was a place of experimental, critical, and intellectual lives, giving dwellings to what we call the underground academies of back then. So it's something which has been still to be explored and researched, but which is for sure waiting. I mean, that the research will be really giving birth to very interesting aspects of the life of this palace. As Barbara said, we are here since 2010, since 2010. But before University of Art Council came here, the room where we are, which is called the Coccetti room because of this very early 1800 decoration, was the venue of the INARC, the association of the National Association for Architecture. So again, this is a place which has been linked to the education in many regards since the beginning. Thank you so much again for being here. Last but not least, I want to thank Fabio Orsini for his precious and important collaboration. Thank you, Fabio. And now I'll leave the stage to Professor Linda Kuhn. Welcome to Rome. Welcome here. Thanks for coming.
All right, howdy. How's everybody doing? Excellent. I'll be very brief, but I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the Honors College at the University of Arkansas, the Graduate School and International Education, our amazing colleagues at the University of Tennessee, who helped support this at one place that still loves the Middle Ages, the Marco Institute. Thank you, Gregor Callas, for being here. Barbara Spatini, wonderful remarks. Fabio Orsini, fabulous IT and dog. Love the dog. Where's the dog? But we're delighted that you all are here, and we hope that you have a fabulous time. And thanks to all the folks that run the Rome Center. I'll turn this over now to the Applebee. There you go, Applebee.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning. Okay. Remove those. Good morning. This morning I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Dr. Johannes Heil, who's already well known to most of you as one of the preeminent medieval historians of our generation. Excuse me. Dr. Heil teaches and directs a research team at the Hochschule für Jüdische Studien Heidelberg, where since 2005 he holds an endowed chair, namely the Ignaz Bubis Lehrstuhl für Geschichte, Religion, Kultur des europäischen Judentums. In the years 2008 through 2019, he led the Hochschule, first as Erster Prorektor and then as Rector, the latter of which, I'm informed, is an elected post. Now, when asked about this service, Dr. Heil is self-effacing, but don't pay attention to him. Anyone who has recently engaged in institutional development, especially at a small school like his, knows that the construction of a new main building for the Hochschule was a huge challenge and a major undertaking that he spearheaded. Dr. Heil has been affiliated with the Jüdische Museum Frankfurt and later that of Berlin, as well as the Zentrum für Antisemitismusforschung of the Technische Universität Berlin. Over the years, Dr. Heil has been awarded a variety of visiting fellowships for study, research, and sometimes teaching at universities and think tanks in places like Tel Aviv, Haifa, Paris, Madison, Wisconsin, Notre Dame, and most recently in Munich, I think as a reward for his leadership. He was given some time off and away. Now, because Dr. Heil's publications are as numerous and diverse as they are meticulous and painstaking, I won't enumerate them. But those of us who have worked on Bible commentaries written in the Carolingian period are really grateful for his book titled Compilation oder Construction, which is on the image of Jews in Pauline commentaries from the 9th century. I mean, that appeared back in 1998, but it's still just a very important book for anybody working in the field. A few years later, in 2006, in a massive study of theories of Jewish world conspiracy from the 13th to the 16th centuries, Dr. Heil made it clear that his research interest is not narrowly confined to the early Middle Ages. Now, his latest book has appeared just this month, I'm informed. It's volume 24 in the series of Schriften der Hochschule für jüdische Studien Heidelberg, and focuses on Western Jews and their texts in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. Judging by the table of contents, which appears on Dr. Heil's page on the website Academia, I already wish I had gotten my hands on this book before writing my own paper for this conference. One of the most admirable things about Professor Dr. Heil's leadership is his awareness that the practice of history itself has a history of which the current practitioner is a part. He has reflected with great insight on the emergence and development of Jewish studies as a disciplinary field in German-speaking lands between the period of Befreiungskrieg, Hep-Hep-Pogrom, and Carlsbad decrees, and the demise of the Weimar Republic. In addition to that, Dr. Heil has more than once published well-informed, moderate, and sane critiques on subjects ranging from religious freedom in a contemporary Germany. I'm thinking of the bizarre case that a judge in Köln issued in 2012 against infant male circumcision. But then more recently, he's made public comments in print, really sane ones, on the character of media reports about the attacks in Israel of the 7th of October, 2023. These kinds of things, I think not enough of us do them, but it shows that Dr. Heil takes very seriously his public role as an intellectual and as someone who, since he knows better, ought to speak up and express his thoughts about contemporary events. So I'm filled with admiration. This morning's lecture is titled Migration and Formation, the Transformation of the Western Diaspora, 711 through 950. Please welcome Dr. Johannes Heil. All right, does he have to hold this thing?
I would prefer the one here. Ok, va bene, grazie. Mille grazie per l'organizzazione della riunione qui. E poi io parlo un poco italiano, but it's better to speak here at the center of the University of Arkansas in English. And I'm really grateful to the organizers of that conference and for all the support and the perfect organization of our venue here, of our conference, and especially to David with the hesitation that I hope that I can somehow fulfill the expectations which David has raised in his introduction. And I hope I can do a little bit of it during the next 30 minutes. Sometime in the 5th or 6th century, a woman named Juliana decided to use her considerable wealth to donate the magnificent floor mosaic for the synagogue in the town of Naro, now a suburb of Tunis. This act is documented by an inscription in the floor which names Juliana as a benefactor, de proprium suo, of the Sancta Synagoga Naronitana. 400 or 500 years later, in any case in 1034, another woman named Rachel and her husband Yaakov donated the first synagogue in Worms in the Rhineland. Again, an inscription provides information about this. It survived the destruction of 1096, of 1349, the Black Death, 1615, and 1938 and 42, and is preserved to the right of the portal of the synagogue, reconstructed in 1961 by the order of Chancellor Konrad Adenauer. Both women were Jewish, but Juliana's world was completely different from Rachel's. The language alone reveals the difference. Juliana's inscription was written in Latin, Rachel's in Hebrew. Juliana is a common Roman name, Rachel is a biblical one, and in this respect, a specifically Jewish one. We know practically nothing about Juliana except her name. We can assume that she held an office in the synagogue community. The P after her name in the third line, the P could stand for pateressa or presbytera, sincerely not puella, as some have translated. We do know about Rachel that she undertook the foundation together with her husband Yaakov, created the minor sanctuary, the Mikdash Me'at, for their memory as a place and name, Yad Vashem, and the couple was childless because the foundation was to be considered more important than sons and daughters, Tov Mibanim Mibanot. We can also assume that the Act of 1034 was a private foundation and no established community existed yet. A Kehillah, a community, only occurs in an Asr but undated inscription, which was probably written before 1096, but cannot necessarily be dated to 1034. These inscriptions deserve even more attention, but are used here in this lecture only to open our horizons. After all, the Hammam Liv inscription is one of the last surviving ancient testimonies of the Jews of the West. And the Worms inscription is, in turn, the oldest known material testimony of the emerging Ashkenazi Judaism. My lecture will deal with the changes in Jewish life during the transition from antiquity to the Middle Ages. It discusses cultural changes, the migration of people and knowledge, and sketches the mobility of centers and peripheries on the Jewish map of the time. The years 711 and 950, as mentioned in the title, do not frame the lecture, but mark breaking points by which we can determine the course of the transformations that are the focus of this lecture. 711 is already the second breaking point that determined the formation of the medieval Jewish map. The first was the year 70 CE, and the loss of the temple in Jerusalem. The long-term changes in the land of Israel and in the eastern diasporas like Babylonia are well known. In the long term, the experience of the year 70, 115 to 17, the diaspora uprising, the revolt under Trajan, and 135, the Bar Kokhba revolt, led to the emergence and growing hegemony of Rabbinic Judaism and its core writings, Mishnah, Talmudim, and Midrashim, etc. In relation to the Mediterranean world as a whole, the year 70 marked the breakup of communication between Western Jews and the previous center in Jerusalem, whether with the temple as an ideal orientation or as the destination of pilgrimage until 70. In the long run, the year 70 led to the decoupling of the West from intellectual developments in the East. And at this point, I also welcome Cordula Wolf from the German Historical Institute here in Rome, with whom I have been sitting together in the doctoral colloquium at Michael Bogolte Seminary in Berlin a couple of years ago. Welcome. Only in this way will the dimensions of the transformation and perhaps also its dynamics and reasons become clear. As far as the description of the starting point is concerned, I will deviate well from the usual picture, from the standard narrative that takes a consistent, and I take a consistently Western view. The usual practice is briefly outlined as follows. After the destruction of the Second Temple, Rabbinic Judaism was formed. Its origins are partly traced back to the time before the year 70, but in any case, it is the all-dominant Judaism of the following period. And so there is an almost seamless jump from the birthplace of the Talmudim, Midrashim, and esoteric traditions in Babylonia and Eretz Israel, maybe with a short stopover in southern Italy in some publications, to the beginnings of the medieval Jewish cultures of Ashkenaz and Sepharad. Some recent examples for this. The Companion to Late Ancient Jews and Judaism, up to the 8th century, published in 2020 by Gwyn Kessler and Naomi Colton-Fromm, and containing a number of very readable articles, also offers a contribution by Joshua Ezra Burns on the Jewish geography of the time. In the title alone, he contrasts the terms diaspora and center, and then simply distinguishes between the states of home and away, without further explanation at all. But the question is what home and what away mean even in the time of the Second Temple, for example, for Philo and his community in Alexandria. This is all the more true for the women Juliana in Naro in the 5th and 6th century, or for Rachel and Jacob in Worms in 1034. Sure, shortly after the year 1000, the Rhineland was still a very unsafe home and was to remain so. But even they, in Worms, have expressed that the prayer arised from the small sanctuary, from the Mikdash Me'at, is more pleasant than the offering of sacrifices in the temple. Yutafle Bor'am Miha'alot Korbanot. The one track developed from the temple to the Talmud, which levels out or even ignores the diaspora, also characterizes as a recently published handbooks. The Companion to Jewish Studies, published in 2013 by my dear colleague Dean Bell, moves directly and exclusively from the Second Temple period to Rabbinic Judaism. The handbook on Jewish Studies in the pre-modern period, edited 2023 by Carlos Ehrlich, also knows after the Second Temple period the age of the rabbis only, and then immediately jumps into the Middle Ages. In principle, such representations are determined by the present. The global dominance of Rabbinic Judaism since the High Middle Ages and its lasting influence up to the Jewish cultures of our present days determines which topics of the preceding centuries are considered. They then also produce representations that take Rabbinic Judaism as the norm and measure the diaspora of the first millennium against it. This often results in a historiographical negation of the diaspora in a Shlilat HaGeula. The exception, which I need to mention, are works by Leonard Victor Rutgers, who is not here today and who would be able to tell much more about this than I can. But to give a very explicit example, Doran Mendels and Aryeh Etrei argued in 2007, the Bible was the common literature of the entire Jewish community, with each separate community maintaining access to it in their own language. Fine. Yet, in the land of Israel, a new Jewish literature developed during this period, the Mishnah, the Midrash, and subsequently the Talmud. This literature spread eastward, and the Babylonian community became full partners in its development. Anyway, I think it was vice versa. Palestine became the partner of Babylonia, but this is not the issue here. It could not, I go on to quote, however, reach the West because the Jews of the Western diaspora were unable to decode it. Simultaneously, the Western diaspora adopted a very different collection of literature, the Apocrypha and Pseudepigrapha, which was rejected by the sages of the East. And I have taken as an illustration this inscription from Sass in France, which gives an example for cultural decline and the inability to write even what we consider to be correct Latin and Greek, not to speak about the Hebrew shalom in the last line. The effect of this decline version can be traced particularly in research on the history of the Visigoth Jews up to 711. David J. Wasserstein argued in 2002, it can be safely stated that the Jews of Visigothic Spain knew almost nothing about Jewish culture and that they hardly knew how to use the linguistic forms of cultural expression to their co-religionists in the Eastern world employed in the great centers of Jewish life at the time, namely Hebrew and Aramaic. Carlos del Valle did not want to accept this, and rightly so. Even so, there are hardly any original Jewish voices from the Visigothic period. It can be seen from the statements of Christian authors, such as Isidore of Seville or Julian of Toledo, that the Jews were not uncultured people in the West, but had both scholars, doctores legis, and they had texts and books. Del Valle's conclusion that the Iberian Jews must have had their own text written partly in Hebrew, of which none have survived, however, is beside the point. He says, I agree with D.J. Wasserstein that not a single text has been transmitted to us from the Spanish Jews of the period, either in Hebrew or in Latin, in Low Latin. But from this one cannot simply conclude that the Spanish Jews of the Visigothic period did not generate a Hebrew literature or in Hebrew or in Low Latin. And he continues, I argue, therefore, that it is a reasonable and well-founded hypothesis to accept that the Spanish Jews of the Visigothic period had and used biblical and extra-biblical Hebrew codices, and that this meant that they knew a lot of Hebrew. So this is Carlos del Valle in Sopa las lenguas de los judíos, a paper published a couple of years ago. To be sure, traces of knowledge of the Mishnah can only be found very late in the West, in Italy, in Venosa, not before the 8th century, and in Spain, perhaps even later. The absence of Mishnah, Midrash, and Talmudim in the West does not mean, as Del Valle rightly argues, that the Jews there could not have produced their own and completely different texts, beyond biblical texts and what is called Apocrypha. But to what extent they needed to know Hebrew for this is completely an open question. This is the point at which, as Raúl González Salinero has also pointed out, Del Valle's argument falls flat when the latter assumes that there must have been other Hebrew codices that were not biblical. What happened here is that Del Valle understood Julian's of Toledo's Codices Hebreorum, like in De Comprobationis 3:8, in the sense of Hebrew books, Codices Hebreorum. For Hebrew books, we would expect something like Codices Hebraici in Julian's text. In consequence, Hebrae does therefore not stand for a linguistic competence, but refers rather to a social group. In this context, it's interesting to note that in the 9th century, Rabanus Maurus repeatedly referred to his Jewish source as Hebreus when writing his commentary on the books of Kings, Hebreus Quida Moderni Temporis, whereas the copyists of this text in Reims and in Saint-Denis spoke of a Judeus. You have it there in the 4th line. In the title, quod auctorius textus Judeus fuit, ubi lector cautus sit, because he was a Jewish writer in the library of Reims Cathedral. Remigius of Auxerre also refers, like Rabanus, to Hebrae on many occasions and means Jews, even in the many places where he does not simply quote Jerome, as one could assume, knowing the practice of other authors. The misunderstanding that Julian could have meant Codices Hebraeorum as books written in Hebrew also results from the use of another term, the term deuterosis, to translate with the secondary writings, the non-authorized writings. Deuterosis for non-biblical texts by Visigothic authors. Bernard Blumenkranz and more recently Ranan Bustan, somewhat more cautiously, concluded from this that this use of deuterosis in the West could refer to nothing else than the Mishnah, Talmud, or Midrash, and that these terms therefore directly reflected the process of progressive rabbinization. Mina Rosen expressed this most clearly in 2008 when she wrote that from the moment of its codification, the, I quote, Mishnah was accepted all over the diaspora, thus maintaining at least the land of Israel's centrality as a spiritual center. I would say this is true for the higher Middle Ages, but not for the earlier. However, as Rutgers has shown, the semantic connotation as well as the political function of the term deuterosis is even in Byzantium by no means as simple as it seems. The more is true of the use of the term by Spanish Latin authors in the 7th century who used the Greek term for whatever meaning, and even a look at older writings such as the Didascalia Apostolorum or a look into origin does not provide any clarity as to what deuterosis means here or there. In the end, the relationship between Mishnah on the one hand and the understanding of deuterosis in Byzantium and in Spain on the other is an equation with 3 unknowns, the result of which is not easy to calculate. I was bad in mathematics at high school, but I think it's impossible even for mathematicians. Likewise, the Doctores Legis, repeatedly mentioned by Christian authors in Spain, Severus of Minorca, Isidore, Julian, and others, or the Annas Didasculus in Ravenna around 415, are not to be understood as instructors of Hebrew or teachers of the Mishnah, but as interpreters of the Torah, possibly also of other Jewish texts, Jewish legal texts, such as the Lex Dei, the Collatio Legum, Mosaicarum et Romanarum, all this not written in Hebrew. If we search for the starting point of the transformations of Jewish Western societies that culminated between 711 and 950, meaning the extent of the rabbinization of the West that then, but only since then, progressed, we must not understand the diaspora as a uniform, amorphous landscape that is defined by describing its alleged deficits solely from the perspective of rabbinic Judaism. Giacomo Todeschini reminds us rightly, between the 6th and the 7th centuries, the Italian Jews were part of a very complex society, both from a cultural, ethnic, and religious point of view. Fra VI e VII secolo gli ebrei italiani erano parte di una società molto complessa, sia dal punto di vista culturale ed etnico, sia dal punto religioso. In fact, the world of the Jewish woman Juliana in Naro, in today's Tunis, was completely different from that of the rabbis in Sepphoris, Tiberias, Sura, and Pumbedita. Even after the Christianization of the Roman Empire, Juliana was not a Jew in the Roman Empire, but she was a Roman Jew, just as Byzantine Jews, despite all repressions, would later distinguish themselves from the other Jews as Romaniotes. In recent years, I have attempted to restore parts of Juliana's former library to her synagogue in Naro or to those in Ostia and here in Rome, building on works of very different orientations by Tully Lahn, Leonard Rutgers, and Aaron Sturck from Manchester. In addition to the Lex Dei mentioned above, these Jewish Latin texts include biblical works such as the Liber Antiquitato Biblicarum of the so-called Pseudo-Philo, more likely Pseudo-Phila, given the numerous female signals in the text, or the exegetical works by the so-called Pseudo-Jerome, whom I call now Judeo-Jerome. This is probably only a fraction of what once belonged to the holdings of those libraries. These are writings that at some point aroused the interest of Christian writers in Spain and even more so in Italy. In Jewish libraries of the Middle Ages, with their texts written in Hebrew, hardly any explicit trace of this Judaica Latina has survived. The Latina suffered a similar fate to the Greca Judaica of Philo and his entourage. They too were unable to assert themselves in Jewish libraries during the process of rabbinization, and so it was left to the goodwill of Christian recipients to at least preserve what they liked. No matter how much of more differentiated one may judge Piren's thesis today, that the age from Muhammad to Charlemagne was the very turning point, the settled side in the sense of Koselleck, between antiquity and the Middle Ages. It was undoubtedly of all encompassing importance for the formation of the medieval Jewish cultures. Here I have the book David has mentioned, and it indeed came out only a couple of days ago. So I switch on. Today, despite all the geographical distance, Rome and Italy seems to be culturally and socially closer to Rome in Georgia than Rome and Hammam live in Tunisia. These seem to be distant places culturally. Things were very different until 711. I therefore propose that the Jews of the Western Mediterranean should be understood as a distinct culturally based trans-maritime community up to 711, with Rome and the area around Carthago as its centers. Until then, this Jewish landscape had little connection with the rabbinic Judaism in the East. It is of course no news to say that the Arab expansion and the end of Visigothic rule in Spain in 711-725 completely changed the map of Jewish societies. As is well known, this applies comprehensively to North Africa. On the Iberian Peninsula, the Jews experienced the establishment of Arab rule as a liberation from the repression of the Visigothic kings. Developments were more complex in the south of Italy, which remained contested between Lombards, Byzantines, and Arabs. The community of Venosa appears to have perished with the Arab conquest of the city in 842. In contrast, other cities in the south, such as Oria, Taranto, and Brindisi, rose to become centers of Jewish life later on. According to Rabbeinu Tam, the Jews of Bari and Otranto are even said to have stated from themselves in the 12th century, "From Bari will come forth the Torah and the word of the Lord from Otranto," and not from Jerusalem. Fabrizio Lerli has recently quite rightly emphasized the lasting influence of the Apulian communities into the High Middle Ages. The fact that the almost aristocratic Kalonymos family in southern France and in the Rhineland insisted throughout the medieval time into the modern period on their Greek name, Kalonymos, and did not change it to Shem Tov, also proves, contrary to how the legend of good King Charles and Kalonymos from Lucca would have it, that scholars and knowledge came from southern Italy up to the Rhine. The demographic effects of the Arab expansion on the Jews of the West, on the other hand, can hardly be measured in numbers. Between the 7th and the 12th centuries, the source evidence for Italy is weak. For Spain, there are basically no sources up to the time of the Taifa kingdoms, and the situation is similar for North Africa. Nevertheless, it can be assumed that the profound transformation of the political map also fundamentally changed Jewish communication throughout the Mediterranean and migration routes. With the formation of the Mediterranean South against the Mediterranean and European, namely Frankish, dominated North, the Jews of the West became into contact with Eastern, meaning rabbinic Jewish tradition, namely with text and rites liturgy in the style of rabbinic Judaism. This means, and this we have to be aware of, that the processes of Hebraization and rabbinization are the effect, the consequence of Arabization of the Northern African part into Europe. Mobility had been, even in the centuries before, an occasional characteristic of the Jews of the West, such as Moses Alexandrinus from Alexandria in a Latin Hebrew inscription of the 5th century in Milan, or only to name a few in Rome from Monteverde. I just took this photo yesterday from the Amias who came from Latakia, which means Laodicea, be it in Phrygia, be it in Syria. I have to say my excuse, this is not on the PDF, which can be seen in the stream, because I took just the photo yesterday, and thanks that you could correct the PowerPoint at least here. And we have, excuse me, we have other examples from someone from Caesarea and in Alypius from Tiberias in a Greek inscription of unknown origin, but here in Rome. The ancestors of the Augusta buried in Venosa in 521 had come via Lecce from what is now Saranda in Albania on Christmas. On the other hand, it is by no means certain that the Repetes et Apostoli mentioned in Latin in an inscription from Venosa, who mourned at the grave of the young woman Faustina had passed away, were envoys from the Holy Land, as you often find. They could just as well have been envoys from a place in the Western interior sphere. All of this has already been said in the one or the other way and has certainly been described in more detail. But it must be added resolutely that, contrary to what is usually portrayed, the mediators of Rabbinic Judaism did in the West not encounter a diffuse, culturally declining and religiously disoriented Judaism. The achievement of establishing Rabbinic Judaism in the West is then all the more impressive because this is not about filling a void, but about the process of completely overwriting an established Jewish culture, which was predominantly influenced by Latin and to a lesser extent by Greek, with the rabbinic version of Judaism on the basis of from a Western perspective, new text corpus of distinct writing and language, namely in Hebrew. This process can be inferred, but is difficult to prove. The situation here is similar to that of the Babylonian gap, as I have called it in my lecture course, far to the east. There is hardly any evidence from this area, Babylonian Jews, since the 6th century BCE, but after the temple was destroyed, Babylonia offered the resources for a complete refoundation of Judaism as Rabbinic Judaism. A powerful Judaism for what we have almost no witness about 600 years. The situation is similar for the distance between Alexandria of Philo and Fustat, the medieval city capital of Egypt. How does the gap look in the West? The traditional memory horizon of the southern Italy Jews hardly extends back beyond the 9th century. In his chronicle completed in 1054 in the Sefer Yuchasin, Achimaas ben Paltiel of Oria tells the story of his ancestors back to the progenitor of the Amitai family, who must have lived in the time of Emperor Basilios, second half of the 9th century. Amitai, his sons, and their descendants lived in Oria. Their ancestors had been brought, he says, by Titus, the conqueror of Jerusalem. The Chronicle of Yerachmeel, Divrei Yamim, describes in the same way this process in the 12th century. Achimaas has nothing else to say about the generations before Amitai. The obvious void of 800 years is covered up with the claim of continuity and prosperity. Otherwise, his view runs entirely along the developments in the Byzantine Empire up to his own days. It is a view from the periphery, or rather from a relatively safe distance on a center located in the West, which was difficult with its often anti-Jewish rulers and repressions. There is a further emphasis at the start of this chronicle of the Sefer Yuchasin, which is remarkable, namely the detailed report on the journey, arrival, and work of the scholar Abu Aharon from Baghdad, which was actually unnecessary from the perspective of a family chronicle. And Abu Aharon is not the only instructor from the East in Achimaas' chronicle. Immediately afterwards, where he mentions a learned man from the land of Israel who came to Venosa and for a certain period of time gave interpretations, as he says, of the Torah to the community of God every Shabbat. Twice, scholars are mentioned here who came from outside and individually enriched the communities with their knowledge. This is a remarkable signal, and it anticipates the description of the 4 prisoners in the Sefer HaKabbalah by Avraham ben David, Ibrahim ibn Daud, which is a good 100 years later, 1161. According to this, Rabbi Shemaiah became head of the school of Fustat, Rabbi Choshiel of Kairouan, and Rabbi Moses together with Rabbi Hanoch of Cordova. According to Avraham, the people of Cordova were not familiar with the words of our rabbis, and so it happened that the respected Rabbi Natan interpreted a directive in a nonsensical way, and Rabbi Moses corrected him, whereupon Rabbi Natan resigned from his office in order to give place for Rabbi Moses. Something similar is said to have happened in Nabon, where none other than Charlemagne is told to have installed Rabbi Machir from Baghdad, who, thanks to his knowledge, rose to lead the community with the right knowledge. Unlike Achimaas, who can only offer generalities from Titus to Amitai, the placement of the prisoners by Ibn Daud and the Machir story tell us that in every place there was a specific previous state that was trumped by the time, overwritten by the time. Before, there was some knowledge, not the right teaching, and now the right teaching was unfolded. Here the knowledge of the transformations that have taken place is recorded, but without interest to name the previous state more precisely, the previous state of knowledge. Admittedly, we are groping around into the fog of tradition today. At the end of antiquity in the West, we see now a Jewish life that is far richer than was widely assumed. But we understood also that this Judaism was not the foundation of what we see as medieval Jewish cultures emerging from exactly that area as far as Northern Europe from 950 onwards. The interface between the one and the other can hardly be described in terms of its content. However, there may be narrow glimpses through this fog. In conclusion, I would like to present 2 observations to illustrate what I understand as glimpses. The first relates to the above-mentioned exegetica by Judeo Jerome, of whom the copyists in Reims and Saint-Denis in the 9th century said with certainty that he was a Jew, and whom Rabanus Maurus called Hebreus. I have the quote here from Rabanus at the left. Rabanus made a notable error in this because the Jewish author did not call himself that, not Hebreus, but he referred Hebrei to the others. Time and time again, Judeo Jerome discussed readings of the Hebrews. Some he adopted, most of them he rejected. At one point, these others were even those experienced in this language from whom he learned, ab eruditis ilius linguae didicimus. If one reads his text in context and from a Jewish perspective, then Judeo Jerome stood at the interface between Western and Rabbinic Judaism and dealt with the new teachings coming from the East. The time of this interface cannot be determined exactly, but it must have been well before the last quarter of the 8th century. Since the oldest manuscript of the Questiones, De Verona 23, which Ephraim Saltman did not know for his edition of the commentary, dates from this period, but its text is already clearly corrupted and appears to be quite far remote from the time when the text itself was written by Jews. As an aside, a strange observation that the manuscripts of the 9th century consistently offer worse readings than some manuscripts of the 12th century or later, like Monte Cassino or Durham Cathedral or the Echternach Codex in Paris today, the 9525, which is that Arminian 23 reprinting of Martianet of 1699 offers a much better text than the modern edition by Saltman. The other observation relates to the theory of the third yeshiva that Chaim Soloveitchik brought into discussion a few years ago. Without being able to say where and how it worked, it was primarily the unique, as Soloveitchik says, unique cultural origins of Ashkenaz of the years after 950s, which brought him to this conclusion. There must have been a third yeshiva, and I want to thank Yitzhak Kram that he referred my attention to this discussion among the Geonim of Medinat Israel. Robert Brody and others have expressed serious doubts about the theory, and I'm not in a position to decide between the viewpoints of these Geonim of our days. What is indisputable, however, in Soloveitchik's observation, that from Gershom ben Yehuda to Rashi, meaning the period from 950 to 1100, the scholars of the inconspicuously small Jewish community on the outermost periphery of the Jewish world expressed an almost disturbing self-confidence. They made decisions that were openly in contradiction to the authority of the Babylonian Geonim and the Halachot Psukot and Halachot Gdolot. And in doing so, the Rishonim far north showed an attitude completely different from other new Jewish centers such as Fustat, Kairan, or Barcelona and Cordoba. In addition, Rabbi Nathanael ben Yechiel here from Rome around 1035 placed the Mainz scholars on an equal footing with the Babylonian Geonim in his Aruch. The question of how it was possible that the teaching of the early scholars in the Rhineland included a broader curriculum than was practiced in the Babylonian yeshivot leads to the question of an anonymous third, the third yeshiva alongside Surah in Pumbedita. My question, and this is only a question, it's not a hypothesis, is whether this yeshiva was necessarily located in Babylonia, and whether it had been to have at all to be a yeshiva, or whether the scholars in Mainz and then in Worms, Speyer, Regensburg, Tura, and wherever else simply drew on traditions that were available in their everyday lives in their area. This is just a consideration that since the middle of the 10th century, from Gershom to Rashi, much of what Jews in the West, especially in Italy, had left behind in Latin on the Jewish side, and which was only preserved in fragments in church traditions, was processed again on the Jewish side in what became the textual corpus of the emergent Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures. I thank you. David, will we have immediately discussion or in block? Okay. So for questions, I think we should need micro. For questions, I think we need a mic. I have a micro and there's a second one. Yeah, thank you for your attendance, and I'm glad that at least some of my necessary partners, Yitzhak, are here, because especially the last point, I owe him, and I hope I did something from it.
What is the date of the Tunis inscription?
Well, it's undated. Karen Stern tends to 6th, 7th century. This means, whereas the Ostia synagogue maybe date back to the 1st century, but what we see in reconstruction today is 4th, 5th century, and then it's given up some time later, maybe in the 6th century, due to the malaria and not to anti-Jewish measures by rulers. The narrow synagogue is built much later, and this can be taken from comparison to mosaics from churches in the area. There are new discoveries in Calibia. There is a synagogue, there is a baptistarium, a baptistry, there is a church with the same artists working on the mosaics, and then you can date this, and it's rather late. perhaps not the 7th century, but at least 6th century. So these are the latest documents actually which we have from the Western Latin North African tradition.
So, like, I mean, it's so wonderful to see Sacra Synagoga instead of Synagoga Satanic.
Yeah, yeah, this is really impressive. The self-confidence to speak about not the Sancta Ecclesia, but the Sancta Synagoga. This are we, and we are Jews, and consider these are the generations after Augustine. And think about Bernhard Blumenkranz and his interpretation, also Paula Frederickson of the Sermo contra Judaeus of Augustine. I see a completely different society here being existing. Not that Augustine directed his sermon to a Jewish audience. No, it's a Christian audience. But there is a strong and self-confident Jewish society. I'm careful with the term community for the pre-medieval period because I emphasized in Worms we don't have a Kehlah mentioned in the founding inscription. And in German, I can make a differentiation between Gemeinschaft and Gemeinde. And Gemeinde would be something like a Jewish community today, Jüdische Gemeindekörperschaft des öffentlichen Rechts. So then I have established the institutionalized community. We can't say a lot about the constitution of these pre-medieval, pre-rabbinic Jewish groups being part of the Roman society. And this is what I want to emphasize when we locate the synagogues here in Rome. We have not a single synagogue, maybe Trastevere, there are some traces, but otherwise not a single synagogue here in the city of Rome, but we know about 11, be it 12, located partly in prominent areas of the city and not in the precarious situation of Trastevere and the Isola San Bartolomeo. So this is very important to see. Via Torlonia is a prominent area in the city, and there we have a catacomb and we have hints to a synagogue in that area. But
This is a terrific revision of a long-standing narrative. It's really quite popular. But it seems like historical narratives are hard to turn. So I wonder how that revision can make its way broadly into scholarship, given that, like I mentioned, these long-standing narratives have a half-life of their own, even though they go, we know they're not right.
I thank you, Lynn, for this important question. In the introduction to the book, I'm discussing the issue of revision. Because I'm in German, the word revisionist has a very bad taste. I don't want to be a revisionist. I am not I don't want to change everything. I argued I will add something because the traditional picture is not wrong. And that we have today, that it happens that authors jump from the emergence of rabbinic Judaism into the High Middle Ages in the Rhineland, in Troyes, and in Spain, tell something about the success of rabbinic Judaism and of the hegemony which this tradition has over all kinds of Judaism today. And then it has been overseen that there was, at least for a couple of centuries, a different Jewish culture of other Jews in the West who expressed themselves mainly in Latin, partly in Greek, poorly in Hebrew. And so this is an addition to the established picture. And perhaps we should discuss the process of perceptions of what we have today and how we relate it to history to make the picture more complete. It's a completion of the picture, not a revision or not a revisiting and then doing everything else differently. No, it's an addition, a completion. Thank you. No critiques. Oh, this is going too smart. Because I'm expecting, when you ask how can we bring those perspectives into scholarship, I expect partly strong contradiction, yeah. But I'm glad, the book took me about 8 years when I decided to return to scholarship and to give up administration paperwork. This was in 2016. And since then, I approached slowly the issue, and I had the opportunity to present ideas of that. I think the first one, Cordula, was the presentation at the German Historical Institute in something 18 in fall. And then Martin Goodman invited me to Oxford. I had with Bill Horbury the possibility to present in Cambridge. I've been to the University of Connecticut with Sebastian Hogenstein and others in the same winter before COVID breakout. And then I had the privilege that in France, almost every manuscript is digitalized. So there were only 3 manuscripts from 25 in France of the Pseudo-Jerome tradition, which was not digitalized, and so I could go on to work. Also with the Durham manuscript B232 from the Cathedral chapter, which is a tremendous manuscript, but wonderfully digitalized. So I could go on during COVID and brought it finally to the publisher this year. But it was a long process, and I had much support, for example, also with the meeting with Elisheva Baumgarten, Israel Yuval, and especially with Yitzhak Chem in Jerusalem shortly before COVID. Yes, shortly before I went for skiing, and then COVID broke out. Yeah, but I was not in Ishkel. This was a long process with much support and much inspiration. I should also mention, because Yitzhak, you mentioned him yesterday, John Contrini. John Contrini was much inspiration for me to reconsider the Hebrew Jewish knowledge in the exegesis of the school of Auxerre. And the funny thing is that Remigius of Auxerre constantly quotes Hebrew sources which are from the area of Pseudo-Jerome, but he hasn't, even that he doesn't know Hebrew, he doesn't know Hebrew, he has even no idea about Hebrew, because he tells, well, they are counting the wrong way. They are starting with the smallest number, finishing with the greatest. So I realized actually what he did is that he write it from the left to the right, and then he found the smallest number at first. And he is so angry about this Hebrews counting the wrong way. I thought, well, this man all the time refers to Hebrew sources, but he has even no idea of what Hebrew is. But the Hebrew sources, the Jewish sources, are important to him and are the basis for his commentary on Genesis. And then the other funny thing is that some of the things which you have in the school of Auxerre in the 9th century jump up in the commentary of Rashi, not far away from Auxerre, 250 years later. So how can this happen? And this is the open question. Just wait for the microphone.
Since you created the dichotomy between the East and the West, the East being more rabbinical and the West being other, I wonder what happens to the Byzantine world. Is it East or is it West? And especially since part of it is in your South Italian example.
I would rather count it to the East, but actually it's the bridge. And it's a bridge when we consider the perspective of Oria, of Otranto, of Brindisi. They refer to Byzantium as the center, and they are living in the periphery, and they are living in an area of transition where they use Greek and Latin, sometimes in a single word combined, changing letters between Greek and Latin. So as we can't count southern Italy to emerging Ashkenaz or emerging Sepharad, but it's a cultural landscape of its own. I also would, and I'm not a specialist in Byzantine Jewish history, but what I see is that again there is a permanent until the 15th century, until the influx of Sephardim, there is a constant Jewish culture of its own, of the Romaniotes, which have their own expressions, quite different from what we find then in the Rhine area or in Spain. Nevertheless, with communication and the migration of knowledge between those different poles of Jewish medieval life. But I would not simply count Byzantium to the east or to the west, but something in between. And this makes this culture fascinating, but it is not my field. I'm lost in the Latin Western tradition. Hopeless. Yitzhak. Michael.
Just to add to that point, I think that when we are talking about rabbinic East, it's only part of the picture, because there is a different tradition in Jerusalem which was overshadowed by the rabbinic tradition and completely disappeared, and it's only now being revived and unveiled by several PhD students who are working on Jerome and Cassiodorus, and revealing a different tradition which is closer to what we see later in the West, and again was overshadowed a few centuries later by the dominance and intoxicating visions of the rabbinic Judaism. So when we're talking about East, we have to remember there is another Eastern Jewish tradition which was shunned by the rabbinic tradition, which becomes very dominant, and it's and that is closer to what's going on in Byzantium and in the West. And so, looking at Rabanus Maurus gives us a lot more of what we know about Jewish, we call it the Jerusalem school, but Eretz Israel school of Jewish scholarship, which was completely eradicated from later Jewish sources and Jewish tradition.
Well, thank you so much. It's like this. Actually, I would add what I described for the West, probably between the 6th and the 8th century, sometime in between, when we take the Judo-Jerome, being confronted with the new knowledge from the East. The same happened earlier in the East, as Rabbinic Judaism started as an eccentric minority project against the majority of uninterested others, mainly also speaking in writing Greek. When we take the dedication inscription for the synagogue of Chamat Tiberias, having it in Greek, then we go to En-Gedi or the Red Sea, and then we find the Hebrew inscriptions, but still there is a struggle about cultural hegemony between Greek and Hebrew, even in the land of Israel. And so I'm expecting much more from those doctoral students to get even to a more defined and finer picture about those processes of transition, which I can touch only for the West, but I'm sure it happened in a similar manner in the East just earlier. So, at the moment, no further questions. Thank you also to the audience online on the streaming, and I hope you enjoyed the lecture and could well understand my presentation, my English. Okay, so thank you. So, well, there's a little bit of training by David Sorkin in Madison and Klaus Berghahn and Rav Michael Signer, Zichrono Livracha, from Notre Dame. So, because I came from a Latin school with poor English knowledge, and I learned English at the campus of Tel Aviv University, where I was the only non-American student in the summer prom. Okay, thank you. What I don't tell online is that at the end of the Upran, I didn't know any Hebrew. When we're still in time, was this okay?
Oh, you want to add anything, David? Okay, so thank you for your wonderful talk. Thanks for the conversation, questions, and the discussions. Now we have a break, so the very coffee will be served downstairs where we have the reception last night, and we will be meeting here back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
And your sun is shining.
Yeah, the sun is shining. Thank you.
and the Director of Jewish Studies at the University of Arkansas. And I am so honored to be here with all of you today in this amazing venue for this conference exploring Jews in the Frankish orbit. Thank you so much to Dean Linda Kuhn, who invited me to join you all in my capacity as the Director of Jewish Studies, the founding Director of Jewish Studies. The program is now in its 9th year, so it's new and it's still there. Yes. And it was founded very much in the spirit of this conference to make space for people to learn and seriously and think critically about Jewish histories, cultures, thought, and experiences all around the world, the well-known as well as the much less well-known. I have the pleasure of chairing this first panel today on Roman Italy and briefly introducing our two panelists, Gregor Kallas and Laura Lieber. So I will start with Gregor and then Germanist, Gregor. So, and then I will sit down and then I will get up again and introduce Laura Lieber. So Dr. Gregor Kallas comes to us today from the School of Architecture at the University of Tennessee. And in his work, he focuses on a wide array of issues pertaining to the way those that came after interact with and use what came before. From reuse of ancient structures, adaptation of ancient buildings and monuments, to urban development and the politics of historical memory in the architecture surrounding us. What could be a better place for this, right? His talk today is entitled Old Testament Models for Charity in 8th Century Rome. Please join me in welcoming Gregor Callas.
Thank you so much, Jen, and I want to thank Linda Kuhn and David Appleby, and also to Consuelo Lollobrigida for all this wonderful organizing. So how do I start? Do I start just like this? Yes. Ooh. But I want to go to this slide. Okay. I also want to say that this is really, what I'm presenting this morning is really a case study, and it will be very focused on a specific narrative cycle of the story of Joseph. This talk considers the 8th century narrative cycle recounting Genesis episodes in paintings at the Church of Santa Maria Antiqua, located at the base of the Palatine Hill here in Rome, by reflecting upon its function as a diaconia or charity center. Most of the diaconia's surviving narrative images from Genesis recount the story of Joseph, his survival after treacherous acts by his brothers, and his initial enslavement and his eventual rise to an administrative position in Egypt. Yet there are some additional episodes from the story of Noah's flood that are depicted as well. I'm considering these as presenting Old Testament models for charitable acts that became relevant to Rome in the 750s and the 760s, a plausible date for the paintings, in part because at this time, charity centers benefited from agricultural estates outside of Rome that are called domus cultae. These domus cultae were private land donations or bequests to institutions aiding the poor, in which Rome's bishops had limited proprietorship. Extensive land holdings that benefited both the bishop's church and the charitable diaconiae had long been controversial due to the mismatch between the value of the properties and the claims to disavow wealth and riches in the various ascetic attitudes that generated help to the poor. The Old Testament patriarch Joseph stood as a model of management, particularly land management in this context, which was seen to his rise to authority as a foreigner in Egypt and his distribution of food during famine, together with his wise negotiations of prison conditions, his own imprisonment. The Genesis narrative images are placed above a row of saints, all identified in Greek inscriptions, flanking the central Christ and Eastern champions of orthodoxy, including Greek saintly theologians positioned to the right of Christ. And the saints to the left are those venerated by the Roman Church. And this configuration has prompted Maya Maskarnek to interpret this assembly of saints as affirming a concept of universality for the Roman Church. This was painted at a time when the Byzantine emperor effectively contested that universality, since controversies over Roman icon-friendly policies clashed with the Eastern promotion of iconoclasm. The diversity of saints here, dressed as bishops, priests, monks, and official from Rome and territories in the Byzantine East, suggests the potential or ambition for Rome's leadership in religious matters that was intended to extend throughout the entire Mediterranean, or so they wished, the Rome's bishops. The narrative scenes of Joseph, which are above, labeled interestingly all in Latin, and this I think triggered some thoughts with respect to the first paper this morning. Yet they belong to the same layer of paintings as the row of saints, but the narrative paintings above just gesture towards a further synthesis that united heterogeneous saints together with the saintly theologians in the images, but the Joseph scenes allowed for a juxtaposition of the Old Testament precedent for 8th century charity. That's my contention. The effective role of the bishop in managing property, administering justice, handing out distributions of food, acquired legitimacy from the pictorial presentation of themes presenting to the management of property so that the pictures in the Joseph narrative allowed the patriarch to earn praise on the topic of administration of food resources, but this remained open for comparison with the charity in an early medieval diaconia. One particular portion of the visual narrative of Genesis episodes at Santa Maria Antigua is highly damaged, particularly in the upper register, and these scenes I've highlighted in yellow in the diagram. And one extant scene has a fragment of Abel's burial and is followed in the upper register by Noah's flood. And yet there's much more evidence for the Joseph scenes, which span in the lower register from his first dream that he recounted to his brothers, followed by his enslavement and incarceration in Egypt. Roman bishops defended images in defiant rejection of iconoclasm at the time, yet this Genesis narrative does not necessarily engage with that. It's not polemical necessarily on this topic. The icon-friendly policies of the papacy provide, therefore, only a sidebar to the wider account I'm wishing to make about charity. In other words, the pictorial narrative clearly avoided some of the pitfalls of devotional icons that iconoclasts had cast as contrary to the second commandment due to accusations of idolatry, yet the Joseph scenes are more likely contextualized in the removal of Sicilian lands by the Byzantine emperor. They were removed from Rome's episcopal jurisdiction, and the final transfer of other Byzantine imperial properties away from the papal patrimony. And this prompted a crisis in food provisions and a change in the charitable institutions in the city of Rome. One consequence was the growth of papal domus cultae, or lands funding Rome's urban poor, that grew with private bequests to bishops starting in around 740, that at first may have offered both food and income through rents from the land, although the revenue generating leases seem to have decreased by the 770s. These funds, orchestrated by the papacy, helped almsgiving institutions in the work of feeding, offering spiritual baths, and even holding some people prisoners in such actions that were important to the episcopal authorities, who joined with lay donors to make charitable institutions central to the administration of resources in the middle of the 8th century. In this context, the Joseph cycle introduced a turn towards and nuancing of the story of Joseph, who had overseen land and grain resources in Egypt. The Joseph narrative cycle at Santa Maria Antigua appears to have been painted in approximately 760, when popes collaborated in running Rome's diaconiae in more active ways than before, since the charity centers formerly had been overseen by lay benefactors exclusively. There's general consensus that the Genesis cycle was painted under Pope Paul I. His papacy was from 757 to 767, though that is really only a rough dating. It is based primarily on the painting technique and the chronology of layers in the church that are roughly the same as the highly damaged apse, that has a partly effaced label for the kneeling pope, not visible today, but was recorded when this was discovered more than 100 years ago. And so this makes this not a 100% secure attribution, although I think it's roughly accurate. The Genesis cycle chronologically fits after the inscription inserted in a side chapel close to it that includes the words of a former dux, Theodotus, who held also a role in the papal administration called the Primicarius Defensorum in the inscription. He was also dispensatore, or administrator of the diaconia at Santa Maria Antigua during the papacy of Zachary I, who's also depicted on the left wall. He was pope from 741 to 752. Both are documented in the inscriptions and in their portraits on the rear wall of this chapel. One of the themes of the Joseph narrative was the potential for reconciliation of an individual in exile. Since Joseph had been sold into slavery by his brothers, here indicated in the narrative scene with the inscription, he was sold off by his brothers into Egypt. I suggest that in the foreground, where there's an episode of the brothers pushing him into the well or into a pit, raises questions. The brothers in the narrative opted not to leave Joseph to perish, but instead to sell him off into slavery. While the scene of Joseph in the well or pit is left with open questions, the story maps onto one of the practices of charity centers, which was providing lusma, a term for ritual baths. One of the formulas of the Liber Diurnus, a formulary text from the 8th century pertaining to Rome, state that those pledged to do the work of a diaconia, who were called diaconites, met with, quoting, the poor of Christ, and joined together at a charity center, praying for the remission of our sins, while the administrator or dispensator provided the lusma, or a bath, followed by acts providing alms to our brothers, the poor of Christ, end quote. Interestingly, the Liber Diurnus then turns to a discussion of how the lusma was coordinated by the dispensator in terms of gifts of land, saying by the donor's generosity and the successive dispensatores, those are the administrators, in defiance of all difficulty and in perpetuity, end quote. This refers to the revenues generated from rents from the generated properties. The Liber Diurnus informs us that leases of land funded the lusma. The model that Joseph presented is one of an individual who is eventually deemed virtuous because he staved off famine, which was derived from income from property. And this story offers a parallel to the funding stream for Rome's diaconiae. Joseph was generally lauded for his management of land resources, even though he sold grain. He sold the grain during famine. He wasn't always giving it away. A small cistern that also functions as a latrine was on the other side of the wall in which the Joseph scene was painted, in a space belonging to a ramp that ascends the Palatine Hill, indicated in the diagram. There was water that was allowed to flow down the Palatine in part of this ramp. The channel is still there. And this was part of the pre-existing structure. This is some of the water course that survived. This infrastructure survived from the 1st century CE, but it was used for this bathing ritual in the 8th century. The next scene in the narrative depicts Joseph having been elevated to the position of an overseer in Potiphar's household in Egypt, where Joseph had been enslaved after he had been sold off. Young Joseph receives a gesture of commendation from Potiphar to his left for having shown acumen at household management. This relates thematically to Joseph fleeing in a later episode. He flees from Potiphar's wife, labeled here, seeing Joseph, she covets him, end quote. Joseph refused the advances of Potiphar's wife and claimed that Potiphar's confidence in him, he did not want to offend he didn't want to offend Potiphar. The two scenes establish Joseph as a just overseer of property, though he was vulnerable as a foreigner and an enslaved person in Egypt. The scene of Joseph being led to prison, labeled here, Joseph is led into prison, relates to an ambivalent situation in diaconiae due to a tradition of caring for all of the poor, necessitating that prisoners receive care as well. Prisons turned into emblematic charitable institution institutions, and confinement sometimes occurred in diaconia. Joseph enters a prison already occupied by two individuals. Presumably, they are the butler or cupbearer and the baker who requested that Joseph interpret their dreams. At times, punishments were doled out to criminals to do some of the most backbreaking work of grinding grain. That was a very common punishment for criminals. The cupbearer for the butlers, or the butler in the dream, he had a dream about a vine that produces grape, and the cupbearer then squeezes that and gives it to Pharaoh in the dream. And yet the baker's dream was about bread that had been consumed by birds. In Joseph's interpretation, the fate of the baker was quite bleak, but the butler and Joseph foresaw the butler was not having a better outcome. So just as the scene of Joseph forced into a well and before Potiphar's wife presented questions, so in the prison sequence, it is also ambivalent due to Joseph's unjust incarceration over the false accusations of Potiphar's wife. Diaconiae, such as at Santa Maria Antiqua, were embedded in traditions that encouraged merciful attitudes towards all the destitute, all the suffering, all the sick people, including the undeserving poor, with particular compassion for prisoners. This is documented in phrases of the Liber Pontificalis biography of Pope Paul I, without necessarily mentioning diaconia institutions, but it says, quoting, "Many have borne witness by how by night on this is Paul I's own, he toured the chambers of the sick who lay totally bedridden, and with his servants, those of other needy people in the quiet of the night, ministering to them with plentiful supplies and bringing them help and assistance. He even visited the prisoners and other places of confinement in the same dead of night. And if he found any imprisoned there, he would rescue them from the peril of death and let them go free. Many debtors, dunned and oppressed by the creditors, he redeemed from the yoke of slavery by paying off their debts. To widows and orphans and all in need, he brought assistance," end quote. While the threat of punishment of debtors and the suffering caused by illness have been ongoing social issues, what was new in the middle of the 8th century was the direct papal involvement in the formerly privately funded institutions of diaconia. There's evidence of 8th century involvement of bishops involved in a wide array of diaconia in the neighborhood of Santa Maria Antiqua, including Sant'Angelo in Pescheria, San Giorgio in Velabro, Santa Maria in Cosmedin in this neighborhood, and also at San Nicola in Carcere. There's more evidence from an inscribed column in the neighborhood where there was the administration of justice, and possibly at San Nicola in Carcere, it's in the name, spaces for incarceration. This inscribed column from the middle of the 8th century specifies, quoting, "Among the gifts of God and of Saint Mary, Mother of God, Saint Anna, Saint Simeon, and Saint Lucy, I, Anastasius, Major Domus, offer to you on your feast day or anniversary 5 square plots of vineyards located in the port, 2 oxen, 5 mares, 30 sheep, 10 hogs, 26 pounds of copper for the use of the presbyters, and another bed or couch for the custodians called mansionarii, who also serve there." Below there's a comment about the burial for Anastasius. The donation by a layperson here assisted in an institution, and it's critically important that there are presbyters or priests mentioned together with these mansionarii, who are custodians or caretakers, and they provided merciful care in a kind of innovative clerical participation, I would argue. Going back to Santa Maria Antiqua, the next scene in the Genesis narrative is a scene of a feast hosted by Pharaoh, focusing, and Joseph is in attendance there, but it focuses upon the butler or cupbearer whom Joseph had prophesied as being returned to his official post after he had interpreted the dream about squeezing grapes and offering a drink to Pharaoh. The unfortunate baker, who dreamt of loaves of bread devoured by birds that Joseph interpreted as a premonition of his perdition, is what actually occurs because the baker is hanging from a tree to the right. The offering of wine and the sacrificed life of the baker open questions in the narrative scenes. As previously, the Joseph narrative points towards the implicit actions such as charitable feeding in the diaconia and the Eucharistic practice and the bread and the wine that supplement the painted Joseph story. In conclusion, I would like to suggest that the architectural complex of Santa Maria Antigua, occupying a first-century complex built by Domitian, featuring the ramp ascending the Palatine, was standing adjacent to a large grain storage facility, the Horia Agrippiana, provided access to resources for bathing rituals, food distributions, and other services that took up new papal significance around 760, because previously lay sponsors and the laity had led this charity center. The 8th century Pope saw new crises and encouraged land donations to establish Domus Culte in Rome's hinterland that promoted an interest in Joseph, who was famed for his administrative skills and his foresight that had seen through Egypt through 7 years of famine. The scenes of Joseph's life touch upon key areas of interest to charitable organization, given the Pope's involvement in land management schemes, particularly after the papacy of Zacharias in the 740s. The resolution for the questions raised by the Joseph scenes remained in the actions of the diaconia and also in some ecclesiastical rituals. I think it is important to stress that the success of Joseph as a foreigner in Egypt constructs a narrative of a foreigner flourishing in unlikely circumstances, in that Joseph overcame obstacles put up by his resentful brothers. Other obstacles include his status as an enslaved person and the accusations of Potiphar's wife. Joseph offered lessons that spoke to the diversity of migrants in 8th century Rome, where the papacy also hoped to reconcile episcopal authority with lay elites through land management that funded the city's diaconia. Thank you. Question?
No, I think we'll
At the end?
yeah,
Okay,
I think that'll make sure that everybody gets a chance to be heard and have some good questions. Oh,
I need to prepare the other presentation for the next.
good. So I think it makes more sense to do presentations, and then perhaps I will invite the speakers to come and sit up here, and then I can take a microphone around if there are questions. And okay, good. So in just a moment, I will. Thank you. Tech, such a hard job. I know. All righty. Thank you so much, Dr. Callas. That was very interesting. I'm learning a lot. This is not my area, modernist. So I'm learning so much. Now I'm especially delighted to have the opportunity to introduce to you Professor and Rabbi Laura Lieber, who was until very recently the director of Jewish Studies and a professor of late ancient Judaism at Duke University, which I mention because she has been a tremendous and important resource for me as a Jewish Studies director. And she comes to us today from the University of Regensburg, where she is part of a sort of new and exciting collaborative effort as professor of transregional history of religions. Her work generally focuses on poetics, ritual practice, and performance, especially synagogue poetry from late antiquity and the Byzantine period. She is also a U of A alum. Right? Yes. And in the last year or so, we've actually gotten to see a bit more of her in Fayetteville as she served as the guest rabbi at Temple Shalom. So that was very nice to be able to see her a bit more. Her talk today is entitled Migration of Magic and Piety, the Case of Megillat Ahimaat. Please join me in welcoming Laura Lieber.
Okay. And this map that's behind my first screen is actually for the Italian political scene, because it's about my talk is about migration, and I know that the Prime Minister of Italy is very into Tolkien, because earlier this year I was in Naples, and the big museum in Naples had a whole exhibit on Tolkien, which the group I was with, we decided not to go see because it made us uncomfortable. But this is actually from the Yiddish edition of Tolkien, so which is why I called it out there and back again. Fabio, I emailed you this morning an edition, because I'd revised the PowerPoint. I don't, because I was so inspired, and I don't know if you had a chance to see that. So, because this is why I'm terrible. I'm a terrible human being. Because you tried to plan in advance, and man tracht und Gott lacht. As a form of atonement for my sins, I also sent not to the group, but a link to a Dachshund parade that recently took place in Regensburg, because in addition to thanking Dean Linda Kuhn and David Appleby and the wonderful support staff here at the center, we've also been treated to Benji, the cutest dachshund. And in Regensburg, we recently had a parade of dachshunds. I'm so sorry, I just realized.
Estimados. Niño. With notes, cutie notes.
Okay, see? And this one had the title, but different. So I could tell. Okay. So now, I'm not an historian, and I'm in a room full of historians, which makes me nervous. I'm a literature person, and I am talking about Megillat Achimaat, because Megillat Achimaat, who came up in our keynote talk this morning, is an important story to me. In part, I began studying this because Megillat Achimaat is a chronicle which has as its hero, the heroes of the story, many of them are liturgical poets, which is unusual. Usually many of them are also rabbis and things, but part of what attracted me to that chronicle to begin with was that many of the figures in the story are poets whose poetry we actually still have preserved in the prayer books, especially the prayer books of the Jews of the Rhineland. And so there's sort of this interesting connection between sort of the liturgical rites of Ashkenazi Jews and this chronicle from Italy. And so I sort of came into this text through that lens. And now that I'm living in Regensburg, the temptation to connect this sort of migration of traditions from Italy. And there's also this sort of fascinating reference in the chronicle of Eleazar of Worms, that the Jews of Italy conveyed the secrets of prayer to the Hasidei Ashkenaz. And now that I was sort of living where the Hasidei Ashkenaz had lived, I felt I sort of could not resist speaking about sort of this migration of ideas and rituals. And so I want to sort of begin in the middle of the story. In in Regensburg, where I was sitting physically as I assembled most of this, except for the parts that I fiddled with until the very last minute. So Judah the Pious of Regensburg, who lived in the 13th century, who was the son of Shmuel ben Kalonymus the Pious of Speyer, who was the one who migrated from Speyer to Regensburg. And the topic is really the transmission and the migration of ritual, and which I connect with liturgy, and the idea of revelation, sort of the ideas that are kind of connected to and informing ritual. And I lay out here sort of almost for my own map, because as I said, I'm not an historian, so I have to sort of have a little timeline in front of me so I always know where I am, because otherwise I kind of float vaguely sort of in sort of different time periods. And just I also put up here just as an image, because as a text person, I love pictures. This is the large and alarming fresco from St. Cassia's church in Regensburg, which is it commemorates and really celebrates the expulsion of the Jews from Regensburg in 1519. And so that's Ratisbona personified, celebrate, and you can see the synagogue is being torn down, and the Jews, Ratisbona is stepping on the Jews, and there's some nice blood libel imagery and other things that are in there. So that's early modern, but has to do sort of the end of the Jewish community in Regensburg, but it sort of hangs over the environs, because one theory is that one of the reasons that the Hasidei Ashkenaz ended up in Regensburg is that the Jews there had converted to Christianity, then reconverted back to Judaism rather than being slaughtered during the First Crusade. So how is this connected to Megillat Achimaatz? So as you already heard a little bit about it, Megillat Achimaatz, also known as Sefer Yuchasin, the book of genealogies, or Yichus in Yiddish, so your lineage. There's only one manuscript of it. It ended up somehow in Toledo. No one's really quite sure exactly how that happened. It's rhymed prose and Hebrew. So it's one of the earlier examples of what would actually come to be known as a makama, which is sort of a little book of sort of charming vignettes, we might say, sort of the picaresque kind of novel. It actually sort of anticipates the more famous collection of Al-Kharizi. So they're often very funny. A lot of these stories are very funny. Some of them they're very witty, and they often feature a clever hero. In this case, many of the heroes are sort of rabbis. I said rabbi poets. There is the episode of there's the emissary who comes from Jerusalem who falls for a prank by the local cantor, actually. So there are many episodes of there's lots of prankster stories in these. Although they're also clearly historical figures, as I think we'll hear in some of the later talks during this workshop, like Emperor Basil and various figures who are clearly historical. So it sort of weaves historical figures who are known, and then very fanciful folkloristic elements as well. There's a lot of humor and also some sort of family tragedies as well. It is the story of a specific family. It's composed, the author gives us enough specifics that we know is composed in roughly 1054 in Oria. And as I'll connect it to Ibn Dawud's chronicle briefly. And it ties into many specific locations. And as I say, it includes real people. And I note here, it's not clear to my mind which struck the medieval readers as more fantastic, the various episodes involving zombies, flying horses, or King Basil serving a rabbi kosher food. So, because there's one episode where that in fact happens. King Basil is very solicitous of Rabbi Shefatia. It is written by Achimaatz ben Paltiel, who is mentioned by Benjamin of Tudela in his chronicle, although because of the way the naming custom is, the names get very repetitive, so it's possible that's actually Achimaatz's grandson. Achimaatz was an author of liturgical poems, which are preserved in the Italian Rite. Other poets here are, we have Amitai ben Shefatia has a number of poems that are also preserved in the Ashkenazi Rite. And they're the stories of figures from his own family, but also other figures who are important to the community of his time, including Silano, the poet, and Abu Aharon of Baghdad, who will come up again. It's already been mentioned. And one thing that I would note here that's important, I think, for the chronicle and important to sort of my understanding of what's important for sort of this idea of sort of the migration motif is the importance of cyclical retelling, because what we see here is we have a text here that exists only in one edition, but there are these motifs, and as with folklore, and I'm not the first person to say this by any stretch, is that the like folklore and also like many of the liturgical poems, and even I would say sort of physical objects, these circulate, and they change as they circulate, but there's sort of a kernel that is of value. And I think that that's one of the things that we see, that the part that is of value is transmitted. And we see that with the way certain parts of this are picked up and preserved by figures such as Eleazar of Worms. So as I say here, early medieval churn, a world in motion. So we just have, these are some Almoiz and Leo IV show up in Megillat Achimaatz. And the Jews with Opinions is a little, that's from my sister. I don't know if she'll ever watch this, but we have a joke about a podcast called Bubbies with Opinions, which is a reference to our mother. So, and here the idea is, and this again goes back to the keynote this morning, movement away from old worlds and old new worlds. Because the Jews in the Jews in Apulia and the Jews in Ashkenaz, and here's Benji, they were aware that they had come from elsewhere, and that they tell various versions of origin stories. So what stories did they tell about how they got there, and how did they recount these stories? And so I want to begin with the most famous one. I think, at least in my experience, this is the most famous, the Four Captives of Ibn Dowd. And I refer to this as the Succession story, for those of you who watch HBO, Succession, the Gaonic edition, because this is really, it's a very lengthy account. I'd say sort of historically informed memory of how an intelligentsia came to Spain and displaced the authority of the Babylonian academies. And it was definitely not invested in the value of poetry or ritual or revelation. It is politics. It is really very much a story of politics, and historians, I mean, when this is written up formally, the bibliography on this text is substantial, I think, because it presents itself so much as a very clear history that sort of untangling sort of exactly what has the sort of like, quote unquote, the real history behind it has occupied people interested in the history of Spanish Jewry significantly. And but for me, the key points are that it focuses on sages and not communities. I really regard it as almost like the first of the academic novels, for those of you who liked Moo or Lord Jim. It focuses on politics and alliances, sort of who, that has two families, sort of taking sides against each other. It's extremely masculine. The one woman who really gets any action jumps over the side of the boat rather than be raped early on, which is picking up on a motif in Lamentations Rabbah. It's got a stress on legal matters and Talmud study. It's not about biblical studies. And there's, as I said, the one poet is a shifty character and gets his comeuppance. And it's not interested in domestic life or sort of the small scale. It's, like I said, it's taking place in the halls of Washington, D.C., as it were. It's not in the sort of where the regular people are living. And this makes it quite different from what we find in Megillat Achimaatz or many of the writings of the Hasidei Ashkenaz that sort of pick up on the thread of Megillat Achimaatz, that sort of inherit that Italian Jewish line of thinking. And so I take us back to Megillat Achimaatz now with the story of Abu Aharon, and this is just a passage from Bonefield's translation of Megillat Achimaatz. And this is how Abu Aharon came to Italy. So his father, so this is set in Baghdad. So Abu Aharon, you can tell he has this nice Arabic name. His father owned a grindstone for his subsistence and a mule that turned the grindstone, and a lion ate the mule. And Abu Aharon was running the shop while his father was away. So when the mule had been eaten, Abu Aharon decided to use the lion to run the grindstone. And which, when the father came back, the father was very upset on behalf of the lion's dignity and raised his voice and said to Abu Aharon, "What have you done? You've brought in the lion. You sought to subdue its strength, though the Lord made the lion a king. You deployed the lion to do your work. You should have pulled the grindstone, apparently. So now you shall go into exile because of what you did." And so you're exiled for 3 years. And so this is how Abu Aharon ends up going to Italy, because he subdued the lion. So you can tell how this is, again, sort of a folkloristic motif. You know, and you can, lion, symbolic figure. But so Babylonia, sort of personified by Abu Aharon, now goes to the land of Israel, to Italy, and brings with him sort of this Babylonian wisdom, but also an element of youthful foolishness, and brings with him to Italy. And one of the very first things that happens when Abu Aharon comes to Italy is he goes to a synagogue, and they are praying, and Abu Aharon discerns that the beautiful lad with the wonderful voice who is leading services is, alas, an undead person. And apparently this beautiful youth with the wonderful voice has been leading services for years, and no one's noticed the fact that whenever it is time to recite God's name, he falls silent, because the dead cannot praise God, as it is written in Psalms. So Abu Aharon discerns this. None of the other people have noticed. And so he takes the youth aside and says, "Tell me what happened." And the youth is apparently very relieved that he can finally tell someone his story. So we have, again, this is a picaresque kind of novel. He says, "Oh, now finally someone asks me. I can unburden myself of the secret I've been carrying, because I've had to move from community to community when people would notice that I wasn't aging, because I'm this sort of like wonderfully preserved zombie, basically." And so he tells this whole story about how when he was a lad, his mother sent him with Rabbi Shaphatia. So this is the connection to the family. And he went to the academy in Jerusalem. So this is obsolescence. To the academy in Jerusalem. And while they were dining with these sages in the academy in Jerusalem, one of the sages at the academy realized that the lad was destined to die. And this was going to be very upsetting for everyone, because the mother, of course, in classic folkloristic motif, had said that the lad could only go on this journey to Jerusalem if he was going to come back safe and sound. So the rabbi said, "Well, we can't let him die on this journey, so we will put the holy name of God under his skin, and that way he will be immortal, but he will also be a zombie." So essentially, we have sort of this rush to a perhaps unwise, quick solution to this problem. And we have, so the sages in Jerusalem perceive, they divine this tragedy that's about to happen, and they rush to this unwise solution to it, and they send the lad back, but he has been sort of consigned to this fate of sort of zombiehood. Abu Aharon says, "Show me where they put the name of God under your skin," and the lad says they put it here. Abu Aharon removes the name of God from under his skin, and the lad, who's been living for who knows how long at this point, collapses into a pile of dust and has been freed from what had been meant to save him, but had become a curse. So we have in this way the wisdom, and this is why I would say sort of the wisdom of the Academy of Jerusalem is depicted as being not so wise. Because Abu Aharon, representing the wisdom of the Babylonian Academy, he is the one who can discern what had happened and sort of remedy the lack of wisdom of the Academy in Jerusalem. Although I note here that Samuel the Pious of Regensburg of Speyer, who ends up living in Regensburg, did make a golem for himself as a servant in Sefer Hasidim. So it's good to know how to use the name of God. And I have here a nice little golem from the 1920s movie. So we have Abu Aharon and Rabbi Shefatia, who was with the lad when he got turned into a golem, sort of contesting what happened to the poor lad, who was eventually freed from this curse. So we have here sort of, so Jerusalem is depicted as being kind of obsolescent. And again, we have other episodes where the emissaries from Jerusalem are depicted as figures to be respected and revered, but they don't actually know so much. And then at the same time, we have Abu Aharon, who was this outcast from Babylonia, and who never in the Megillat Achimaatz goes back, who is somewhat wiser, but also a not entirely trouble-free figure. Here, a text that I suspect many of you know better than I do. This is the text of the migration of the Jews into Ashkenaz as remembered by Eleazar of Worms. And what I want to highlight for you here is the fact that this is Eleazar of Worms, again remembering Abu Aharon, here connecting him to Shmuel the Prince. So we have, and again, Abu Aharon connect with the esoteric traditions, and now connecting him to the Kolonamide family and Piyutim, the liturgical poems. So all the way back to Abu Aharon, the son of Rabbi Shmuel, the prince of Babylonia. There was a certain incident. We don't know if in this tradition it was the same thing with the lion or if it was something else that they don't want to say. Abu Aharon found our Rabbi Moses, who composed this piyut. That's what makes him noteworthy, not his mastery of Talmud, not his mastery of halakha. He was a liturgical poet. And then the community grew. And then we have the transmission of esoteric knowledge. Again, it's this transmission of esoteric knowledge and liturgical poetry that makes one valuable. So it's the priorities of these texts of the liturgical works rather than the halakha. So again, in both of the Eleazar of Worms and the Megillat Achimaatz, the focus on families and communities, including women and children. Like Megillat Achimaatz, Eleazar depicts intimacy and domesticity, stress on the Bible, poetry, liturgy, and ritual, a de-emphasis on Talmud and law. There's actually in the larger body of Eleazar, a polemic against the French Tosophists, sort of maybe an active de-emphasis on Talmud. There is sort of an emphasis on local politics, and just here, there's the tombstone of the Kolonamide family from the 1192, very recently found. So, and now another certain thing. Women, holy books, mikvahs, and forced migrations. Because this is how did the Kolonamide family get to Regensburg. We have two closely related stories that we're getting close to the end of my time. We have in Megillat Achimaatz a very strange story. It happened one day on the eve of the Sabbath that there was no one to light the candle before the book of the chariot. So a woman stood there, and she, cursed woman, was menstruating. May she be erased from the book of life and wiped from the world to come. She lit the candle before the Torah, and the wrath of God was upon the family, and many died of that plague, and only a few survived out of many they were. But there was there an insightful Jew who realized and understood the event that had happened. He took the book and placed it in a vessel of lead to sink it into the depths of the sea. But the sea retreated. It receded about a mile. So the Jew threw the vessel seaward, and then the sea returned to its place. At once the terrible punishment was nullified, and the plague came to an end. And the memory of Baruch, the man of the house at the time, ceased to exist. His candle faded and was extinguished, for he left behind him no one to engage in the one who remained, the dead, as he had no son, only one daughter. So we have here a holy book that is contaminated because in this ritual, a woman who was menstruating lit the candle before it, and her presence contaminated the holy book, which then had to be put in a lead casket and cast into the sea, which is, that's an anachronistic lead vessel, but I like it because you can't really get more secure looking than that. That's actually a sort of a Christian tzedakah box. But here's a nice illustration of a woman lighting a candle and then a woman going in the mikvah. Now, how did the Jews get to Regensburg? Rabbi Kalonymus the Elder, who fathered Rabbi Samuel the Pious, the Saintly, and the Prophet, who fathered Rabbi Abraham of Speyer and Rabbi Judah the Pious of Speyer, who were exiled from the place of their birth to Regensburg due to an event when his wife touched his chest, meaning not like his chest, but like his box. And he warned her, do not come close to the chest when you are impure. And she forgot and touched it. And that same chest contained secrets and holy things written in pamphlets. So a woman who was menstruating touched a box full of holy things, and the family had to leave town. So that is in a responsum, we are told that the family had to leave and pick up their things and go, because it's apparently Rabbi Samuel's wife is the thinking that the family had to migrate. This is not universally accepted. There are others, and I refer you in terms of historical analyses, Effie Shoham Steiner's wonderful essay on that source, and this other source on sort of whether it was the menstruation or this sort of the oath that perhaps the family migrated from Speyer to Regensburg, because there's another theory that it was politics, because it's always politics. So was it internal politics, external politics, about swearing, about whether one should swear an oath to migrate. And so here I have some pictures of that's the incredibly deep mikveh in Frankfurt. It's, I think, 25 meters deep. So, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then here you can sort of, and that the manuscript is sort of depicts people immersing vessels, it's from a Haggadah, immersing vessels before Passover into a mikveh to purify, as part of purification. And then you have in the middle, that's the Erfurt, the Jew's oath, which is the oldest sort of Jew's oath. So those are the two sort of, because whether it's the woman who's menstruating and needed to go to the mikveh, or sort of the Jew's oath, those are sort of two of the major ideas of what happened in these different traditions of how the Jews ended up in Regensburg. And part of what I find interesting as I examine these things, sort of the themes that emerge, is we do have a gradual ascendancy of Talmudic authority. I mean, obviously we have, eventually we have, the Tosafists, and, sort of like the idea, sort of the apex of Talmudic study. But within the Hasidei Ashkenaz, there's the importance of ritual and poetry, and this magic and mysticism. And as you see in the Elazar of Worms, and I think you see it in Megillat Achimaatz, the idea of what they call Kabbalah, it's this importance of oral transmission of esoteric knowledge. And there's, as I say here, there's a lot of dependency on distant powers that I didn't highlight that part in what I ended up talking about here, but that comes up more in the oath political. That was when I was feeling more like an historian, but I wanted to stick more to the literary works. But the sort of how you navigate sort of your place. But I think it manifests in Megillat Achimaatz, and it manifests in a number of the texts that we see, and even the fact that Samuel the Chassid has this moment where he receives a great deal of his wisdom from the prophet Jeremiah. And I think, the prophet Jeremiah is an unusual figure. You might think it might be more like, Elijah or Enoch or someone new, but Jeremiah is the author of Lamentations, and is connected with the writing of various keynote for mourning. And I think, in the wake of the Crusades, these figures who were living through this period of trauma. I think in terms of written sources, we have, I think we've seen and will continue to see the importance of epigraphic sources. Epigraphers will point out, that the way that the earliest Italian Jewish tombstone, like from the one in Lido, Venice, is in an Ashkenazi script, as opposed to being, so it didn't show up very well in this PowerPoint. I think the mikvaot are very significant. I think the mikvaot, the mikvahs, the ritual baths, are almost like a material or like a architectural analog to the prayer books. They're sort of monumental versions of the prayer books. They're a way, because when you have very small Jewish communities, they are a way that you build in the importance of purity. And the prayer books are a way that you monumentalize, because again, these illuminated prayer books are large and impressive and expensive and sort of out of scale with in a way, the size of many of the Jewish communities. And they're a way of sort of materializing the importance of the prayers. And then, and I think, and there's many of these mikvahs, prayer books, I'm thinking like the Erfurt treasures, these are ritual items that could be reused and sort of re-imbued with meaning, which makes them sort of a different category of ritual item as compared to like the tombstones and other things, which are sort of single-use items. So they circulate in a different kind of way. And even Megillat Achimat, the way it ended up in Toledo. And so ritual items circulate in the same way that motifs and traditions circulate. And so, and the poetry and the liturgical poems and the PU team also circulate. And Abu Aharon and these stories, so there's a way that certain things circulate and other things stay still, which I think, and so the reason why I sort of called it There and Back Again was some of these texts and like this tombstone from Lido, you see there the way a script went, from, the epigraphers will point out how an Italian script went to Ashkenaz and came back, it's an Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi script is really an Italian script, it's Italian script that went to Ashkenaz and came back, so it's like There and Back Again. And and then the stories of Abu Aharon it's an Italian story that went to Ashkenaz and came back again. So I think, but there's sort of this way that things sort of circulate and cycle, and trying to think of ways that the oral and the material intersect, and that there are these connections. And I think I'll just close by noting that that there's there's that mikvah. Oops. There's one that's almost as impressively deep that's been discovered in Aub in Bavaria, which it was never, and it's just sort of like, was never a large Jewish community. And you sort of think like, why would a community that was tiny like the city of Aub, which probably just, did people just stay over there overnight? Like, was it just merchants going between Nuremberg and somewhere else? And you just trying to think about like, why would, it just gives you a sense of the importance of something like ritual purity to a community, that you would build that kind of infrastructure someplace, because this, I don't know if we have, Gregor can tell me more about the what it takes to build something like that in a place. But I think I get a sense of the importance of something to a community when you build something like that, and how that interact, the ritual and the values, and a story that a family migrated because a woman touched something inappropriate, and that leads to all these consequences. So I think, so if that's your founding story, maybe you build more mikvahs. I don't know. But thank you very much.
Looks like we've got about 20 minutes for questions. So I can take the microphone to whoever would like to start us off. Dean Kuhn.
Wow, I thought those two papers made a dialogue with each other so beautifully. I love how both of you sort of activate the spaces you're looking at, whether that's a narrative of a prison and a diaconia, or we have this fabulous story of the mikvah materializing these massive prayer books. Really amazing. So I'll just start us off because you were first, Gregor. I had never thought about, maybe I'm clueless, Abraham as an administrator, but as an administrator, I thought this was great. You really made me rethink a space I thought I knew, right? These diaconia. I had no idea the richness of those stories and the ways in which Joseph was being deployed, but are there any hagiographical parallels? I mean, I don't know, I should know, but of Joseph as a kind of administrative archetype in Rome that makes total sense to me. So that's what I'll say.
I didn't find any textual accounts from the 8th century, but there are some 4th century accounts that report on, and it's a little, I'll point out that there's an irony to the Joseph story in that in a charitable context, it's really odd because the scriptural account of Joseph is that he sold the grain. But the selling of the grain seems to have been wise. I mean, he was keeping the enterprise going. He was selling it to everybody. And in fact, that's why his brothers come back, because they hear that Egypt has all this grain. And so he makes it available to them. So his kind of commercialism, his selling is seen to be to emphasize a wisdom. And I don't have a textual basis for that. I haven't found anything for the 8th century in Rome that kind of grounds that account. I do think it's striking that I was trying to point out some of the logistics of the Domus Culte, for example, that they were not just generating grain, they were generating income, and that they were kind of wise in their proprietorship of land. And this, I think, looking to a model such as Joseph, who is enterprising, noted for his wisdom in managing land and in conserving resources and selling it at times. The charitable institutions sometimes don't always seem so charitable. I'll point out, but I think they're very important in administrative processes, and that I wanted to bring that out.
Thank you so much for both of you for the lectures. Your question on Santa Maria Antiqua. When we compare it with Jewish institutions, synagogues, we call it looking backwards. And I'm asking you all, actually, as we have at both sides, all sides, we have the lack of sources, we have the evidence, but a lack of sources telling us what the evidence exactly says. And when we take Santa Maria Antiqua, being a private home, a 1st century of unsure character, probably or more sincerely not a Christian place, evolving into a charity institution of private character, becoming more and more a ecclesiastical institution, turning into a church, what we consider today to be a church. Now let's take the Synagogue of Ostia. The first level of the 1st century is a private home of unsure character, maybe already a Jewish prayer room at a time, but we can't prove it. We have no evidence for that. Would be the oldest Jewish institution or building outside the land of Israel we anyway have. becoming clearly kind of what we consider to be today a synagogue, a prayer room, or whatever else, a room of gathering in the 3rd, 4th century. So would it be legitimate, would it be accurate methodologically to bring them both as close together as Munir Fantar has spoken at Kelibia in Tunisia about the proximity of the early Christian church and the late antique synagogue and the baptistery and complex Judeo-Chrétienne. And I'm very skeptical if we should use such a modern term recalling us the Society for Christian-Jewish Cooperation. But anyway, to better understand the Christian and the Jewish development, would it be correct to put Santa Maria Antiqua and San Giorgio in Velabro, which is so close to one of the Jewish neighborhoods in classical and in medieval and early modern Rome, to consider them very close, or is this another way to create diffusion of a proximity which did not exist in that way? It's just a question I have when I could hear your wonderful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The only comment I would make is, so I don't have much documentation for what was active in the 8th century. I'd love to know more. I think you're raising really important issues. I would, I guess, start thinking about that more in the 4th century, at which time Santa Maria Antiqua has not been transformed. So its transformation, its reuse is documented by physical evidence and some inscription evidence to the 6th century. But in the 4th century, we already have the emergence of tituli and scripture and written documentation about houses being used as community gathering places. And I think that has more correlation with your evidence from Ostia, which is more temporal. It's a better, I'd be more comfortable in the 4th century talking about the exchange of ideas than in the 8th century, I guess. And then to think about what happened in the 4th century as setting in motion a whole history of things. Does that make any sense? Or yeah,
which connects your lectures. And actually, I'm not aware of ritual baths in Christianity in that way, that we really have a bath. On the other hand, we don't have any late classical, early medieval mikveh from the Jewish side. The earliest ones are those in the Rhine area, and then later Friedberg and others. So again, there is a very interesting joint perspective on quite different identities.
Yeah, I'll just mention that there might be some more stuff in the 4th century about the development of water rituals and connections there. I think. Go.
I'll just say that one theory on one of the reasons why the Hasidei Ashkenaz were sort of controversial, which I'm not sort of sufficiently well versed in it to weigh in on it, was that precisely their stringency on ritual matters, which certainly comes out in Sefer Hasidim, that precisely because they were so punctilious on their ritual observances, even to inventing certain ritual observances, made them sort of difficult neighbors for other Jews. That they were sort of religious extremists in terms of that is part of what's emphasized for those who stress sort of the oath story, that they tried to prohibit the Jews of their community from swearing the oath, and so that they didn't want the Jews of their community wanted to swear a loyalty oath, and Shmuel the Pious wanted to prohibit it, but that you can imagine that if they were being equally punctilious on all sorts of other forms of religious observance, that they would just be really difficult co-religionists, and that they sort of were eventually just sort of invited to exit. So, and which, I mean, it's interesting to think about how that could manifest in all sorts of other forms of religious life.
This is a question for Gregor. I thought your analysis of connecting the Joseph scenes to the function as a diaconia was totally convincing. I'm just wondering what you do with the Genesis cycle writ larger, like whether something else is going on there, or whether you think if you worked on this or somebody else worked on it, you could supply the same kind of analysis to the remaining 2/3 or whatever of the Genesis cycle you didn't talk about.
Yeah, so the scenes are really damaged. In the other part, there are some of the Noah scenes. There's one scene of the ark that is directly above the prison scene, and I think that there's some potential to think about the Noah narrative as having some relationships with the Joseph narrative. And I tried to pursue that more. It's a little bit of a dead end because of the loss. And there seem to be clearly some earlier Genesis narratives as well. I will point out that there's a tradition in Rome of having Old Testament, New Testament narratives, one side of the church, other side of the church. And that is in fact true at Santa Maria Antiqua. They're quite far away from each other. It's really hard to see them. And I think and also the New Testament narrative is highly, highly, highly damaged. There's more of but I think that there's more potential to think of it of internal references, like references of the Noah narrative and the Joseph narrative. And I'm going to think about that some more and follow up. I think that's an excellent suggestion. The challenge is that there's some loss of evidence.
Is the ark understood as a prison? Because that occurs frequently. And
oh, good. Okay, I didn't know that.
That's
great.
Common.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Got a lineup of 2 more questions, so.
Yeah, this is a question for Gregor. I'm also pondering these water rituals and the depiction of the bath in the Joseph image. And one of my thoughts is, this is really tricky because those water rituals in Christianity, you don't want to walk up too closely to the ritual of baptism, especially in light of all the debates about the problem of repeated baptism. So I guess if I'm thinking of it as a question, it is, our most secular bathing events still communal, and the individualization of a water ritual is reserved for baptism? Is that a way we can make a material distinction between a baptismal ritual and some sort of other bathing? And also just whether you have any thoughts on this problem of not confusing baptism.
That's a good question. First of all, I don't know of, it's a contention of mine to connect this with the Luzma ceremony, which is the documented rite of cleansing that's associated with a charity center. That is there. So we have no other, this is not necessary. This is my proposal. I don't have, and I think it's kind of like almost an interpolation. I don't think that this is intended as a depiction of the Luzma ceremony. I think it resonates in that context. And I think particularly the idea of associating it with scenes that have other things that are associated with diaconia, like the food at the Pharaoh's feast or the imprisonment. And so that's why that interconnection. The term Luzma is Greek. The whole institution of diaconia are Eastern, of Greek origins, long-standing. And I think it is a challenge to think of this as separate from baptism. I think one of the things that might be interesting to follow up on is that they were pretty specific that the charity was for everybody. So this is a bathing ritual done in a very Christian context, but is not coming with the kind of sacramental authority of a baptism. So, and it does not necessarily imply conversion, I guess. So I think that's interesting to follow up on some more. I'll admit that the baptism, Lusma, I think that they were trying to make a distinction, a very firm distinction. So I think that's a good observation.
Thanks. My question is to Laura. So thank you for your comments. I was wondering if you could say something about the narrativity of the composition more generally. Is it, in terms of genre, is it something entirely unique, or is it in conversation with comparable compositions in the Christian context? Especially like compilations of hagiography and miracula, or anything of that nature. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, it draws comparisons to other works. I mean, there are those who will, sort of, there's nothing quite like it. I think but at the same time, because it's this sort of little episodic, there's little vignettes and they're sort of knit together. And many of them can be sort of freestanding episodes, and they sort of occur in little cycles. That you sort of like have little groups of stories about a specific figure, and then certain figures may reappear later. So it's not, it's almost hard to sort of think of it in terms of sort of like a sustained narrative, although at the same time it's not entirely artless. It does, I think, in some ways, thinking of it as a makama is almost the most, which is sort of, makes it almost a foreshadowing of something, like, like the Decameron or so. It's just like these little episodic sort of like these little like sort of a picaresque or something, where it's striking though that it is in Hebrew, that it's, it does represent sort of this, and it's in a very elegant, rhymed Hebrew. It's very intertextual. It's clever. It's very pleasing to sort of read aloud. And you sort of wonder, like, who did he write this for? The whole question of audience and who heard it. Like I made my little joke about what was more plausible, a zombie or King Basil serving kosher food. I say that, but I sort of think, like, who heard this? Like, who did he write this for? Did he write this for his kids? And sort of the genre is sort of layered on top of that, and because it's, I think, because if it is a makama, it's a very early one, sort of participate in that genre, and that's something we see more, 100 years later. Emmanuel of Rome, for example, writes in that. So it's at the same time, I think a number of the, like, it has within it a story about a figure named Theophilus. You get these wonderful like names, like Theophilus, a Jew named Theophilus, who I think Ivan Marcus is the one who wrote a wonderful piece about how you can see in this story about Theophilus, who is this sort of prototypical. He is thrown in jail for committing adultery, and flirts with the idea of conversion, and eventually appears. Essentially, he anticipates the story of the frame story of Unetana Tokef, which is one of the most important hymns on Yom Kippur in Ashkenaz. And it's like it's this wild sort of like little anecdote in this little story. And becomes Theophilus, this adulterer in Megillat Achimah, it's foreshadowed, sort of, if you squint and turn it the way Ivan Marcus does, becomes the story of Rabbi Amnon of Mainz, who's this great martyr. And, so I think, and then, connecting the name Amnon, faithful one, Theophilus, lover of God, you sort of see like, yeah, so, but the text of Megillat Achimah is the kind of thing that I think a lot of it, in some ways, it sort of seems, it connects to sort of other medieval genres in ways, but at the same time, there's really nothing else quite like it, which I think it makes it kind of catnip to some kinds of medievalists and a complete allergen to others.
I think with that, it's 12:30, so we conclude our first panel, and I will hand the mic over to Consuelo to close us out.
Well, thank you all. Thank Gregor and Laura. And yes, so we are at the end of the first part of the day. So now we have a breakfast lunch till 2 o'clock when we meet here. And just few suggestions to go to lunch. So it's when you get out, you go on Via del Governo Vecchio, which is just getting out from the main gate. You go a little bit straight ahead, and by Piazza dell'Orologio, where there is a huge building construction, one out of many in the city, you make the left. You make the left, and there's lots of pizza places and bars, restaurants, and pretty affordable prices. So if I have to suggest any, I would say you to go there. So we will start over 2 o'clock with the Carolingians and the law. Thank you and see you later.
All right, good afternoon. It's nice to see you all back here. It was a great morning and it's going to be a great afternoon. Now, the schedule has a bit of a misprint on it, so I don't want anyone to become anxious. This afternoon's session runs until 3:30, so there'll be coffee and drinks after that. But there's no galloping rush to hurry through these. That having been said, we do have 3 speakers this afternoon in the what's billed as the Carolingians and Law session. Our first speaker is Professor Dr. Stefan Esders, who is Universitätsprofessor of history, the history of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages in the Friedrich Meinecke Institute of the Freie Universität Berlin. His work is focused, most of it, on law and oaths and conflict management in the political and social world of the early Middle Ages. And it's worth pointing out, I think, that he was one of the scholars here today who was involved in the Barbarians and Jews project in 2018. Not the only one, but he was one of those. So, a human continuity between then and now. This afternoon, Professor Esders will speak to us on the title of his paper is Forced Conversions of Jews in 7th Century Italy, Places, Chronology, and Historical Context. Please welcome Professor Stefan Esders.
Yes, thank you very much, David, for this kind introduction, and also Linda and you for inviting me to be in part of this conference. And I think this is, in many respects, a very special experience for me, and I'm extremely grateful. I have produced a handout, so you can keep me in mind as the handout person of this conference. So it's somehow outdated, but on the other hand, you will see it is quite typical what many people believe to be what an early medievalist does. So to be an expert in the art of creating something out of nothing. So it's centered around 2 or 3 bits of evidence. And well, let's see how far we can get. So the 7th century is a period where forced conversions turn up in our sources sporadically in different places and at different times. The evidence is often highly problematic and disputable. We can be fairly sure, I believe, that several attempts to forcibly make Jews convert to Christianity were undertaken by various 7th century rulers, but with the single exception of Visigothic Spain, we know very little about its possible effects. It appears as if such attempts were not just a consequence of prevailing anti-Jewish attitudes, but emanated from an enormous religious radicalization among the Christian leaders and part of their higher clergy, and that they serve to enforce the loyalty of religious groups in very special situations by denying their religion's legitimacy. So forced conversions thus appear to be extraordinary, and we need to find explanations why rulers in a particular situation resorted to them as an ultimate means. I've dealt with this topic before, and the impression I gained from the cases in the Roman Empire and Visigothic Spain and Frankish Gaul was that we should distinguish between what was happening on a local level, more or less spontaneous and often involved physical violence, and a more general and organized legal policy of forced conversion involving the highest political authority. Of course, both things were often connected, but my emphasis on the legal aspect is due to the fact that forced conversions only became indirectly a matter of ecclesiastical law, whereas they were initiated through legal means and sanctions inflicted by secular rulers on the religious groups under their rule. So the first law we have on compulsory baptism was issued by the Roman Emperor Justinian in 529. It details how people should have themselves and their families and children baptized within a specified period of time, and specified, and the law regulated that if they did not comply to this order, their property would be confiscated. And if they were baptized and returned to their old religion, the death penalty should be inflicted upon them for their apostasy. This law emanated from the very special situation of the Roman war against the Persians, concluded by a peace 3 years later in 532. What is important here that it was not directed against Jews, but against pagans who are called Hellenoi in the Greek text of the law. It is here where the political instrumentalization of baptism can be detected for the first time in imperial legislation. And it seems to me as if it became applied to Jews already in the 6th century, while the anti-Jewish campaigns of forcefully convert them undertaken by Western 7th century rulers such as Sisebuth or Dagobert appear as somehow shaped by this imperial model. In case of the Visigoths, this is fairly clear as a law issued by King Erwig specifying period and sanctions for the conversion of Jews shows striking similarities to Justinian's law on the conversion of pagans. It has also been assumed that imperial legislation of using forced baptism did not only provide the legal model for the imposition of similar measures against Jews in the Western kingdoms, but that Western rulers also acted here upon an imperial mandate when ordering forceful baptism. Such an imperial eschatology, so to speak, may have been at work here when the Visigothic king Sisebuth concluded a treaty with the Emperor Heraclius in the year 615 in order to forcefully convert the Spanish Jews in the same year, only 1 year after the Persian conquest of Jerusalem. And in the case of the Frankish king Dagobert, the Chronicle of Fredegard draws this connection by referring to a treaty he concluded with the Roman Emperor Heraclius, apparently in 630 or shortly after. I dwelt a bit more on these more general features since the topic of my paper today, forced conversions in Italy, or I should rather say in northern Italy, is a particular awkward one. Of course, it is well known that Pope Honorius I played some role here, as he apparently complied to the anti-Jewish policies of the Emperor Heraclius. But due to the scarcity of evidence, it is much more difficult to access the second half of the 7th century. For this period, it is only 3 bits of evidence we have, of which the longest piece, so I'm going to demonstrate, so it's the 3rd piece on the handout, does not even refer to a case of forced conversion. So these bits come both from the Lombard Kingdom and the Exarchate of Ravenna, that is, North Italian areas that are usually treated separately by historians of the Eastern Roman Empire and those who are more concerned with the barbarian kingdoms. But as I will argue, there may have been a connection between anti-Jewish measures taken by Lombard kings and imperial policies on this issue that we can trace at the same time. Our sources reporting on forced conversions have rightfully received very critical treatment, as they are often embedded in polemical narratives with strong religious bias, and as they sometimes insert fictitious dialogues. Also, the much debated question of the hermeneutical function of the Jews involved comes into play here. Still, what I'm going to do today is simply try to carefully deal with the evidence we have, and it is very little. So I begin with the Lombard Kingdom. The Carmen de Synodo Ticinense, of which you find a brief extract with the first 5 stanzas as number 1 on your handout, was written by a Bobese cleric called Stephanus around 700. It gives a praising account of how inner religious unity, Christian religious unity, was achieved by a synod held in Pavia under King Kunibert in AD 698, who, following a civil war, put an end to the 3-chapter schism in northern Italy. While I cannot detail here the poem's passages dealing with the synod, it is crucial that it addresses at the very beginning the Catholic dynasty, which had followed the Arian king Rotary, who had died in 652. The 3 kings of this dynasty, Aripert, Pactarit, and Kunibert, were all buried in a Pavese church built and dedicated to Christ the Savior, San Salvatore, by Aribert outside the western city wall of Pavia. The poem thus echoes the propaganda of the Catholic dynasty of Aribert, his son, and his grandson. As champions of Roman Catholicism, it was these rulers' achievement to first put an end to Lombard kingship, adopting Arianism and favored religious confession, and second, to establish religious unity by putting an end both to the 3 chapters and also the monothelite controversy, which was a delicate issue since the schism had been actively supported before by Lombard kings such as Agilulf. So what was at stake was not only these 3 Lombard kings' Nicene Catholicism, but also more precisely their Chalcedonian orthodoxy. Now, the poem credits Aribert and Pactarit with having threatened the Jews under their rule with the alternative of either suffering the death penalty or receiving baptism. This seems quite harsh, as we encounter otherwise the alternative between baptism and expulsion. It is also extremely difficult to provide a more precise setting which Jewish groups may have been addressed by the Lombard kings. We may assume that there was a Jewish community at Pavia and possibly also in further cities of the Lombard kingdom, but we do not have very much evidence. It seems to me that they were most likely part of the Roman population of the kingdom, and that the Lombards kings sought to single them out as a special group of Romans. At least we do not have any evidence of Jews adopting a Lombard identity. Now, King Aribert, Pactarit's father, who ruled from 652 to 661, was of Bavarian ancestry, a nephew of the Catholic Queen Theodolinda, and deeply sympathized with the Catholic faith, as is also emphasized in the poem. It is generally assumed that he maintained peaceful relations with Constantinople because no wars are recorded for this period. But there's no way to argue for a more precise date of the measures that Aribert is alleged to have taken against Jews in his kingdom. It was between 652 and 654 that Constantinople witnessed the first Arab siege by sea in 654, while part of the Byzantine fleet suffered a disastrous defeat against the Arabs in the battle at Phoenix in 655. There's a very vague reference by Michael the Syrian that around 660, many Jews believed and became Christians, referring here to the Eastern Patriarchs. but that is, to my knowledge, all we have. So there's nothing that would allow us to be more precise on Aribat's measures. The second ruler associated in the poem with compulsory baptism is Aribat's son, Pactarit, who is reported to have followed his father's example in his anti-Jewish policies. During his rule from 671 to 688, Pactarit concluded an eternal peace with Constantinople, which for the first time acknowledged the Lombard kingdom's position in Italy, and this treaty was most likely concluded shortly after 675. Moreover, the Archbishop of Milan was in direct touch at that time with the Emperor Constantine IV on religious matters, as becomes evident from a letter written by him, most likely in 680, in which he denounced monothelitism, and which also, as is reported by Paul the Deacon, has played a certain role at the Sixth Ecumenical Council in Constantinople in 680-81. So the letter was actually written by a Milanese deacon called Damian, who was born in Greece and only shortly later became appointed bishop of the royal capital of the city of Pavia in 681. So we can infer from these communications that also the Lombard royal court was in close contact to Constantinople at this time. There's certainly an anti-Jewish rhetorical element in the acts of the Sixth Ecumenical Council, as it refers to the Fourth Ecumenical Council, brought together 200 godly men against Nestorius, who thought as the Jews. So there's an identification of the Nestorians with the Jews, which is apparently very polemical. However, to my knowledge, there's no evidence for compulsory baptism mentioned in this connection. What we can observe, however, is a religious enthusiasm about achieving Christian religious unity again after the heterodox policies pursued by the emperors Heraclius and Constant II. This bias pervades, for instance, the narrative by the Byzantine historian Theophanes, who reports at length on this council and who also stresses this against the backdrop of Arab-Byzantine wars. Moreover, there's evidence from an anonymous dialogue that in 680, somewhere in the East, an arranged religious conversation with Jews took place, who may have been of Cappadocian origin, but I still need to check this reference. But you see, this is it's all bits and pieces, and so it's a very optimistic reading to bring this all together. Moreover, if we widen the perspective geographically, it might be relevant that shortly after 680, the Visigothic king Erwig introduced very harsh measures against the Jews in Spain and southern Gaul, and also ordered them to be forcefully baptized. This is not to say that Pactarit may have adopted Visigothic policies for his kingdom in Italy. Rather, we would have to take into account that Erwig was the son of a Byzantine immigrant who had come to Spain for exile and married a niece of the Visigothic king Kindaswind. And there's more evidence for the Visigothic court very closely connected to the court in Constantinople in the 680s. This would perhaps allow us to situate Pactarit's measures for Lombard Italy as part of a Mediterranean wave of growing hostility against the Jews using compulsory baptism. But as I say, it's a very constructive reading. Another possibility to check the situation in Lombard Italy is to look what was happening simultaneously in the neighboring exarchate of Ravenna, which of course was always very close in touch with its political capital at Constantinople. Indeed, we do have a short note in Agnellus' History of the Pontiffs of Ravenna, it's number 2 on your handout, that in Ravenna, a church dedicated to the Apostle Paul, which is not extant anymore today, was built upon the remains of a former Jewish synagogue close to the Vandelarian Gate in the southwestern part of the city. Agnellus reports on this very briefly within a major chapter that deals with the building and endowment of a monastery in Ravenna by the exarch Theodore, who was buried there with his wife. And Agnellus, the chronicler, was abbot of this monastery in the 9th century, and he informs his readers that the exarch Theodore raised and extended the church for St. Paul with the help of his namesake, Theodore, who was Archbishop of Ravenna from 677 to 691. The little word quia in the last sentence seems to imply that the synagogue was destructed only immediately before. If this is true, we would have to assume that the exarch could have been involved in the destruction of the synagogue and may have also been authorized to do so by the emperor, in whose name the building could have been confiscated. This reminds us of some measures Justinian took after the reconquest of Wendell Africa, but only in terms of the legal means that were used. So we can only indirectly infer from the destruction of a synagogue that Jews were either forcefully converted or expelled within the same process. But such an assumption appears as somehow logical, at least to some extent. In any case, there seems to be a significant overlap in time between what happened in Ravenna and the measures taken by Pactarid in Pavia, since Theodore became exarch in 678 and died most likely in 687. And also Pactarid already died in the following year. Moreover, there might have also been some deliberate symbolism in the act of choosing St. Paul, a prominent Jewish convert and emancipatory Christian exegete, as patron of the new church built within what was formerly a synagogue. There's, however, not much more that can be made of these 3 lines of Latin text without becoming even more speculative. But in some, the evidence I assembled might suggest a date sometime around 680. So my third example deals with a conversion miracle, which does not involve a compulsory baptism, but yet shows another connection to Byzantium. This miracle is again reported by Agnellus when accounting the pontificate of Damian, who was Archbishop of Ravenna between 692 and 708. It is designed as some sort of additional and final miracle story, which lacks any precise historic context and date, but is vaguely told to have happened quadam die Dominico, on one Sunday. On that day, during Mass, we learn the Archbishop was just breaking the body of the Lord when suddenly a Jew who had attended Christian religious service quite regularly before ran to the altar and asked the bishop to give him part of the lamb he had just broken. The bishop declined, since the Jew was not baptized, whereupon the Jew replied that he does not want to share the holy bread, but the flesh of the lamb. To support this, the Jew emphatically claimed that he could actually see with his human eyes the lamb when the bishop touched it on the altar, while he could not see the bread. Upon hearing this, the bishop asked the Jew to receive the sign of the lamb first, that is baptism, and then eat the lamb as part of the Christian community, which is what happened. So this story seems to be built upon the idea of voluntary baptism, although this is surely not its main point. The miracle was not that the Jew was converted, but that he was converted after having seen the lamb when still being a Jew. He thus appeared as divinely inspired by the Christian God, since the mystery of transubstantiation had been disclosed to him. This story follows a type of anti-Jewish narrative which we encounter much earlier. For instance, in the lives of the fathers, there's a story associated with St. Basil in which a Jew also secretly participated in Christian Eucharist, and when Basil divided up the bread and gave the Jew from it, he ate in truth the flesh and drank the blood when handed the chalice, and henceforth asked Basil to receive baptism. Of course, there were numerous stories circulating about Jews' understanding or misunderstanding of Eucharist, whereas only in the Central and later Middle Ages, their despite of Eucharist formed the core narrative of many anti-Jewish polemics. That we do not even find it in Agobard of Lyon has led scholars to assume that what we see in Ravenna in this case still belongs to a tradition that has its roots in late antiquity. While I tend to agree on this, it is worth emphasizing that the story's emphasis is not on bread and wine and flesh and blood alone, but on the lamb. And this prominence of the lamb and the beginning of Damian's pontificate in 692 causes us to look at this story against the backdrop of the Quinisext Council, which met in Constantinople most likely in 691 or 692. Among its many decisions, there's the famously discussed Canon 82, which forbade the depiction of the lamb with John the Baptist pointing to it while saying, "Behold the Lamb of God." Instead, it was prescribed at this council that in this case, the lamb should be replaced by Christ in person. There has been a lot of debate on this very canon, in particular as it seems to anticipate the debate about iconoclasm 30 years later, and it was indeed used later by iconophiles to justify the depiction of Christ. So the message behind the Quinisext Council canon seems to have been, and I quote Richard Price here, that while the Passover lamb of Old Testament sacrifice was a type or prefiguration of Christ, in the present age, now that the incarnation had taken place, Christ must be represented as a human being, as the shadow is superseded by the reality. It thus implies, one might add, a certain distancing from the Jewish tradition, which also becomes apparent from another canon that prohibited Christians from being in too close contact with the Jews. But what then may have been the sense of the miracle reported by Agnellus? It seems clear that the miracle story is centered around the capacity attributed to true believers of seeing the invisible with the eyes of their Christian faith. And it also seems to imply that the understanding of Christ being prefigured in the lamb made it easier for Jews to convert to Christianity. But the main point seems to me that by being divinely inspired, any person, also a Jew, is able to recognize the symbolic interpretation of the lamb and place it instead of bread and wine at the very center of the transfiguration process. If this is correct, we could read this as a certain distancing from what had been decided by the Quinisext Council, but I'm not at all sure about this point. I have to admit that my thoughts have not come to an end yet, and meaning I'm very open for any suggestions or any other interpretation the story might deserve or any further implications it might have had. To conclude, as I said in the beginning, these are just a few tiny bits of evidence which I thought could throw more light on Christian-Jewish relations and on the issue of forced and a bit also on unforced conversion of Jews in 7th century northern Italy, if one adds a bit more historical context to them. But as I said, it requires a very optimistic, indeed constructivist, maximalist reading of these Christian texts to make them somehow speak or at least mumble. Having that said, and keeping the Roman imperial background of anti-Jewish policies in mind, it seems that in the period and region I was concentrating on within these papers, we have not quite yet arrived in the Frankish orbit. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that delightful paper. I think we'll wait and do question and answer all together once we've heard all three of the papers. Our next speaker is Dr. Abigail Fiery, who is University Research Professor in the Department of History of the University of Kentucky. She's also the director of the interdisciplinary program in world religions at that university. Her work is focused mostly on the culture of law and the manuscripts of law, both Roman and canon in the early Middle Ages. And she's done other things too. Nobody has a title of an article better than Veiled Threats, Constraining Religious Women in the Carolingian Empire. I just love that and wish I'd thought of it myself. But today, Dr. Fire will speak to us on the subject of the transmission of the Visigothic conciliar decrees in Francia. Please welcome Dr. Fire.
I'm not Dr. Fire. Which one is? Sorry. Can you come here? Number
up there.
Abigail.
6. Okay.
So down or space?
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Benjamin. So thank you for such a very special event in such a very special place with such very special people. I am truly honored. And I am especially pleased because it is an opportunity for me to make an intervention in my own earlier work. I think or hope I can add a refinement that may have some small value. Today, I want to consider whether we can ever make an argument ex silentio, and even claim that some silences were actually deliberately made. So I especially welcome your views on that question of method. Like Stefan, I'm treating things that mumble, and I am making things up. When I wrote in 2009 about the anti-Judaic treatises of Agobard and Amulo of Lyon, especially the latter, I noted that they were cast as legal briefs, framed around a dossier of Roman and canon law and patristic precedent, likely compiled by Agobard's secretary and jurisconsult, Florus, and that the intent was to make the case that Jews and Christians should be segregated. Amulo's text was an effort to persuade Charles the Bald to enact legislation for segregation. But although the canons compiled by Florus were among those issued at the Council of Mauparis in 845-846, Charles refused to ratify the anti-Judaic regulations. I suggested that perhaps among the reasons for this political defeat of the Lyonnese bishops was the weakness of their ties to the imperial court. I was not alone, and still am not, in having thought that the situation of Jews in southern Gaul was not the same as in other areas of Francia. That perception is sometimes connected to the region's proximity to the Iberian Peninsula, whence came some of the most virulent anti-Judaic rhetoric and activity expressed in the canons of the Visigothic councils. This is the point on which I think there is more to be said. In 2 footnotes, I pointed out discontinuities in transmission of canons pertaining to Jews. Although Florus's dossier included 4 canons from Iberian councils, Agobard chose not to cite them in his letter. Further, only 3 canons from 7th century Frankish councils affected Jews. The Council of Mauparis was the first council since the mid-7th century to issue canons referring to Jews. And I'm putting Judaism aside as a separate category. I also resisted Blumenkranz's idea that the Frankish legislators disliked Iberian canons because they were foreign. I proposed rather that Iberian anti-Jewish legislation was radical. Today, I shall briefly approach the question of Iberian influence in southern Gaul and beyond. I am indebted to the work of Matthias Tischler, Cullen Chandler, and others who have shown how dynamic the flow of personnel, text, canon law, and power was in the regions around the Spanish March, greatly complicating or even erasing our sense of the border between Frankish and Iberian populations. That border was only formally established in the 19th century. Notwithstanding, I suggest that in Southern Gaul, at least one legal compilation actually, whoa, let's not go there. Sorry. At least one legal compilation actually de-emphasized, recontextualized, or removed from circulation Visigothic canon law that was anti-Judaic. This is not to discount the broader transmission of Visigothic canon law in Francia. First of all, it seems that Charlemagne appropriated quite a bit of Visigothic political ideology in the domains of education, royal authority, a fully Christian polity, partnership with the episcopate. And both polities ended up with strong statements, albeit in different contexts, that coerced baptism is not valid. It is reasonable to think that there was strong or considerable awareness, even careful study of the Visigothic texts in Francia, as well as continued transmission of the Visigothic conciliar canons in Carolingian manuscripts. As a cultural influence, we can also consider the long-standing imprint of Visigothic presence in southern Gaul. The 5th century Gothic kingdom of Toulouse that encompassed much of southern Gaul may have left a deeper imprint than we know. Its conquest by the Franks still left Septimania under Visigothic control. When we turn to the Carolingian period, we find continued interaction and textual exchange, including canon law, in the regions around the Pyrenees, Catalonia, Septimania, southern Gaul, richly documented by Matthias Tischler. His work shows that in the early 9th century, the penetration of Frankish culture, texts, manuscripts, as well as power in the March and surrounding regions, was a lively aspect of a larger effort to gain an imperial foothold. How does extending our purview of southern Gaul to the Pyrenees affect our perspective? We may recall the view of Fernand Braudel. Mountains, he wrote, are, as a rule, a world apart from civilizations, half wild, where man has taken root like a hardy plant, always semi-deserted, for man is constantly leaving them. He noted the role of mountains in religious protection, as well as the failure of highly organized political, economic, and social systems to take hold in mountain regions. Mountains, he said, are primarily an obstacle, and therefore also a refuge, the land of the free. Braudel's romantic view was rightly complicated by Paul Friedman, who observed that in the Pyrenees in the 9th and 10th centuries, not only did each valley have a unique character, but more basically, peasants in Old Catalonia tended to be both hereditary proprietors and, increasingly as time went on, serfs. Oppression and autonomy existed side by side. This helps bring us to the question of who was in this borderland of varied people, varied conditions, varied mobility. Were there Jews in this borderland? Why would we think not? If the 7th century Toledan canons that imposed exile on baptized Jews who reverted were enforced, where might Jews have gone? and how far beyond? For centuries, Pyrenean traffic bridged regions on either side of the Pyrenees. In the Carolingian period, when the Spanish March was the site of almost constant warfare, as the Franks sought to establish political and military control, we should imagine considerable displacement and emigration, as well as immigration. Recent debates over the Carolingian use of aprisio, that is, granting land to settlers in exchange for loyalty in this region, seem an important factor in the frictions that we see in the Carolingian documents of the first half of the 9th century, especially in the 820s. Even before Carolingian aprisio grants, we have legal evidence for economic migration and its implication for Jews. The 17th Council of Toledo, held in 694, promulgated some of the most focused and nastiest anti-Jewish legislation, prompted by suspicion of a seditious Jewish conspiracy to seize power. In the midst of the often strange and particularly dreadful rhetoric, however, is an intriguing exception to confiscating Jewish property, even small farms, exiling Jews with their wives and sons, giving them to serve others, and giving their Christian slaves property. For the present, however, said the council, we make an exception of the Hebrews who are known to be inhabitants within the boundaries of the province of Gaul, or to belong to the duchy of that region, for it is well known that because of our sins, that part of the kingdom has been abandoned by its inhabitants due to invasions of foreigners and to mortality during the growing epidemic. And they, the Jews, should be helping the Duke of that land with all their properties and offer immediate increase to the public services. They should, of course, live as Christians, and if there were even the slightest sign of reversion, they would be expelled immediately, and so forth. In other words, the need for a labor force supported by Jewish properties made southern Gaul a viable area for immigration and habitation. After the late 7th and early 8th century, we seem to have legal silence about Jews until the outbursts of the Lyonese bishops. Decades of conflict in the late 8th and early 9th centuries in the Spanish March, as I noted, affected people and created a category named in legal texts as the Hispani, who seem to have been quite mobile, especially as their properties were reallocated among different rivals for power in this region. We have occasional glimpses of the economic exchange and movement of laborers from the area of Lyon to the southwest. It was apparently in the 9th century that slave trading between the Iberian Peninsula and southern Gaul, trade conducted by both Jews and Christians, grew noticeably. Agobard refers to slaves fleeing to Saragossa and Cordoba, perhaps their homelands. Whether truthfully or not, Agobard reported that slaves, both Christian and Jewish, were being sold in Hispania, commenting that a Christian who claimed to have been captured 24 years earlier by a Lyonese Jew and sold into slavery had returned, having escaped from Cordoba, together with another Christian, also kidnapped 6 years ago, by a Jew from Arles. Agobard's investigations, he said, confirmed their statements and also revealed further cases of kidnapping and human trafficking committed by the same Jew. He also uncovered, he said, a recent kidnapping and sale by another Jew, and had even found that several Christians had been sold to Jews by their fellow believers. The complicity of Christians is also in Agobard's comment that we have suffered insults from the supporters, fatores, of the Jews for no other reason than that we preached to the Christians that they should not sell Christian slaves to the Jews. They should not permit the Jews to sell Christians in the Spanish regions, nor to have domestic wage laborers. He believes that Christian laborers, including female domestic workers, were or might be observing the Sabbath with the Jews and working on Sundays. And the Jews' hired workers, mercenarii, should not eat meat with them during Lent, and so forth. As Eggebard's reference to fautores, accomplices, supporters, possibly patrons, or even advocates of the Jews makes clear, there were Christians who were involved in transactions with them. Such interactions in commerce should not surprise us. While evidence is sparse, Elizabeth Magnon-Moitié published a charter, for example, recording the sale of a mill to 4 Jewish brothers in the area of Narbonne in the late 9th century. Although much less definitive as evidence, it's Fabio? There we are. It seems that a canon law collection from this region and period also shows a context of mingled legal culture, regional economics, and regional pluralism. Lyon, Bibliothèque Municipale 336, is a 9th century manuscript in Carolingian minuscule, inflected with Visigothic script tendencies, usually attributed to the Lyon scriptorium. It contains the so-called Collectio Hispana Systematica, so-called because it draws upon the Collectio Hispana, a large foundational reference work which arranged in chronological order Greek, African, Gallic, and Iberian conciliar canons, and a selection of papal decretals, often those addressed to Iberian recipients. The Systematica rearranged that material, 1,640 canons, into topical sections in 10 books. The Systematica survives in Latin in 3 manuscripts. There's also a Mozarabic version. In the chronological, comprehensive Hispana, the Visigothic canons pertaining to properties, unfree persons, and manumission include canons prohibiting Jewish ownership, acquisition, purchase, or gifts of Christian slaves, or prescribing that such slaves are to be freed. This is already quite an attenuation of Visigothic secular law, which has many such prohibitions or amendments to prohibitions. The canons of the Fourth Council of Toledo were repeatedly confirmed at subsequent Toledan councils, so these councils were iteratively sanctioned. For our purposes, the Systematica is valuable because in the change from a chronological to a systematic or a thematic collection, we can see which canons the compiler considered important and what material is discarded or placed in a section of seemingly less interest. Instead of the anti-Judaic prejudices and policies of the Visigothic rulers enshrined in the Hispana, the Systematica becomes a lengthy practical guide for ecclesiastical administration. It includes sections on properties, unfree persons, and manumissions in Book 3, sections on Jewish faith and Jewish children in Book 9, sections on movement between dioceses and the 30-year rule about the possession of property in Books 1 and 3, and on changing the status of ecclesiastical property. In the interest of time, I present only Title 39 of Book 3 of the Systematica. It is among canons that seem especially salient in the context of mobility, unsettled property holding, transactions transferring both property and people, and the frictions that come with all 3 of those conditions that I think we see a different perspective in this collection. The compiler adds a canon, not in the Hispana, about church slaves who fled from extremely cruel treatment and abuse by presbyters or deacons, whose flight caused them to be lost to the dominion of the church. Title 39 has 13 canons, a fairly hefty number for a single topic, on the freed people, the liberty of the church, of an ecclesiastical familia, the personnel of a household or estate. These are drawn from the 4th, 6th, and 9th councils of Toledo. Each of these councils had canons on the segregation or episcopal supervision of baptized Jews, although only the 4th council had canons on slaveholding. Yet Title 39 seems carefully to exclude the canons prohibiting Jewish ownership of Christian slaves and manumitting such slaves to Christian care. Rather, the Systematica sets the sequence of citations either right after or right before those canons. The omission of a few canons, even very well-known ones, might seem a mere oversight. But we should ask, why a collection with such unusually intense attention to the labor force on churches' properties does not speak to the possible source of those laborers if they were freed because they had belonged to Jews. Other sections of the Systematica seem to confirm a conscious omission or reduced emphasis on anti-Judaic material. Book 7 on heretics treats articles of faith, Priscillianists, Eutychians, Arians, Pelagians, and their specific errors, but does not mention Judaism. In other words, it evades the common combination of heretics and Jews. That combination does occur in Book 9, which treats segregation from heretics and has one title, Title 4, with 4 Toledan canons on protecting Christians from Judaism. The remaining 7 titles refer to heretics. Although these, among the most aggressive anti-Judaic Visigothic canons, are present in the Systematica, they are isolated in short sections on the preservation of Christian orthodoxy near the end of the collection. It is possible, even probable, maybe plausible, to read the Systematica as a counterpoint to the Flores dossier of anti-Judaic law, as an alternative discourse reflecting intricate, intertwined economic activities involving different types of possession of properties and their associated laborers, likely complicated by transfers of the former and mobility of the latter. The interests of the Systematica compiler correspond or respond to Agabard's concerns in the 820s. It is also in the 820s that the disputes over aprisio properties surface. Cullen Chandler notes that this might be because of the expiration of the 30 years of possession. Some number of Jews, landholders like others, were probably among the Hispani. In a mixed population or pluralistic society, experiencing some level of migration, relocation, even displacement under the pressures of aprisio and reorganization of royal, comital, and ecclesiastical spaces. If so, Southern Gaul would be a likely area of perhaps fairly rapid demographic change. It is beyond us even to speculate about the responses of local communities or the adaptations of immigrants or the possibilities for either relaxed or heightened religious boundaries. The invisibility of Jews in the evidence may, in fact, be the point. prior to the Episcopal campaign, Jewish identity may have been subsumed in other layers of identity, such as Hispani. We have seen two different discourses that appear to be reasonably contemporary in the Lyonese or Southern Gallic area, which may extend to or beyond the Pyrenees. One that seeks to establish Jewish as a legal identity, and one which seems indifferent to Jewish identity, except in a rather pro forma way with regard to religious practices. The Lyonese bishops found in the canon law rules that might be applied in a vexing situation, rules that specify Jews as the targets for intrusions into their households and their properties. Yet the Systematica suggests that there may have been reasons not to treat Jews as a separate category of landholders and slave owners. We are ever cautioned not to make an argument, Excellentia. But as Elie Wiesel noted, you can be a silent witness, which means silence itself can become a way of communication. There is so much in silence. There is an archaeology of silence. There is a geography of silence. There is a theology of silence. There is a history of silence. Silence is universal, and you can work within it, within its own parameters and its own context, and make that silence into a testimony. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for yet another wonderful paper. And now we've got the Elie Wiesel on the screen here. Arvo Pärt has a lot of silences in his compositions. He's one of my favorite composers. Well, our third speaker this afternoon is Dr. Amélie Sagasser. She is sort of the wild card in this group. Chronologically, I think she's focusing on something fairly late. We've had an honest goodness Carolingian, and then a pre-Carolingian, and now we've got something in the late 9th century period. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Dr. Sagasser is a wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin at the German Institute in Paris in the medieval department. She's been there for some years. A lot of her work in the past has been on legal subjects. I've read her book and benefited from her book on Jews and Judaism in the Mirror, or as reflected in Carolingian legal texts. It's really a fine work. We've already mentioned the Council of Meaux, Paris here today, and I know she's been working on that. Dr. Sagasser has been working on that recently, and I think she's got some other things up her sleeve as well. So I'm not exactly sure whether she's going to address the legal aspects of Regino of Prüm or not, but her paper is titled Some Considerations on the Importance of Regino of Prüm for Jewish Christian History, 9th to 11th centuries. Thanks very much. Say hello to Dr. Sagasser.
I just have to see what I do with my papers. And so I have to touch when I... No. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this kind introduction and the invitation. And I'm very glad to speak here in this beautiful conference. Okay. Regino von Prüm's Libri Duo de Sonadibus Causis et Disciplinis Ecclesiasticis are a milestone in the development of canon law in the 10th century. This collection also includes various forms of references to Jews and Judaism. In my lecture, I will focus precisely on this reference. I will explore the extent to which they reveal something about Regino's attitude toward them, The reason is all the more interesting as his entourage, both at his time and later, was actively involved in regions where there is a documented evidence of Jewish settlements. In addition, the handbook provided a valuable source of inspiration for later canonical collection. As this was also the case for the provision on dealing with Jews, it suggests that the handbook also had a lasting influence on the legal framework for Jewish-Christian relations in the early and high Middle Ages. Regino probably came from Altrip in the Rhine Valley. He had been abbot of Prum since 1892. I think I switched. Sorry. So I will proceed in three parts. In the first part, I will say some views about Regino and his work in general, and then I will speak about the references, and I will propose the interpretation, and finally, I will try to show why my approach constitutes a further piece of puzzle for the study of Jewish Christian history between 900 and 1000. So Regino probably came from Altrip in the Rhine Valley. He had been abbot of Prum since 1892. After his disposition in 1899, he went to Trier, where he first stayed in St. Martin's and then until his death in 950 in the monastery of St. Maximin. Around 906, Archbishop Radbot von Trier commissioned him to compile a systematic collection of resolutions, particularly on disciplinary issues, for the Archbishop Hatto of Mainz. At the time, Hatto was in charge of the reign of the minor East Frankish king, Louis the Child, and this collection was to serve as a guide for court decision when he traveled on visitations. The result was an opus whose first book was addressed to the clergy and the second to the laity. Regino compiled a total of 909 provisions from council resolution, rulers and bishops' capitularies, papal correspondence, monk rules, works of the church fathers, penitential works, and Roman law. Both libri were preceded by a catalogue of questions that the bishop were to use during their visitation. The canons that followed took up the issues in the catalogue of the question and served as a guide for the clergy in their judgment. In order to give the priest a certain degree of freedom of choice, sometimes Regino left contradictory provision on a particular topic in his collection. This work is characterized by a large quantity of canons as well as the reception of numerous contemporary writings. At least a third of the canons are rulers' decrees and council resolution from the 8th and 9th century. The prologue explained that canon law had undergone many changes and that the collection therefore lists innovation in order to meet the contemporary needs of the episcopal court. The work thus testifies to the extensive endeavors to reform canon law at regional level in the transitional period between Carolingian and Ottonian eras. The reference to Judei appears in the work in various contexts. 8 provisions are concrete measures for dealing with Jews, with the Jewish population, while 2 others refers to Jews as theological or historical figures. Furthermore, Regino also formulated 3 questions in his catalogue that address contact between Christian and non-Christian. And I want to resume what are developed in these canons. For example, in 390, with regard to the remarks on when to kneel during Mass celebration, it is pointed out that the priest should make sure that the prayers are prayed on both knees, as the Jews only prayed in one knee during the Passion of the Christ and ridiculed Christ in this way. In Canon of the second book, 49, deals with the question of whether someone who incites or organized murder without having killed himself is a murderer. This question is answered in the positive, as the New Testament say that Christ was not murdered by Jews, but rather betrayed and handed over. These provisions are not concrete measures for dealing with Jews. They are actually about genuflection and on certain holidays and the definition of a murderer. However, they provide insight into theological foundation that led Regino to select the other provision and on which he based his argumentation on how to deal with the Jewish population and define their place in Christian society. To consolidate his discourse, he integrated text passages that portray Jews as murder of the Christ and reproachful of Christianity. In Canon 1992 of the second book deal with the circumcision of non-Jewish slaves, which was to be punished with banishment or even death. Following of this, chapter 353 states the fundamental provision that Jews may not own or convert Christian slaves. 95 emphasized that the killing of a Jew or Gentile out of hate or avarice should be punished like murder, since according to the Old Testament, war many only waged against other people if they reject peace. As the conversion of the Jewish people is still expected, the Jewish population is to be afforded physical protection as a matter of principle. In the context of the comments on marriage issues in chapter Canon 141, stipulates that the adultery of a Christian with a Jew or a Gentile is punished with excommunication. 143 emphasized with a quotation of the Codex Theodosianus that no marriage between Jews and Christians is permitted. An offense would be punished as adultery. Finally, in a section on superstition and prophecy in 357 states that anyone who engaged in such activities must be included from the community, as well as those who follow Jewish superstition and celebrate Jewish holidays. But what significance should these provisions actually have? In terms of number, the provision on Judaism only make up a small part of the collection, 12 provisions out of 909. In addition, unlike other compilers of the time, for example, the compiler of the Collectio Anselmo Dedicata, Regino did not devote a separate section on this thematic. Rather, the provisions were spread throughout the entire handbook. Regino claimed to collect an order regulation. He writes in his prologue that can therefore be assumed that Regino also included provision that he found in his original for the sake of completeness. This was generally a common practice in the 10th century, as the compilers of the early collections were particularly keen to combine as many of existing legal provisions as possible in their own collection, regardless of whether or not they fitted into the flow of argumentation. However, more recent research centered around the edition product by Wilfried Hartmann has also shown that Regino was by no means involved in the compilation of his work. Rather, the compilation enabled him to express his own view on individual topics. These observations can also be made with regard to the provision concerning the Jewish population. And now I would like to present 3 examples. The first indication is that Regino explicitly mentioned the Jewish group in 3 questions of his self-formulated catalogue. It was important to the church reformer to include these, not only because they were mentioned in the documents. In connection with the conduct of marriage, the bishops were to ask their congregation about cases of sexual immorality between Jews and Christians or pagans. This question on testimonies are intended to ascertain whether Jews or pagans should sold Christian slaves or trafficked them themselves. Finally, in the context of murder and manslaughter, it is to be examined whether someone killed a Jew or pagan. These 3 questions correspond to the context of the provision dealing with murder, mixed marriage, immorality, and the handling of slaves. Canon 357, which warns Christians to not follow Jewish practices because they resemble superstition, cannot be directly assigned on one of these 3 topics, but it does clarify Regino's view of Judaism in relation to Christianity and his intention to break Christianity from possibly bad influence. Second indication of Regino's approach can be found by analyzing the inscriptions he used and comparing them with the subsequent canon. In most cases, Regino refers precisely and correctly to his sources. Those in Canon 90, 91, and 143 to Roman law. 141 derives from the Canon 78 of the Concile from Elvira, and 353 from 83 of the Constituta Ecclesiae Antiqua. 95 is taken from the third of the almost contemporaneous Synod of Worms from 868. But Regino is not always so precise. In 390, he used the formulation unde supra, and in Canon 353, et eadem as inscriptiones. These formulations are widespread in canon law collection. Regino mostly used unde supra to refer to previous regulation without naming the origin of the source. This general formulation can be referred both to the subject of the section and also the source. However, it is assumed that unde supra in 390 refers to the Council of Nicaea 322. This assumption is based on the addition of the rubric de eadem re. If Regino had only had the subject of the section in mind, such a duplication would probably not have been necessary. In contrast, ex eadem in Canon 353 clearly refers to the codex quoted and cited in the previous Canon 352. But it is interesting to see that the references in the inscriptiones do not always correspond to the subsequent canon. In this case, for example, in Canon 390, if the inscriptio unde supra refers to the Council of Nicaea, it has to be recognized that no provision can be found in this late Antique Council that ordered kneeling during prayers on special feast days and that the faithful must kneel on both knees. In Nicaea, it was decided in Canon 20 exclusively that due to existing ambiguities on Sundays and at Pentecost, only standing prayers should be used. This provision is included by Regino as Canon 389 in his collection. Of course, Regino could have made a mistake here. However, as no comparable provision are known from other sources, it could also be that he took up the accusation of deicide, which had been widespread since antiquity. It is possible that he combined this with the commandment formulated in the first time in the Canon 43 of the Triple Synod of Reisbach, Freising, and Salzburg in 799-800, not to kneel on Good Friday when interceding for the conversion of the Jews. Regino had those formulated in a new rule that was later repeated again and again. The same applies to Canon 353, in which Regino refers to the Codex Theodosianus. The Codex contained a section entitled Ne Christianum Mancipium Judaeus Habeat, which prohibits the ownership of Christian slaves by Jews. It also includes the provision of buying Christian slave and circumcising non-Jewish slave, whereby such offenses were punished not only with the requisition of the slave, but also by the death penalty. Of the 5 canon of the handling of slaves, however, only the last part of Canon 9:2, which I put here, is relevant for the Canon 353 for Regino. It is initially stipulated that non-Jewish but also non-Christian slaves acquired by Jew must be handed over to the imperial treasury. If the acquisition was illegal and the slave was then circumcised, the Jew lost the slave and was punished with death. However, if a Jew buys a Christian slave, he loses all his property and may not longer own Christian slave in future. However, it was permitted to own Christian slaves who were already in Jewish position and did not have to convert. With regard to 353, Regino could at most have been inspired by the provision of the Codex. That the Codex only imposed the ban of owning Christian slaves if the Jewish slave owner did not comply with the prohibition on buying them, may have tempted Regino to formulate the specific provision of the Codex as a general prohibition. It is possible that Regino uses a completely different sources for 353, namely the Canon 66 of the Third Concile of Toledo that were mentioned before. The canon emphasized that Jews should not come into position of Christian slave, either by purchase or by gift. Every Christian slave in Jewish hands should therefore be set free. As the handbook contains at least 10 provisions from the Visigothic Synod, it can be assumed that Regino was familiar with this resolution and know that a general ban on holding of Christian slaves already existed, but had not been enforced. Regino may therefore have recognized a gap in Roman law and wanted to plug it with a dedicated provision. 353 those represent a combination of a provision of the Codex Theodosianus for the prohibition of conversion and 66 of the Synod of Toledo prohibition of the possession of Christian slaves. A third indication that the regulation of dealing with Jews and Judaism were deliberately included in the work is provided by the fact that Regino specially manipulated the regulation, including a few provisions on the dealing with Jews. The church reformer uses Canon 3 of the Synod of Worms as a textual basis for his Canon 95. If one compared the two provisions, it becomes clear that Regino made a significant addition to the synodal decision. Whereas the Worm resolution reads, those who killed a Gentile out of Herod or Abbas Shaul, etc., Regino make it those who killed a Jew or a Gentile. By replacing the term avarita with cupiditas, Regino does not change the context of the text fundamentally. With the addition of Judeum vel, however, the provision takes a new dimension. While Worms explicitly emphasized that only pagans may not be killed out of hand of avarice, Regino extended the prohibition based on Deuteronomium 20:10 to include the Jewish population. And he included and announced this addition in his catalog. He formulated himself in the beginning the question 80, si aliquis propter cupiditatem Judeum aut paganum interfererit. What can we conclude from these remarks about the important Regino attributed to the Jewish population in his work? Despite the fact that the provision on Jews and Judaism only make up a small part of the handbook, the three examples show that Regino did not simply adopt his sources, but also changed and adapted them in order to create clear rules for dealing with Judaism. By citing historical sources, he led authority on his own provision, even if the references were not always correct. The fact that Jewish population is mentioned in the questionnaire together with Gentiles shows that Regino was aware of the contact between Christian and non-Christian, including Jews in the communities. He deliberately mentioned Jews and Gentiles as a separate group instead of speaking of non-Christian in general. The mention of the Jewish population in the handbook was therefore by no means coincidental. Rather, the inclusion and processing of these regulations shows that Regino wanted to actively shape the legal and social framework conditions for Jewish-Christian coexistence. This is reflected in particular in the question on marriage and the treatment of slaves and the prohibition of a murder of Jews dealt with in this handbook. Regino restricted himself for those areas in which he saw a potential danger to Christianity, such as conversion to Judaism. However, he never called into question the existence of Jews or forbade their religious practices. In contrary, he even guaranteed their safety with Democrats a deep grounding in Paulinian and Augustinian discourse. If we now move away from this micro level, what significance did Reginus' guidelines have for Jewish-Christian coexistence? While Jews and Judaism were constant figure in theological texts, the sources that provide us with specific information about Jewish-Christian coexistence in the Frankish Empire between 800 and 1100 are extremely slim. We know almost nothing about the Jew who lived and traveled between the 9th and the 10th century. We know the Jew Isaac, who traveled to the Caliph in Baghdad as the emperor delegate around 800. We know of Jews at the court of Charlemagne and Louis the Pious, and we know of Jewish merchants who received letters of protection from Louis and later traded under the new exempt for custom duties in accordance with the Raffelstädter Zollordnung. For the Ottonian period, it is documented, but only from the report of the chronicle Dietmar of Merseburg, that a Jew named Kalonymus came to the help of Otto II in a heroic action after a defense against the Saracen Greeks at Kundrone in 982. All this description of the beginnings of Jewish settlement should be taken with a grain of salt. But it is nevertheless recognizable that the Jews mentioned in the source were profitable for the secular ruler at the economic and political level in the situation described. The rulers had recognized this. Individual ecclesiastical actors saw this thing differently. If I take, for example, Agobard and Amulo, anti-Jewish polemics were triggered, among other things, by the emperor's pro-Jewish policy. And these disputes also influenced the anti-Jewish canons of the synods of Meaux-Paris, Pavia, and also Metz. Around the same time, in 967, Otto I granted various rights to the Church of St. Moritz in Magdeburg, stipulating that Jews and other merchants in the city should only be subject of the authority of the bishop. The privileges were confirmed by Otto II in 973 and even extended with other rights. The latter, according to at least Dietmar of Merseburg, served as a model for a privilege issued at the same period for the city of Merseburg. In 981, Otto II handed over the Schlierstadt estate near Regensburg to the monastery of St. Emmeran, together with all his accessories, which the monastery had previously bought itself from a Jew named Samuel with the emperor's permission. These examples show how individual Jewish groups, and I'm not talking about community, some of which had properties, were already placed under supervision of the bishop in the 10th century in order to profit for their trade. While in other places, such in Mainz, legal dealings with Jewish minority were still being sought. Taking this survey of the source into account, I would like to return to my initial question of whether canonical collection could also have influenced the dealing with Jews. Let's just consider the handbook. Considering that the collection was a widely received compilation, it would not be surprising that even if, for example, no ruler's privilege were available for the Ottonian privilege in Magdeburg and Merseburg, legal collection provided the framework for the provision here. The handbook was initiated by Radbot of Trier and dedicated to the Archbishop Hatto of Mainz. The work was compiled by Regino in the first year of the 10th century in a monastery of St. Maximin in Trier. The first Archbishop of Magdeburg, Adalbert, was a close confidant of Otto I and Otto II, and was a monk at St. Maximin before he took over the bishopric in 1968 in Magdeburg. Among other things, he continued, for example, the Chronicle of Reginus for the year 907 to 967. Regino and Adalbert could not have met. However, it can be presumed that Adalbert, completing Reginus' Chronicle, also was familiar with Reginus' handbook. It would there be not surprising that Reginus' work was provided the legal framework for the privilege in Magdeburg and Merseburg. And that is just the beginning. This reflection can possibly also be made for Regensburg. It can be assumed that at least the Collectio Duodecimi et Partitium was written not far from Regensburg, were known there, and as mentioned, in passing mentioned, its own section on dealing with Jews and Judaism. Or could it perhaps even be that Rüdiger Utzmann of Steyr and Henry IV were aware of Burckhardt's Cricetum, with issuing their privilege and acted precisely within this legal framework in form of privilege? I will answer all these questions in my future book. Thank you very much.
Sitting up here, I'll fetch a third chair. Maybe all three of our presenters could come up and field questions or comments and get a bit of a discussion going here. How would that be?
Thank you.
This one?
No, I will give you this one.
Well, I've got a first question. If I'm going to take the privilege of starting this. The business of prohibiting, it's in Agobard, prohibiting dining with Jews. What's going on there? Is that a sort of an expression of hostility to the idea of just fraternization and friendliness? Or is there something having to do with the liturgy or rites or something like that? Is it a prohibition involving the observance of religious holidays? Or is it simply a friendship, anti-friendship thing? Abigail, it was you who mentioned it, I thought.
See if it's on. Yes, it's on. There are a couple of points that I would make about that. The first is that often it does seem to be in the context of specific liturgical observances. So I think it's not simply friendship. I think it's a question of religious intermingling. The second thing that I would say is that one of the interesting canons, all of these are being transmitted through centuries and centuries and centuries from different contexts where they have different meaning. So you're always trying to read them to find the meaning in a particular context, which complicates things. But one that intrigued me was the one that said that Christians should not eat the azimos with Jews. They shouldn't eat the unleavened bread with Jews. But I offer this as a cautionary tale about how we read these canons, because I think that actually, in that context, they're not concerned about Jews. They're concerned about the arguments between the Eastern and Western churches about leavened and unleavened bread. So my caution is that they maintain the specific wording of these canons from centuries ago, but they may no longer really actually be about Jews. They may be about something else. They may be about the bread. So I don't know if that responds to your question.
Yeah, if I may add, this canon is actually from the Quinisex Council. It's canon 2, and it was later.
So thank you so much, both three of you. And my question to Michael actually runs through all the three lectures. I try to avoid a co-lecture. And when Amelie referred to Bishop Furzmann in 1084, maybe basing the formula of his privilege for the Jews of Speyer on the concept of Regino. And when we take the late Alfred Haferkamp in the memorial book for Michele Luzzati, where he developed the idea that those bishops, as town rulers, tried to create, not only to settle Jews for economic reasons, but to build the Civitas Dei in a certain extent with the Jews in the basement as servants of Christianity. So all this runs back to Augustine, but then my question to Michael, when we take Gregory and the juridization of the theological concept of Jewish serfdom, but also Jewish security, to which Alexander II in 1066 clearly refers when protecting the Jews during the wars against the Muslims, but that the Jews are not forced to be baptized or killed. Now, the story you could tell about northern Italy for the time after Gregory shows that this clear line from Augustine through Gregory to Rüdiger Hotzmann in 1084 is not that clear at all. So what was the impact of Gregory's work on the 7th century Italian situation? I've got the impression in the time itself, the impact of Gregory was not that big, but became more important or more efficient later. Is this right? Or could this be right, a way to argue?
You wanted to know how from Gregory to come to
Yeah, I'm sorry for this. How we can maintain in our teachings, in our writings, the line from Augustine through Gregory up to the privileges of the 11th century. And I felt with the lecture by Michael that this is not a clear line, but it's a way like that.
So for Rüdiger, we have also the collectio of Burckhardt, and I think he is more important for this time because he compiled also Regino. So it's I'm still one place before. So we have all the protection letters from Louis de Pieux, who was one of the first letters, but only given to individual people, and then after this we have nothing. And my thesis is that there were canonical collection in France, but also in the Holy German Empire that circulated without very much importance, and it was a little bit clear that they exist. And when the Jewish community came from Worms and Mainz to Speyer, when Hotzmann invited him, and that is proved by the Hebrew transmission, and also confirmed. So we don't know if really Rüdiger invited him, they asked him, that we don't know. But we have from the Hebrew side and from the Christian and the Latin side, we have the same discourse. So I pretend that they know in which frame they could argue, and also when afterwards Henry IV wrote his privilege, it's written that it was Rüdiger who tell him to do that, and it was the community who came to him to ask him. So I'm quite sure that there were a group of Jews, community group, who know which were the possibilities. And when we compare the regulation who are in Burckhardt and who are in the privilege of Henry IV and also Hotzmann, we find everything that concern the placement or the position of the Jew in the Christian society. But we don't, and the king added this position concerning, for example, economic. You will not find
regulation on taxes in canonical collection, but it's normal. So and so it's why for me it continued.
Yes, thank you very much. I do not think that there's a straight line. First of all, it is not clear when the letter collection of Pope Gregory was compiled. And so there are some suggestions that it was much later. I think Rosamond McKitterick voted for the 9th or late 8th century. And the second point is that Honorius is not the immediate successor of Gregory, but 3 or 4 more popes in between. He clearly advocated compulsory baptism, and he even apparently wrote a letter to the Spanish bishops that they should even be harsher towards the Jews. And he is praised in his epitaph for having converted many Jews. And so Pope Honorius, who was very close adherent to the Roman Emperor Heraclius, is certainly the opposite example. So the attitudes of individual popes are very different, I think. And I try to emphasize that this compulsion element, if we take it as a sort of legal device, it's always closely connected to the secular authority of the ruler. And apparently these people are advised by bishops by some bishops at least, who are strongly in favor of that, while other bishops are, they are much more skeptical because they know that this brings the large problem of apostasy into the church, and which is a big problem. So it is from my view, it is a pressure that comes somehow from Eastern Rome from time to time, and in special situations, but it can have long-term effects to deal with. The other thing I was thinking of when listening to Amelie's and Abigail's papers is the interesting question: how can Jews be subject to canon law? I mean, they are not baptized, and so it is. My impression is that there are certain figures in canon law that allow to extend its influence, and one is baptism, and the danger of apostasy. This is how it comes into the slave lord relationship, because there's always this thread behind it that Christian slaves might apostatize, and when their owner is a Jew. And so this is a method to extend the influence of canon law into spheres where that are not really subject to canon law originally. And so baptism and apostasy, this is one area of entry where canon law extends its influence into these social relations, and others is marriage and so on. So this is it's a stepwise policy to pursue or to bring canon law and its influence into relationships that are not primarily subject to canon law. And of course, it's always addressed to either Christians or to emperors, to Christian emperors. So it's not addressed to Jews. And so this is a very sophisticated way of making the Christian religion and its law prevail and impact on other social relations.
So that actually gets to something I've been thinking about in relation to really all 3 papers, which is going back even to the idea sort of that the Jew is often not really a Jew, which often, certainly in late ancient Syriac works, the Jew is often a Christian with an inappropriate Christology. So, to an excessively low Christology, that it's a way of talking about a Christian heresy. It has to do with Judaizing. Even sort of, that sort of, it's a way of, of just critiquing. Even I was thinking about that even with the litany of, going back to the Arians and sort of heresies, whether the Jew is really a Jew or is it someone who's just Jewing? And but I was thinking of the example of the miracle story of the Jew who voluntarily converts, because we have, even in Megillat Achimat, we have the miracle story of the Jew who doesn't convert. And, and that we have, and King, Basil, the Emperor Basil I is vilified in Megillat Achimat because of the threat of forced conversion. And Leo IV is fondly remembered for not forcing conversion. But the fact that we have a miracle story of a true conversion, I think that speaks the anxiety of false conversions. And in the same way that you have, the scholarship in Jewish studies, that the miracle stories about the regretted conversions, or the people who die twice, they die when they convert and then they die as martyrs, from the Crusade narratives, that speaks to the anxiety surrounding conversion. And so the miracle stories on both sides, I think, that there's a complexity there beyond, that each side is sort of talking to itself with these conversion stories rather than to specific historical events. Because I find actually sort of the vision of like a Jew saying, I don't want the bread, I want that lamb that you're tearing apart with your hands to be horrifying. But I think there's so much that as thinking about that almost as sort of a literary motif, and it speaks, to the power even of the visual culture, sort of like what in Ravenna, what you're seeing, if you think about, the mosaics and the power, the image of the lamb, but that tells you what the Christian authors are imagining Jews would see. But I don't know how much it tells me about what the Jews really are seeing. So, but so I'm sort of thinking we have these mirror images of sort of martyrologies on each side from the same period so.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I still have to come to terms with this story somehow. I mean, this is, of course, brings you very close, or this is a hermeneutical Jew in this case, and it is based on an older story, but it is apparently this emphasis on the lamp is the really important point to update the story, that was a reference to another text you just gave, or when you're referring also to the Basil story, or what?
That's all in Megillat Achimat, because there's a whole story where Rabbi Shefatia is held captive by King Basil, and he exorcises a demon from King Basil's daughter. And in return, he coerces a promise. King Basil says, I'll give you anything you ask for. And so Rabbi Shefatia says, oh, you can't force the Jews of my town to convert. And King Basil goes,
I need to have this reference, so that would be great. Thank you very much.
I think my follow-up involves both of you. I also love how the same text sort of foregrounds the space and proximity, this Jew who is accustomed to stand near the virgins in the place which is called Ermolas. And I, of course, was thinking, that can't just be it's got to be a super calculated phrase. So, of course, you can say whatever you want, but it's not casual, is it?
No, it definitely is not. No, but it is not explained what it means. Actually, there's as one exegete said, it refers to Hermes or something like that. I don't know. I mean, in some churches, they have different groups where they sit. That might be. I don't know.
seems to imply that the men would have realized it earlier.
I have a question for Abigail. And thank you very much for an enlightening talk. I'm wondering about spinning out of the Frankish orbit and going south in Iberia, where I think, wasn't that an old book that I read a long time ago by that guy Baxter Wolf, where the same phenomena of intermingling disturb the ulama and who legislate pretty much the same things that you're talking about pretty much at the same time. So I wonder, is there a general anxiety in the 9th century?
You know, when I was listening to the comments about the anxiety over conversion, I wonder how much of the anxiety is actually about identity, because it really isn't clear what criteria, and I'm just speaking in law, just in law, where you're trying to establish the legal identity of people, and there are no clear criteria. So Stefan's absolutely right. The canon law only applies to Christians, and so baptized Jews get drawn in, and now there have to be special provisions for baptized Jews who are possibly reverting or not. And as Stefan said, you can get at them through their interactions with Christians. But what I keep pondering is that the legal identity of Jews in the early Middle Ages, especially in the Carolingian period, is not at all clear. This is when the imperial policymakers and leges of the Carolingian Empire are really pushing other population identities. These are Lombards, these are Burgundians. They're identifying these gens. But for them, the Jews aren't a gens. So they're in this interstitial legal position. They're in this liminal legal position. You can look at Roman law, but how much do you want to say Roman law is still in effect? I think it's at the Council of Trulli in 909. They say, oh yeah, well, south of the Loire, they're still using Roman law, which is kind of interesting. But they've got this question, I think, about what to do with the Jews. And on this question of identity, one of the more anomalous but interesting canons is, and we also have a problem with Christian slaves who will not reveal their identity, which again shows some sort of voluntary arrangement, relationship between Jewish masters and Christian slaves, and the Christian slaves, for whatever reason, are deciding not to play along with whoever is asking questions, if that is what's going on. There's also a more recent anomalous one that says, and Christians should not have Jewish retainers. But it all feels so obscure to me.
Yeah, only one point. There has been so much debate on how the status of slaves evolved from antiquity to the Middle Ages and all these ups and downs. But the most important point is that the religion of the slave becomes a matter of law. That's it, and that explains why all these regulations become necessary. And because as a slave who is baptized in a way becomes a person also in terms of law, and I think this is much more important than many other transitions where the status of slaves and people of servile status is not so clear and so on. But this religious status is very, very important, and this is a very interesting passage. Yeah.
Sorry. If we're following my hypothesis that there are all sorts of people moving around to different locations, their baptismal status isn't going to be clear either. There aren't going to be baptismal records. So I think that anxiety about identity, I mean, essentially it's going to be self-revelation or self-profession.
We have time for one more, or some more. I'm glad you mentioned identity, because that answers a big part of the question I wanted to ask, which is whether all of the anxiety about intermingling in all of the different ways relates to the anxieties that we see in Carolingian legislation about separation between secular and spiritual. So not just ethnic, quote unquote, national, not in the modern sense, but birth identities, but also just a need to distinguish between people for legal designation, but also just for the rightly ordered nature of a healthy society. So that was one question. But the other question, I can't help but read the laws about especially bread breaking, meal taking, as an attempt, a clumsy attempt on the part of the episcopacy to curtail the exchange of information. And maybe it's because I'm a product of the Cold War and I suspect these things, but the concerns about Christians celebrating on Saturdays instead of Sundays and listening to sermons at the synagogue, but also hearing about the legal exemptions that Jews enjoy. I get the sense also that they wanted Christians not to know about these things because it made Judaism look pretty good. So I'm wondering whether that.
Well, I really like your idea about how, let's keep the anxiety levels rising all around, that these legal sources are trying to make distinctions. This is what lawyers want to do. They want distinctions. And I'll also say the way I read these laws is, they're propositions, they're aspirations, they're experiments, they're seeing how far you can push something. So, particularly with a lot of these anti-Judaic ones, I think they're trying to see how far they can push what may be a novel legal concept about Jewish identity and therefore how it should be managed in particular contexts in relations with Christians. So I'm sort of playing with the idea, is it at this moment that we can say, this is when Jewish legal identity is being created in the Carolingian Empire in a way that it didn't exist before? But that may be too crude and reductive an explanation.
Are there any other questions? Well, our three panelists are not going away, so we can continue this conversation, but let's thank the three of them for a set of lovely papers.
Thank you all so much. Really worked beautifully together.
Good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to the third panel of our conference on its first day. This panel is about identities in conflict, and the first paper is by Michael Lovell, who is a postdoctoral teaching fellow at Florida Atlantic University and a recent PhD in late antique history. He's studied the history of late antique Christian ideas of tolerance. He got his PhD in 2023 at the University of Tennessee, and I welcome him to the podium where he'll give us a lesson about Caesarius and the Jews of Arles, a hostile relationship.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and dive right in. Caesarius, the Bishop of Arles, between 502 and 542, had a contentious and hostile relationship with the Jewish community there. The basis for my claim lay in what Caesarius says about Jews in his sermons, his canonical legislation, and his behavior during the Franco-Burgundian siege of the Gothic-ruled city of Arles in 507-8. As for the bishop's motivations for his hostility toward the Jews, I will argue that it was partly rooted in his views on divine grace and predestination. Caesarius did not merely hold to these views and let them influence his policy-making decisions, but he also made a consistent and concerted effort to inculcate these views among the laity through his preaching and canonical legislation. These measures led to an increased divisions within Arles itself, and probably played a crucial role during the siege. Caesarius, contrary to the claims of his vita, attempted to betray the city, but was caught in the act. Upon being imprisoned, either Caesarius himself or his supporters orchestrated a fake diversion from the bishop's treason by capitalizing on years-long dehumanization of Jews. This effort paid off, at least from Caesarius' point of view. Caesarius was exonerated of the charges, and an innocent convicted Jew was punished. I will proceed on these various points of evidence in the following order today. First, the current historiographical contradictions underlying our understanding of Caesarius' betrayal of Arles. Two, Caesarius' radical predestinarian ideology and its presence in his sermons on Jews. Three, Caesarius' conciliar legislation on Jews at the Council of Agde in 506. And four, lastly, the events of the siege of Arles. So, starting with the first one. The details of Caesarius' dealings with the Jews during the siege are only found in his posthumous vita. It accounts that during the siege, a relative and subordinate cleric of Caesarius snuck out from the city towards the Franco-Burgundian camp and gave himself up. When it was realized within the city, the Goths, along with the Jewish community, railed against Caesarius and accused him of using his relative as a liaison to betray the city to the enemy. He was subsequently put under house arrest, and attempts were made to either move him to a secure location outside the city or perhaps to drown him in the river. But the Goths could find no way to securely evacuate him. He was thus left under house arrest, but his location was kept quiet from the city populace. Soon thereafter, it was found that there was indeed an attempt to betray Arles, but by a Jewish wall guard. This wall guard threw a stone against the besiegers during combat with a letter tied to it promising to betray the city. His only condition was that the Franks and the Burgundians would spare the Jewish community. This letter, however, was left with the Jew's signature on it in the field after the failed attack on the walls. Some people from inside the city found this letter when venturing out and presented it in the forum. This man was soon punished, though how was left ambiguous. Furthermore, after the punishment of this man, Caesarius was freed. Now, many scholars, of course, have raised questions about the validity of this narrative. First, it is highly questionable that anyone would deliver their message for conspiring treason in such a haphazard manner, much less with their own incriminating signature. Second, even if the Jewish man was really guilty of treason, it does not somehow exonerate the bishop from his own charges. The two treasons could have been disconnected. The string of logic present in the Vita here is truly puzzling. Despite these problems, however, some scholars accept the basic contours. One opinion holds that Caesarius was innocent and the wall guard did attempt to betray the city. Another holds that both Caesarius and the Jew were guilty, though they acted separately. The most satisfactory version, at least in my opinion, however, is that of William Klingshirn, who argues that the man's alleged letter was a forgery used to create political chaos within the besieged city. The news that a Jew betrayed Arles would have united the Nicene Christians, who may have been scandalized by Caesarius' earlier treasonous conduct. At this point, then, they joined in solidarity with Caesarius out of simple knee-jerk partisanship and hatred for Jews. In order to calm the rabble, the Goths released Caesarius. Nevertheless, as convincing as Klingshirn's thesis is, there remains the scholarly consensus also that Caesarius held no special hostility towards the Jews and was comparatively moderate for his day when measured up against other church fathers. If Caesarius was truly moderate, however, then this scenario remains a bit perplexing. Framing an innocent man requires a truly warped mind. Therefore, a re-examination of Caesarius' beliefs about Jews and salvation in general are in order. So this brings me to a discussion of predestination. To these ends, I'd like to first summarize the beliefs articulated by Caesarius and his fellow bishops at the Council of Orange in 529. The reason for this council was because of, in some sort of fashion, Caesarius' radical predestinarianism became known to his fellow bishops, who condemned it at Valence in 528. Caesarius then held a counter-council at Orange the next year. Perhaps, as some propose, the spark for this controversy was his sermon or treatise titled De Gratia, in which he berated his bereaved parishioners who dared to dwell on the fact that their baby died unbaptized. Caesarius paints the tragic image of parents rushing to the baptismal font as their child lay dying in their arms, hoping that they could just make it in time. Alas, many did not. As far as Caesarius was concerned, they should get over it. After all, as he explains, the dead babies of pagans, heretics, and Jews are all surely damned. If the baby of a Christian couple dies without baptism, there's nothing to distinguish it from those non-Christian babies. Therefore, that baby born to the Christian couple is burning in hell forever. There's no use in dwelling on it. If anything, the parents should move on and rejoice over the babies who were baptized before dying. Likewise, for similarly arbitrary reasons, the Jews of the present remain without God's predestining grace, just as the Gentiles beforehand had languished without the grace in times of yore. In this De Gratia text, there is a linkage of Jews as members of those not predestined, namely pagans and heretics. All of these are functionally the foredamned. In any case, the basic principles of this sermon are all endorsed at Orange in 529. These boil down to the following. The fall of humanity totally depraved human nature. As such, humans can no longer perform intrinsically good deeds. Only those predestined by grace before creation itself would have their free will and nature restored so that they may do good. As for those not predestined, they are rightly damned on account of their evil workings, because such people are incapable of thinking rationally. I'm happy to go into the details during the Q&A about which canons endorse each principle, but for the sake of time, I'll move on to predestinarianism as it applies to Jews in Caesarius' other sermons. This predestinarianism appears often in Caesarius' sermons that touch upon the Jews, in which he considered them to be inferior to Christians and made clear to his congregation as to why. In a sermon on the Epiphany, Caesarius calls the Jews mindless stones, whose sole function was to serve as mileposts showing the true way of Christianity to others, while the Jews themselves remained ignorant. The Gentiles, represented by the Magi, merit on account of grace and against their nature to have their nature changed or restored. Here it is important to note the juxtaposition of Jews as members dwelling in depraved nature, while the Christians are partakers of freely given grace. This stark dichotomy of nature versus grace is a standard predestinarian framework. The Jews are foredamned as stupid and unthinking on account of nature, while the Christians are different because they are arbitrarily predestined as saved by grace. Yet, as indicated in another sermon, during the end of days, a remainder of the Jews, as represented by the elder prodigal son, Luke chapter 15, would be saved. So Caesarius provides some sort of caveats. In another sermon on the Epiphany, Caesarius says that God's light is the light for the Christian salvation, while for the Jew it blinds them and darkens their vision further. Elsewhere, he chastises his flock for the crime of stealing. He then posits the scenario of a Christian deciding to rob a heretic or a Jew. Caesarius then says this act would prevent the other from becoming a Christian and is therefore wrong. But then the thief in this scenario counters that they are stealing out of the love that discipline offers to the Jew in order to make the Jew into a Christian. Caesarius then concludes the scenario, quote, saying, "I would listen and believe such if what you stole from the Jew you gave to the Christian," end quote. Even when preaching against theft from Jews, Caesarius adds the caveat that it was okay, that it was done in as long as it was done in disinterested charity towards Christians and for the sake of converting the other. At no point in this discussion does Caesarius offer a clear condemnation of such evangelical tactics. It seems plausible to suggest that after inculcating such dehumanizing views of Jews as foredamned, irrational, and mere tools to help predestined Christians, that some of Caesarius' flock would come to believe that they could treat their Jewish neighbors as less than human and begin stealing from them. Yet, not everyone in Arles believed like Caesarius, as is best testified in Canon 40, promulgated against Jews at the Council of Agde in 506, which Caesarius presided over, and in a fragmented sermon attributed to the bishop. To briefly sum up Canon 40, it declares that no Christian layman or priest was to eat with Jews because of conflicting dietary regulations between the two communities. The council feared that Jews might judge the Christians inferior because they eat what Jews themselves considered unclean and refuse to eat, while Christians freely eat what the Jews offered. As for the sermon fragment, Germain Morin, Caesarius' modern editor, declared that it corresponded with Canon 40. At the same time, he did not believe it to be possible any longer to be able to definitively attribute to Caesarius, despite some manuscript evidence. For reasons that I'll explain in a bit, I believe Caesarius is possible, I could be wrong, you tell me, responsible for this sermon. But first, I would like to quote most of the surviving fragment, which is titled On the Prohibited Food or Drink of the Jews. And it runs as follows. Dearest brothers or children of the church, hear the Lord saying, quote, the food or drink of the Jews is sacrificial, end quote. Inasmuch as both these meals and the Jews themselves are accursed by the Lord because they crucified God and their Lord. Therefore, they are accursed. These hesitating ones are delayed. Indeed, they are not in their correct places. They do not have the prophets. Indeed, they do not have the law. They have neither the priesthood nor the sacrifice. But they are truly rendered deceitful because they were ravaged by the Romans. Either truly Judas alone was broken by demons, or the Jewish people themselves are evil because nothing from their houses is offered in the house of God. No gift, no candles, and no incense. But there are some less understanding people who say, quote, whatever has been brought before you, bless it and eat and drink. On that account, dearest ones, the Lord says, if anyone blesses their food or their wine and eats and drinks it, he is just like he who blesses his mouth and plunges a sword into his soul. Because the Lord said to Moses, saying, quote, the vine is from the vine of Sodom, and their vine is from the suburbs of Gomorrah. That's from Deuteronomy 32. The Lord says, and goes on to quote it, their vine is most bitter and like a poison. The Lord says, their cluster of grapes is most bitter, like an incurable poison from a viper of the serpents. Therefore, dearest brothers, I admonish you through Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who undertook death by the cross for our redemption, and through the holy counsel, that you abstain from this evil sacrifice or deadly venom, and that you hear the voice of the Lord saying, quote, come, blessed ones of my Father, receive the kingdom that was prepared for you since the beginning of the world. That's from Matthew chapter 25. And that's the end of the sermon here. Now, some signs that this sermon is Caesarius's are the following. First, the sermon mentions the delayed salvation of the Jews, which corresponds to what Caesarius indisputably preached elsewhere. Second, there is an allusion to the Synod of Agde itself. Third, there is an invocation of Matthew chapter 25, verse 34, which predestinarians often invoked in their own election, to claim their own election, excuse me. Prosper did so in a letter to Augustine, while Augustine himself invoked the similarly worded Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4 in his On the Predestination of Saints. The overlapping context, theology, and the manuscript tradition, however small, indicate to me that this was plausibly Caesarius' sermon. Besides the sermon's invocation of predestinarianism or predestination, what is most interesting about it is what it reveals about Jewish-Christian relations in Arles. Evidently, from the sermon and from Canon 40, Jews and Christians ate together often enough to draw attention. For Caesarius, this was unacceptable for two reasons. One, because it might let Jews think themselves as superior to Christians due to eating customs. And two, it polluted Christians with meals dedicated to demons, thus violating Paul's commandments in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 14 through 29. This verse is alluded to in the beginning of the sermon with the phrase, quote, "The food and drink of the Jews is sacrificial." In this verse, Paul, discussing pagan meals, not Jewish meals, declares that Christians are not to inquire about how their food was consecrated at the markets or how it was consecrated when invited over for dinner for the sake of the host and for the sake of their fellow Christians who might be scandalized. Evidently, Caesarius embraced this prohibition and wanted it applied to Jews as well. Meanwhile, his local opponents invoked the same passage, but a little later in the selection. They declared, quote, "Whatever has been brought before you, bless it and eat and drink," which corresponds with 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 30 through 33, in which Paul declares that whatever one does, whether they eat or don't eat, they should give thanks to God. The primary point for Paul was not to cause offense. Caesarius attempts to answer this scriptural argument for his own exegesis. First, he conflates Jewish meals with the demonically dedicated meals of 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 20. Then he conflates Jews with demonic forces through the figure of Judas. Lastly, after having blurred the categories of Jews and pagans, he cites the prayer of Moses from Deuteronomy 32, in which the Gentiles who serve pagan gods enjoy poison for wine. Now, returning to the siege of Arles. Given all these anti-Jewish preachments and measures, the image of Caesarius as a moderate towards the Jews begins to disappear. If anything, he has become one of their foremost local antagonists. As such, Klingshirn's theory becomes all the more convincing. To piece it all together, Caesarius had the following: 1, motive; 2, a previous accusation of treason; and 3, damning evidence against him. Or I guess maybe 3 is not as strong, but anyways, as many scholars have noted, if Arles fell, then all of his episcopal lands would have been unified politically. In terms of a record, Caesarius had been accused of treason, specifically of wanting to hand over Arles to the Burgundians in 505. As for the damning evidence against him, it was Caesarius' own relative and subordinate who was outed for committing treason. Not even the Vita disputes this accusation against the young man, but rather it disputes that Caesarius was connected. What is unclear, however, is how a cleric would be able to assist a Franco-Burgundian assault on the city without some higher strings to pull, namely Caesarius' authority. Unlike soldiers, clerics did not fight on the walls, so it seems probable or possible that he was there on orders from a superior, one named Caesarius, who would have had some sway over the city's defenses. When this treason came to light, Caesarius was immediately suspected, probably for these very reasons. As such, the Goths imprisoned him in the palace and debated whether or not to move him outside the city under the cover of night or to outright execute him. I want to draw attention to how the Goths went about imprisoning Caesarius. Given the fact that they ultimately decided to keep him in a secret location in the palace, it is likely that the Goths thought it was too risky to execute the bishop. Caesarius, after all, had a long record of popular sway among the people. During his first charge of treason, Caesarius alone calmed the mob that wanted to stone his accuser to death for his alleged false testimony. Likewise, as evidenced in his sermons, his flock beat pagans or Christians continuing some pagan practices or practices that were deemed pagan, and due to his own encouragements. This bishop was a man of great charisma and could move crowds. He had to be restrained, but without disclosing his location. If it came to light, his supporters could maybe break him out, and the plan of handing over the city could have been initiated. It was at this point that the Jewish community was blamed for the treason instead. A member of Caesarius' party, who either acted alone or on direct orders of Caesarius after having somehow made contact with him, wrote an incriminating letter under the name of a Jewish wall guard and publicized it within the forum under the guise of having found it outside the walls. This innocent man was then tried and punished. The man's alleged treason did not necessarily exonerate Caesarius of the charges, but it did provide ample evidence for an uproar, ample material, for an uproar among the people. Given Caesarius' years of divisive preaching, his divisive church legislation, and his proven charisma, using accusations against Jews during a chaotic siege would have sparked civil unrest. Only one man could stop it, Caesarius himself. And so for this reason, he was released. Predestinarianism that Caesarius so cherished was a major factor in the bishop's negative impact on Jewish-Christian relations within Arles and his eventual escape from justice.
Michael, I think we'll have the questions, it seems to be the custom, gathered at the end. And so we'll proceed with the second paper in our Identities in Conflict, which is by Andy Romig, who teaches at the very interestingly entitled Gallatin School of Individualized Study, where I learned there are 1,500 students within NYU, and who is also the author of a marvelous book about Carolingian masculinity. They didn't just hunt, they had to be kind as well. And today he's presenting us a paper entitled Protest Embodied, the Case of Bodo Eleazar. Please welcome Andy Romig.
Okay, sorry, it sounds like a really nice guy. Thank you, Paolo. And thank you, David, especially for organizing this wonderful event and inviting me. I was there the night when David was asked. He was asked the question, will you organize this conference? And David confidently said yes. I had just met David that day, and I thought to myself, wow, this guy's either crazy or a mensch. And as we all know, it's the latter. But thank you. So in my paper today, I'd like to examine the conversion to Judaism of the Carolingian deacon Bodo in the year 838 and what it might help us to understand about responses to socio-political crisis during the reign of Louis the Pious. I come to this subject through the lens of both my previous work on the competing literary representation of the Carolingian Civil War era and new work on the history of early medieval European anti-Semitism during the centuries before the more traditionally recognized emergence of anti-Semitic rhetoric and violence after 1095. Historians have traditionally interpreted the Carolingian era, as most of the people in this room know, as a period of relative tolerance for Jews within the empire, even something of a golden era, quote unquote. Compared to later centuries, there is certainly some truth in such an interpretation, but is important, I think, in a contemporary world where sometimes, where anti-Semitism is sadly once again on the rise, not to allow ourselves to pretend that the perhaps less systemic forms of organized anti-Jewish sentiment that we find in the Carolingian historical record were any less virulent than future incarnations. Nor should we discount the lessons that we can learn from the history of Carolingian anti-Jewish rhetoric and its connections to political disillusionment and social unrest. I wish to present an admittedly small, but I think significant historiographical intervention today, followed by some conjecture, really more questions than answers, about how this intervention might suggest new ways of seeing Bodo in relationship to the Carolingian past. Bodo has been fascinating to historians of the past century, myself certainly included, because on the face of things, he offers us the perfect ingredients for a really juicy story. The historical record of his life is a heady concoction of hearsay mixed with just enough solid evidence to allow us the rough outlines of a real historical figure. And therefore, he becomes a historical subject who begs for our conjecture. Our sources tell us that he was a Saxon nobleman and a favorite son of the Carolingian aristocracy, a deacon and courtier who worked within the circles of Hildwyn and the controversial Queen Judith. They hint that he was particularly handsome, a blonde boy over whom Walafrid Strabo fawned with honeyed affection in one of his poems. They report him to have been a self-professed cad, who in later life boasted of his sexual exploits as a young man, swept up in the lasciviousness and moral depravity of Louis's royal court. The sources say that one day he secreted away from the royal court, ostensibly to make pilgrimage to Rome, but in fact to abscond from the empire to Muslim Saragossa. There he made a new life for himself as a converted Jew, going even so far as to change his name from Bodo to Eleazar. Understandably, historians have been tantalized by the story of this shadowy rebel figure and have endeavored to see the man in spite of the obscurity of the sources. In 1953, as the world was only just beginning its long process of coming to terms with the horrors of the Holocaust, Alan Cabanis published a short, heroic biography of Bodo in the Jewish Quarterly Review. A most remarkable man, quote unquote, wrote Cabanis. We know very little about him, mostly from prejudiced and untrustworthy historical record. Quote, elusive and mysterious, end quote, Cabanis opined, he reminds us of the sparrow flitting ever so briefly through the castle hall of King Edwin of Northumbria, and then back into the murky darkness whence it came. Even more shadowy, perhaps, than the sparrow, he adds, since analysts knew his activities only from the lips of a Virgilian dame rumor. The quote-unquote splash that Bodo made, wrote Cabanis, renders him especially worthy of our consideration, compelling us to, quote, read through the bigoted accounts and to disclose the man as he actually was, end quote. It was a noble sentiment, to be sure, and it is a sentiment that subsequent historians have followed. The history of Bodo scholarship is a history of attempts to understand the real Bodo within the context of his complex world. In this paper, though, I want to do something a bit different. I'll be less interested in Bodo Eleazar the man than in interrogating how Carolingian writers shaped the narrative of Bodo Eleazar toward particular rhetorical ends. My argument is this, that we overlook something crucially important when we try to read through the bigotry of the sources. I'm not saying that reading through the bigotry isn't an honorable endeavor, because of course it is, nor am I reminding simplistically that Carolingian writers were bigoted, because of course they were. I'm arguing that the bigotry itself is not simple. It requires more direct attention than historians have thus far given to it. So what I want to do for the rest of my time is simply walk through the main sources that we have for Bodo's story, and there were only two. 2.5, one it appears twice in one. Sources that implot his conversion as part of a larger narrative. I want to demonstrate that even the elements that historians traditionally take as historical fact are probably best read as components of a distinctly Carolingian anti-Jewish rhetorical agenda. The path that historians have tried to cut through these sources cannot lead us ultimately to the historical Bodo. But that path can teach us something about how two writers, Prudentius of Troyes and Amilot of Lyon, sought at least to express, if not to sow, anti-Semitic fear, just as the empire was about to descend into civil war. Again, historians have traditionally interpreted the Carolingian era as a period of relative tolerance, Jewish communities seem to have flourished, particularly in the southwestern regions of the empire, where they enjoyed protected status by imperial decree. Carolingian Jews lived under the jurisdiction of an imperial officer whose job it was to regulate Jewish life, largely by allowing Jewish men and women to live according to their own laws and customs, so long as they did not encroach on imperial economic interests, and to a more inconsistent degree, so long as they did not traffic in Christian slaves. Again, inconsistent. The protected status, again, the history traditionally goes, led to inevitable conflict. Bishop Agobard of Lyon, again, this figure we all know well, in whose diocese daily interaction between Christian and Jews seems to have been common. Agobard infamously petitioned the emperor to proscribe Christian and Jewish interrelation. Jews flaunted and exploited the privileges that they enjoyed from the emperor. Christian folk preferred the sermons of the rabbis and those offered by Christian priests. They interchangeably received blessings from both and even moved their market day from Saturday to Sunday so that they could attend religious service in synagogue rather than church. At least so said Agobard. The Carolingian emperors revered the Old Testament past furthermore. Charlemagne famously referred to himself as a modern Josiah, the lawgiver, in the important Admonitio Generalis of 789. Louis the Pious fashioned himself as a modern-day Moses, leader of the new Israel and builder of the new temple of God that would stand for all time. The emperors employed Jewish envoys to represent their interests in foreign courts. Christian exegetes such as Theodulf of Orleans and Rabanus Maurus unapologetically employed Jewish scholarship and even enlisted Jewish scholars, probably Christian converts, but Jewish scholars nonetheless, for their expertise in Hebrew scripture and Old Testament interpretive tradition. All of this is true. But we should not pretend that this was a culture that mobilized a particular religious tolerance, a particular tolerance of religious plurality. Exegetes followed the tradition of Jerome and Bede in making distinctions between the Jews of the Old Testament, who were the ancestors of modern Christians, and the Jews of the modern day, the modern Carolingian day, who were the corrupt descendants of those who denied Christ as the Messiah. When crisis occurred, just as in other moments of European history, the Jews became a convenient target of Christian blame. Bodo's story exists in the historical record almost exclusively as a reflection of this history, rather than evidence of a historical life. The story of Bodo's conversion first appears in the Annals of Saint-Bertin, the part written by Prudentius of Troyes in his entry for the year 839. He begins the entry, and this is what I have here. I tried to make it as large as possible when I saw the size of the screen. If you can't follow along, it's not that big of a deal. But I think I should read it in full just to give a flavor of the language. Meanwhile, he writes, this is after presenting the treachery of Louis the German against his father. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened. Something to be bewailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumor spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Alaman by birth and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion with the scholarship of the court clergy and with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with many gifts. This man, seduced by the enemy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. What I wish to highlight here is that the main subject of the story is actually not Bodo. It's a simple observation, but an important element of the narration that Bodo scholarship largely does not recognize. The main subject of the story is that the distressing rumor of Bodo's conversion reached the emperor. Bodo tricked the emperor and empress and then abandoned them. First, the passage continues. He entered into discussion about apostasy and his own perdition with some Jews whom he had brought with him to sell to the pagans. He was not afraid to make his cunning plans, having let these Jews be taken away, and kept only one companion with him, a man rumored to be his nephew. He renounced the Christian faith, we weep to say it, and professed himself a Jew. Thus he was circumcised, he let his hair and beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eleazar. He assumed a warrior's gear, married a Jew's daughter, and forced his nephew, mentioned earlier, to convert to Judaism. Finally, overcome by the most despicable avarice, he entered the Spanish town of Zaragoza in mid-August with some Jews. It was only with difficulty that the emperor could be persuaded to believe this news at all. These elements of the story have largely been taken at face value. Ignoring the bigotry, historians have eliminated the incendiary descriptors, cunning plans, usurped name, despicable avarice, etc. But they've largely kept the rest. I think we need to read it as bigotry all the way down. A carefully constructed image of a traitor to the emperor who takes on a form so monstrous and engages in a deceit so egregious that it challenges all belief. Bodo sells his companions as slaves. He compels his nephew to convert with them. He changes his appearance from the blonde lad of the royal court to the hirsute Jew of sun-drenched Spain. He grows his hair and beard long. He mutilates himself with circumcision. He sheds his priestly garb and takes on the habit of a warrior. He marries a Jew's daughter. I submit that the shock and horror is the message. The story begins and ends with the utter disbelief of the emperor and empress who represent all faithful Christians. Prudentius repeats his story in his entry for the year 847. Actually, I don't have that here, I guess. Again, making the focus of the narrative not Bodo's conversion, but Bodo's monstrosity. The newsworthy event is not Bodo, but the tearful petition to Charles the Bald to recall the apostate and offer his protection to the oppressed Christians who live under Saracen rule. The only other narrative source that we have for Bodo is an extended epistolary petition written by Amulo, Archbishop of Lyon, after Agobard, as part of a dossier gathered to persuade Charles the Bald to support proposed anti-Jewish legislation at the Council of Meaux, Paris in 846. The echoes of Agobard's earlier complaints are patent. Amulo was concerned with the popularity and influence of Jewish scholarship and anti-Christian texts. Amulo worried that Christians in Lyon were more interested in Jewish teachings than attending services within his diocese, and that Jewish mysticism would mingle with Christian worship. Jews and Christians commonly shared traditions and daily practices. Christians celebrated Jewish feast days, ate kosher foods. This intermingling had led to dangerous information exchange, hence my question to Abigail. Amulo worried, since now Christians were tempted to convert to Judaism because they learned about the secular incentives that Jewish status offered, particularly their exemption from certain Christian tithes. To drive home the seriousness of these dangers, Amulo rhetorically invoked Bodo. Bodo historians, once again, in their efforts to read through the bigotry, have interpreted Amulo's letter as a reflection of real goings-on in the Lyonnaise diocese. More than one historian has gone so far as to argue, apparently assigning transparent truth to Amulo's testimony, that the historical Bodo was Amulo's worst nightmare come true. Irrefutable evidence that Amulo's vitriol was perhaps not all anti-Semitism, wrote one historian in particular. Perhaps not all anti-Semitism, but rather legitimate pastoral concern, as if those two sentiments might be mutually exclusive. Again, I think we must read the representation as bigotry all the way down. Bodo is the poster child not of what Amulo feared, but of what Amulo wanted the emperor to fear. Namely, a man who did not recognize the authority of the emperor or the episcopacy. a man who had abandoned his Christian brothers and assumed the monstrous form of the satanic Jew. In the end, I'm not sure that we can know much about the real Bodo at all, which is sad for me, because I, along with so many others, want to read the evidence as a reflection, however imperfect, of fact. It is not fact. It is propaganda posing as fact. The history of Bodo becomes less the history of a man than a history of how Carolingian writers weaponized their bigotry toward their political goals. Bodo's story appears in the historical record not as a salacious scandal that just happened to be newsworthy enough to be written down for posterity, which again is essentially how it's been understood to date. Bodo's story appears in the record as propaganda carefully crafted to instill fear during a very specific moment of political crisis, fear of a monstrous and subversive form of masculinity that a very specific group of ecclesiastical writers believed needed to be controlled and contained. So in conclusion, how might reading Bodo in this manner that I suggest revise our understanding of Bodo and of his moment? First, I think it demands further consideration of the increasingly strong cadre of anti-Jewish bishops, particularly in the dioceses of Lyon and Reims. These men increasingly sought to take advantage of imperial weakness to revive long-standing campaigns against Jewish legal privilege, campaigns that had been toothless for the better part of a century. Their concerns, as they voiced them, were cultural. They feared the corrosive influences of a group that they sought to define legally and socially as ethnic outsiders, regardless of how integrated and indistinguishable individual Jews and Jewish families may have been in quotidian reality. Their concerns were also, and perhaps even more genuinely, over the proper boundaries of pastoral dominion. Legal protection of Carolingian Jews was a crucial tool by which secular power maintained social control against the encroachments of an increasingly independent episcopacy. How and why the instability of the Carolingian secular world eroded these protections and allowed anti-Jewish cultural sentiment to flourish remains a subject ripe for further study. Second, reading Bodo more critically requires further consideration of the perplexing anti-Judaism that shows up in the annals of Saint Bertin, far more evident than in the earlier royal Frankish annals, of which the Saint Bertin annals can be considered a continuation. The Bodo episode, two separate accusations of Jewish perfidy in the face of Viking and Muslim invaders, and a truly bizarre story about Charles the Bald's death at the hands of his murderous Jewish doctor, Sedekius. What work do these moments perform within the annals as a whole? What motivated Prudentius of Troyes and Hincmar of Reims to include them in the manner that they chose, and for whom did they write? The Saint Bertin annals are thought to have had an extremely small readership, even for some decades a readership of one, for most of their 9th century life. Third and last, I think we must try to understand more clearly how Carolingian forms of anti-Judaism connect, if they connect at all, to the centuries of European anti-Judaism that preceded and the more well-known anti-Judaism of Europe in the later Middle Ages and beyond. Following what Bob Moore famously and others have argued for the 12th century, I think we can safely interpret Carolingian anti-Judaism as far less a reaction to new appearances and encroachments of Jewish communities within the empire than it was a recasting of Jewish presences and practices that had in fact been in place for centuries. But if this is true, where does this leave us when it comes to understanding Bodo? Was he a unique product of a historical moment? Perhaps. I think it at least equally likely that he was only a convenient example, weaponized, demonized, and distorted for dramatic effect within a very specific aristocratic conversation. It may be that the demonization and distortion tells us far more than the conversion itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for this fine intervention. And Now, third and last, but definitely not least, is the paper by Professor Consuelo Lollobrigida, well known to everybody here because she teaches at the University of Arkansas Rome Center and has been our host in these past few hours. And she is a scholar. We're moving forward in this chronologically. In this session, we started in late antiquity, Carolingians. Now I think we're going to move very far forward. She's a scholar of early modern art and architecture, and in particular of gender in that field. And she's studied an important Baroque architect called Plautilla Bricci, and published a book about that. And she's extensive studies also of other women artists in the period. But the thing that she most cares about nowadays is her pet baby, which is the Iwak, right? Which is the annual International Women in the Arts meeting, which normally would be held in this room at this time, but we occupied the space. So imminently, the fourth one is going to be held, and she will preside. But today, she's going to tell us all about representing Jews in a 10th century image of Saint Helena.
Thank you. And thank you all. I promise I will be very short because we are all very tired. And thank you, Paul, for your presentation. Well, yes, so we are really moving forward into the early modern times. And because, first of all, I'm an art historian. And so, yeah, I was on this, this paper, this lecture, it was born, actually, it is born within my course, Women in the Arts and Architecture. So the course I teach here now since, for 2 years probably, 4 years from the COVID, just right after the COVID, and taking students to see women in the arts in Rome. Since the very beginning, I was attracted by these statues you can see here. That is the statues of Saint Helen, and this is housed in the Capitoline museums in the room of the emperor. So she's really, takes the stage because she's right at the center of this beautiful room, surrounded by busts of emperors and few empresses, and she dominates the space in this very austere and imposing position. I'm sorry. And so I started studying Helen lives, and I went on to see where and how and when she was depicted over the course of the times. I realized that, except for a few exceptions, Helen has been mainly depicted starting from the mid of the 15th century, the 1400. And so, just preparing the paper for this conference, IT is my field of expertise. Fabio knows it very well. So I realized what is really happening in 1492, just briefly. So of course, it's a crucial here in the history of the Western civilization. February the 1st, just for an accident, as we will see, the Titulus Crucis was found during the restoration works in the Church of the Holy Cross of Jerusalem in Rome. Few weeks after, on March the 31st, Isabel of Aragon and Ferdinand of Castile, with the degree of Granada, expelled the Jews from Spain. Right away, Lawrence the Magnificent, the shaper and the iconic symbol of the whole Renaissance, died. And October the 12th, really the important events happened in the history of all history of Western civilization. Columbus landed in the New World, and Piero della Francesca, from whom I will start my paper, died. What I will do is actually I will take on your attention, and of course from this renowned audience I can anything do but learn from you. And so 3 study cases. So starting from the beautiful statues of Helen in the Capitoline museums, I will be taking to your attention the cycle of the True Cross in the choir chapel of the Basilica of San Francesco in Arezzo by Piero della Francesca, the story of Helen in the apse of the Basilica of the Holy Cross of Jerusalem in Rome, and the third one, which is, I assume, I was just thinking aloud, the link between the first sources which speak about Helen, mainly Eusebius of Caesarea, which is the Stavelot triptych, which is in the Pierpont Morgan Library in New York. And yes, so the second half of the 15th century Italian art sees suddenly presence of St. Helen has a consistent subject matter for mural decoration and mobile paintings, not a simple adding to Christian iconography, but to me a choice done in support of some political matters. Needless to say that I will try to explain my thoughts that she was also used in certain specific moment in rising anti-Semitism all over Europe. Helen, we know very well that Helen went to the Holy Hand, to the Holy Hand between 325, 327, just few years before dying, and she went in search for relics, and for the reason she visited the places where Jesus had lived and suffered. And in the wake of her journey, an increasing number of worshippers traveled to Palestine to reap spiritual edification from physical contact with the holy places. Further, the emperor himself took possession of these sites, and when he ordered the erection of the churches of the Holy Sepulchre on top of the Golgotha. And one of the first representation in early modern time of Helena is found in Piero della Francesca's Stories of the True Cross, a cycle painted between 1452 by Piero and 1456. Actually, the decoration of the chapel was started up by Neri di Bicci a decade earlier. In the main choir chapel of San Francesco, the Franciscan church in Arezzo. The subject matter of the stories illustrated by Piero is drawn from Jacobus de Varagini's Golden Legion, written 1228 and 1298, a 13th century text that recounts the miraculous story of the wood of Christ's cross. The story tells how Adam, so I'm trying to follow the number, so 1, 2, 3, the story tells of Adam on his deathbed, sends to his son Seth to Archangel Michael, who gives him some seedlings from the tree original sin to be placed in his father's mouth at the moment of his death. The tree that grows on the patriarch's grave is chopped down by King Solomon, and its wood, which could not be used for anything else, is thrown across a stream to serve as a bridge. The Queen of Sheba, on her journey to see Solomon and hear his words of wisdom, is about to cross the stream, when by miracle she learns that the Savior will be crucified on that wood. She kneels in devout adoration. When Solomon discovers the nature of the divine message received by the Queen of Sheba, he orders that the bridge be removed and the wood, which will cause the end of the kingdom of the Jews, be buried. But the wood is found, and the secondary premonitory message becomes the instrument of the Passion. 3 centuries later, just before the battle of Ponte Milvio against Maxentius, the Emperor Constantine is told in a dream that he must fight in the name of the cross to overcome his enemy. After Constantine's victory, his mother Helena travels to Jerusalem to recover the miraculous wood. No one knows where the relics of the cross is except a Jew called Judas. Judas is tortured in a well and confesses that he knows the temple where the 3 crosses of Calvary are hidden. Helena orders that the temple be destroyed. The 3 crosses are found, and the true cross is recognized because it causes the miraculous resurrection of its death youth. Helena is present in two episodes: the finding of the cross and the torture of the Jews. So it is respectively, you see Adam, Solomon, and then the Order of Solomon, the Annunciation, which does not appear, by the way, in the Legenda Aurea, Maxentius. Number 7, Lost Traces of the Cross, Helena, mother of Constantine, churches a Jew. It's number 7. He's riding a well. He was about to die because he was very thirsty. The cross, after the death of Christ, is buried hidden, and only Judas knows the exact location. To make him talk, Helena puts him in a well until he decides to speak. The entire cycle was done also to support, I mean, the reason behind this cycle is, I mean, the different interpretation that have been given to the entire cycle done by Piero della Francesca are really extensive, but for what is my thought, well, I want to focus on the fact that the entire cycle was done to support the project of a crusade to reconquer Constantinople, fall in the hands of the Muslims in 1453. The battle between Constantine and Maxentius, therefore, is used to reunite the West and the Eastern churches set apart since centuries because of conflicts and misunderstandings, as we have extensively talked about during this conference today. In this cycle, Helen is portrayed as an Oriental queen in a elegant but austere dress. So again, the austerity we have seen in the statue in the Capitoline Museum, which was probably done right at the time Helen was still alive, and with an Oriental hat. Her solemn aptitude becomes more evident in the episode where she's finding the true cross of where Christ suffered martyrdom. And here we are in the second example. This is the apse of the Basilica of the Holy Cross of Jerusalem in Rome. Well, in 1492, during some restoration works which were carried out by Cardinal Mendoza, the cardinal titular of the Basilica of the Holy Cross, it was found in a box hidden inside a wall of the Basilica, the titulus of the cross, the inscribed wooden tablet once placed on the cross of Jesus Christ, which is still visible inside the Basilica of the Holy Cross. So, as we have seen, the relics. Helena went to Palestine, to the Holy Hand. She found some relics, and she brought these relics to Rome. And when she came back, Constantine gave to Helena the opportunity to live in the Palatium Sessorium, which is, you know, was the imperial palace at Constantine times. And this Palatium Sessorium became the exclusive residence of Helena. While she undertook the journey, Eusebius of Caesarea describes the journey, and what Eusebius says, there are the very few sources we have. I mean, all the sources about Helena describes it as very joyful journey, and Helen just going on looking for the relics with, you know, a group of people just behind and accompanying her in this joyful and joyful parade. This is all the only things Eusebius of Caesarea says about Helen. So it really doesn't describe exactly the finding, the way she found the cross. So when she came back, she adapted part of the Palatium Sessorium as a chapel to host the relics. In the 5th century, the Emperor Valentinianus III commissioned the mosaics, in apse mosaics, which was gone, was destroyed when Antoniazzo Romano, between 1492 and 1496, made this new cycle, the new frescoes, which represents the story of Helen. Again, the iconographic sources is the Golden Legend by Jacopo da Varagine. As a whole, the composition, as we can see, is that this Baroque canopy, fortunately or unfortunately, cannot make it very simple to take the picture of the entire decoration. So the composition is divided into two parts, corresponding to the idea of history and the transcendental idea of eternity. So the upper part here is characterized by a blue background, some cherubs, and golden stars. Cherubs enclose the Redeemer here in a kind of in an almond with the golden background, who sits down on a celestial throne in the act of blessing, and in his left hands he holds an open book with the writing Ego sum vita veritas vita from the Gospel of St. John. The lower part, here we go, is we just come back here. That's the right amendment. Is the lower part is divided right at the center, almost in two equal parts from the left, and we have to read the story of Helen from left to right. So right at the beginning we have Helen, which is repeated several times all over the narration here, and she stands right at the center holding the cross, as she used to be represented in the few representations, previous representation of Helen. Well, in the first episode, right in here, Helen is already in Jerusalem. So there are no traces of the journey she made from Rome to Jerusalem, and she asks Judas to where the cross is hidden. In the adjacent episode, Judas says that the cross is under the Temple of Venus, built by Adrian on top of the Golgotha, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The third episode sees a corpse, just to get to know which was the right wood, the real cross of Jerusalem. So they just take a corpse and they make it laying on the three woods, and when he resurrects, that was the very true proof that was the cross of Christ. And here, so we can go here, yes, this is Helen. We can see Helen, the background of the city of Rome, which is not a detail, but is a fundamental part of the whole understanding, to my opinion, of the frescoes. So it's Helen holding the cross, and getting a knee right in front of her is the Cardinal Mendoza, the titular cardinal of the Holy Cross in Jerusalem. So there is a difference in how Helen is meant to be in Piero and Antoniazzo cycle. So in Piero's cycles, Helen is torturing the Jews. Here she's just asking the Jews something. Where is the cross? So that's the very different, that is the point. So if we assume that the source is the Legenda Aurea, the golden legend by Jacopo da Varagine, there is something in between that has to, there is a gap or something which really doesn't fulfill the traditional understanding of the figure of Helen in these two different cycles. And then for this reason, I have to I just thought to go back to the third element, which is a Stavelot triptych with the story of Helen. I'm sure that everyone knows it very, very well. And the 10th and 11th centuries played a little part in the development of the Inventio Crucis iconography. But the 12th century, the century of the Crusades, probably the Stavelot triptych can be dating back the time. the century of the Crusade, saw the revival of the theme. The first time the finding of the cross is used ever in the history in the Stavelot reliquary is exactly this one, where we can see now the story of Helen. The Stavelot reliquary's 6 medallions, which are made in Champollion enamel, are divided between the inside of the triptych's wings. The central panel serves as a background for 2 smaller Byzantine triptychs in cloisonné enamel and is covered in red velvet, but actually it has been added in very recent times by the people in Morgan Library during the 80s, now late 70s restoration works. On stylistic grounds, the triptych can be dated to the 1150s. Although no direct related documents have survived from the time, the reliquary has been ascribed to Wibold, the abbot of Stavelot, between 1130 and 1158, on the basis, of course, of stylistic consideration. Each of the triptych's wings has 3 medallions with scenes from the Legend of the Cross. On the left, Constantine, and on the right, we have Helen. The scenes read from bottom to top. A structure also chosen by the Genesis illuminator of the Stavelot Bible. In the bottom medallion, the left wing, Constantine's dream is portrayed. The emperor reclines, leaning on his elbow and facing the viewer. Behind him, there are 3 arches. A curtain hangs in the left arch, a crown in the center arch. On the right, an angel bears the description Enoch Vince, and with his right hand points to a cross that appears in the firmament. We are talking about how God now is described in a Christian art and iconography. And in this regard, the iconography refers to the dream with the source is Lactantius and not the vision during the battle, which is instead narrated by Eusebius. Both the dream and the vision were also illustrated in an early Macedonian manuscript containing the homilies of Gregory of Nazianzus, and which can be dated in 8080 and 8086. On the right hand, here we go to see the detail. Okay, on the right hand wing of the triptych, there are 3 medallions connected with the legend of the finding of the cross. Again, they read from the bottom to the top, starting with the Helen's interrogation of the Jews, and where we can read the description of Stendite lignum Judas novit, Helena regina Judei Judas ignis. From her throne, Helena, and we can see her because of the halo, questioned the Jews in a Jewish cap, and Judas, elderly and bearded, stands on the floor. The Judas Syriacus legend at this time comes in and tells how Helen threatens the Jews of Jerusalem with fire if they fail to cooperate. Only under this pressure do they push forward Judas, who knows the place where Christ's cross lies buried. Even in the face of threats, Judas is unwilling to divulge the true location, and not until he has been starved for 7 days, so this time he is starving, he's not thirsting, but he's starving. For 7 days at the bottom of a dry well, does he show Helena the place. On the extreme right, the threatening fire blazes. Not with understanding the fact that this motive of the threat of the fire is a significant part of the literary tradition, you can teach me, you can tell me, of Judas Syriacus. Only now, in the 12th century, is introduced into the iconography. This is the period in which the anti-Semitism clearly begins to shape. The rejection and the repudiation of the Jew shifts from theological arguments to individually oriented xenophobia. A fertile climate erupts for an interest in this particular motif to take root. The hand of God, we talked about earlier, appearing in a triple beam of heavenly light, shows that event is taking place by divine grace. The head of the individual of whom the cross is to be tested is positioned exactly below the divine rays. The rays indicate that God acts through the cross. The true cross is the soteriological medium. Description above, vicit Leo de tribu, Judah radix David. The lion of the tribe of Judah, we talked about earlier, the root of David has conquered, is also a quotation from the antiphon sung at Lodz on May the 3rd, which is the day of the Holy Cross. We know that in the first half of the 12th century, Berengosus of Trier, so where is Emily, wrote a version of the finding of the cross, and he was also asked to write a life of Helena, based on Judas Syriacus legend. It is not impossible that the abbot influenced or stimulated the iconography of Helena, including the use of typologies acting as a link in the diffusion of the Inventio Crucis. From the 10th century, and perhaps from as early as the 8th century, as we have extensively seen today, there was, regarding the Jewish life and Jewish culture, there was a lively Helen cult in the city. So I was wondering to Amelie if she knows by chance the consistency of the Jews in the city of Trier, because it seems to be a relation between the presence of the Jews in the city and the revival of the cult of Helena. According to the legend set down around the 11th century by religious of the Cathedral of Helen, was born in Trier and founded several monasteries there, including St. Maximus. In Trier, she also regarded as the finders of Christ's penitential garment. In 952, I'm concluding, her relics were translated to Trier from the convent of St. Helen in Hauteville near Reims. And during the 12th century, the concept and typology expanded enormously in both word and image. Also influenced by 11th century's Neoplatonism, texts were created in which salvation history was interpreted along parallel lines. The visible world is an illusory word that alludes symbolically to the divine world hereafter. The same ontology between reality and symbol of reality is developed in the doctrine of the sacraments, as we have seen in the cycle, in the apse of the Holy Cross of Jerusalem. I go further to the conclusion. Wiebold was abbot of Stavelot, made a trip to Constantinople as an ambassador in 1154. He made 2 trips and the second 3 years later. From this trip, he brought back a piece of the true cross and a nail from the crucifixion. It is universally assumed that the Stavelot triptych was made for these relics, and that these relics were in the Byzantine reliquaries. We see in the center of the Stavelot triptych, when given to Wiebold. What grounds are there for this assumption? Information from the 18th century sources, in particular the Journal of Benedictines, Marran and Duran, they extensively studied the Abbot Wiebold's journey to Jerusalem, and they give for granted that the relics, which are in the 2 smaller reliquaries inside, were given to the abbot during his sojourn in Constantinople. Well, so going to the conclusion, here we go. Where is here? Going back to Antoniazzo's cycle, we could likely say that the historical premise is to have the decoration must be found mainly in the Decree of Granada. So when the Jews were expelled from Spain by Isabel, where is Isabel? Isabel of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, an act which was supported and endowed by Pope Alexander the Sixth, and which corresponds. We come back here in a minute. This is Alexander VI on the right, this is Innocence III on the left, and Eugenius IV right at the center. So these three popes were reigning while the three cases I've showed today were done. So Innocence III is for sure has been one of the most hostile popes against the Jews, and he reigned between 1198 and 1216, so a few years after actually the reliquary was done, if we give for granted that the reliquary was done during the reign of the abbot. And he, in the Fourth Lateran Council, he reinforced the powerful of the popes and of the Church of Rome. And during the council, he renewed the old canonical prohibition against trusting the Jews with public offices, as we have said, and introduced the law demanding the Jews should wear a distinctive sign on their garments. So this goes back to Innocence III, right at the beginning of the 13th century. During the reign of Eugenius IV, there was another event which occurred and happened, that is the so-called Solomon of Bonaventura case. Solomon of Bonaventura was condemned to pay 20,000 florins in Florence in 1441 for violating the Florentine law, which was issued in 1406, that prohibited the Jews from engaging usury in the city. Needless to say that just a few years before, the Medicis had endowed the Jewish and asked the Jews to become partners of their politics of monetary and financial politics of expansion. So from one side, he was giving, the Medici were giving the Jews some kind of liberty. On the other side, the Pope, for some reasons, was prompting further, more restrictive laws against the Jews. Alexander VI, as we have said, was reigning during when Isabel and Ferdinand expelled the Jews from Granada. So going to the conclusion, what is, my initial idea was that of why Helen? So yes, of course, she founded the cross, but she's used it in three distinct moments, in using the Jews in three different ways. So the torture of the fire, in the triptych, starving for, making the Jews dying because of the thirst, and then the last one, the one in the Holy Cross of Jerusalem, when she simply asks the Jews where the cross is. So my idea is that again, the figure of Helen was used to stress out somehow, rising anti-Semitism, but also to make her overlapping with the figure of, in this case, of Isabel of Aragon, being meant to be the new Helen and the new savior of the Christian religion. Thank you.
Since we have her up here, we can ask her if she authorizes us to have a few questions, although the time is a little late. And if so, we can bring the other people up. A couple of questions, maybe? Yes?
Yeah, of course.
Say it, yeah. Any questions?
Questo no?
Yes, a question for Andrew. Thank you for refreshing our reading of the Bodo narrative in such a valuable way. What I wonder is if you can go a step further with the Leonard's claim that the Christians are going to the synagogue and enjoying it. And I wonder if Agabart is actually recycling from John Chrysostom, who goes on and on about Christians going to synagogues and so forth.
Yeah, best I can tell, most of the anti-Jewish arguments are fully borrowed from previous centuries. I mean, Agabart, the story of Agabart's complaint is interesting because it involves this case with the slave. And so, you know, I'm not sure what I ultimately think about that, but his complaints and the complaints of Amulo are very much echoing earlier rhetoric. And in fact, you know, the anti-Jewish legislation at the Council of Mo, which I didn't have a chance to talk about, is wholesale lifted from the Fourth Council of Toledo. And so there's nothing particularly innovative or new about their argument. My read is that, you know, these arguments have been suppressed for almost 100 years, and these guys are taking advantage of the fact that, you know, they're hoping that imperial power is weak enough now that they can push them through. It didn't work in that moment, but you know, I think they saw a moment of cultural trauma in which that they could potentially take advantage of.
Oh, okay. Hi. My question is to Michael. So if I remember Klingshirn's argument correctly, he talks about 3 concentric circles of others, being the pagans, not the pagans, I'm sorry, the heretics, the Jews, and the Catholics that do not respect Caesarius's reformatory intentions. So I was wondering whether the invective is only reserved for the Jews, or whether there's comparable, you know, vitriol launched against others. That's one question. The second is, given that at the end of the day, he's the bishop, right? And he's perceived as this really divisive figure. So I'm kind of trying to understand what the end game is for him, if he's undermining the cohesion of a community that, I mean, even if we read the Vita, the Jews are taking part in the defense of the city. So even if you don't agree with them on a dogmatic level or whatever it is, I mean, the city still has to function as a community. And finally, I just wanted to get your opinion on whether you think it is Caesarius or it isn't in that particular sermon. So yeah, those are the questions. Thanks.
So I'm trying to think, in terms of those who he accuses of continuing pagan practices, he does have a lot of, you know, he does talk about them a good bit in his sermons. So, and I'm trying to remember, what he says about heretics. That's not coming to mind, but he does talk about continuing non-Christian practices that he is opposed to. So I don't know if that fully answers the first question, and then the second question. Remind me of the second question again.
What's his end game?
End game. I think he's just a zealot. So I mean, so Ralph Matheson talks about how, you know, his biographers deliberately leave out the Council of Orange because it's poorly received, but they talk about his disciples' magnificent defense of his position at Valence, but the canons of that don't survive. So I think there's a record of that. Not many people agree with Caesarius, but he's just really stubborn, and he's gonna stick to it. And that's just his views. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, you know, I don't know, but maybe I'm overly influenced negatively by his positions that he takes in De Gratia, but it really takes kind of a lot of gumption to look your congregation in the eye and say, get over your dead children. I mean, he doesn't say it so bluntly, but I mean, he basically does say that. He says, you know, who are you to question the judgments? He goes full Job on them, and it seems not very pastorally wise or nice. I don't know. So I think he's just a true zealot on this case. So I don't know if that's satisfactory or not. But in terms of the third question, do I think that the sermon is his? I mean, I'm more inclined to think that it is his, yeah. But I know that it's, I don't know. I mean, I gave a handful of arguments as to why I think that it's his, but I don't. People have tended to shy away from the sermon because the uncertainty. But I guess I've taken the leap of faith in this regard. So, yeah.
I just make rather a comment on Andrew, or brief notes on Andrew's lecture. I follow you completely that we shouldn't take Prudentius and Amulo as reporters, as journalists serious, but take them at an event in itself, their text. And actually we have even a certain proof for that. And if we go back to Agobard was still alive when Bodo converted. But Agobard, who had before taken every opportunity to write letters to everyone, was silent. Had no function for him at this moment. Only later, Amulo took the opportunity up.
There was no audience.
38 is Bodo, and Agobard died in 40. Now, when we ask for the personality of Bodo, we really should not look at him from the perspective of Prudentius, but simply take the letter of exchange with Paulus Alvarez, which informs us in a way we have otherwise only between Alcuin and Charlemagne, and get a different picture. But then I think we have a sharp profile of the person, of the apologetic personality of Eliezer speaking about Bodo.
Although we only have Alvarez's description of his
Yeah,
work.
but he echoes what...
I agree with you. I think we do, through that series of documents, have a clearer view, still quite muddy, but a clearer view of the real.
But we should read it without Amulo and Prudentius. That's
Yes, exactly.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's a terrific panel, but my question's for Consuelo. And please excuse my ignorance on this subject, but I love that idea of tracing the iconography of St. Helena in a later period. So I have two questions, like extant research on that subject. I don't really know what's out there. I have no clue. Oh, good. And I'm thinking of earlier images of Helena. Am I hallucinating? There are some like in the Galon Sacramentary. I could be hallucinating. I mean, I know they're in there, right? There are earlier ones. They're not going to be anything like what you're describing, but is there, I mean, I want to hear more about the longer story of the iconography, I guess.
Well, yes, there are some, of course, description of Helen, but she's always represented as standing by the cross, so as a triumphant, as church triumphant. So this is the point. So she's never my curiosity. It is why all of a sudden she started to be used to as the tool of God to find the cross, and it's her which really tortures the Jews. It is not man, it is not Constantine, it is not half the soldiers she had around in this very joyful parade she had traveled with her. This is the point. This is my curiosity was addressed there. And well, what I didn't say, because and it was right in the passage I skipped, that at a certain point the church, the Holy Church of Jerusalem in Rome, the Basilica, sent to Triers relics of the Holy Cross. So because there were two Benedictine churches, and so they probably shared, also the sources and this life written by Berengarius probably is a right link. And of course, I would like to better investigate why she was used for that reason. For sure, in the cycle here in Rome, she is in a way the substitute of Isabella of Aragon, or Isabella Aragon is the new Helen. But, yeah. I don't know if I replied to your question.
No, you did, but how much extant work is done on this later?
Very little.
Really? No, I find that.
Ellen is not just discussing with our colleagues, Elsa Laurenzi. Actually, she is not a very investigated figures. First of all, because of the scarcity of the sources, because of anything but Eusebius of Caesarea, and then these lives from 10th century. So there is a gap of 600 years, and this is my curiosity one day. Why, after 600 years, Helen was taken up and used for that mean?
Terrific work, yeah.
Of course, she would have been highly regarded in the Byzantine Empire, right?
Hi, this is for Andrew. You were talking about how narratives of Bodo and Eleazar were being used in the 9th century, but you started with the Cabanus article. I'm just wondering, in 1953, what point is Cabanus making in the Jewish Quarterly Review? You said post-Holocaust, which is true, but I was wondering, why is Cabanus think in 1953 that's a good story to tell in that context?
Again, I know very little about Alan Cabanus. My understanding is that he was a sweet old guy. My sense is, he purportedly wants to write a biography, pure and simple. And so he, in a very Rankian way, takes all of the evidence and organizes it and tells his story. He absolutely frames it as a triumphant tale. This is a hero, and he uses this language. This is a rebel figure who fought the good fight, and we need to read him that way. But again, his arguments are subtle source criticism. They're not overtly about how we should read.
He's a hero because he realized his true faith and followed it.
Yeah, because he was a man of conviction. Yeah. Which is fascinating. It's fascinating that he chose that story to tell. Yeah.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I think we should thank our panelists for such a lively and interesting.
Okay, done. See you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you for the wonderful day.